everyone, and a warm welcome back to another SlipStream broadcast powered by, of course, Alpha Live. You are joining myself today, Kyo Lynch and Jake Peach in the commentary box for the Trent Valley Kart Club round 1 of the club championships. This is, Jake, the first round to be live streamed.
Yeah, it's great to be here. It's great to be here with you, Kyo, and here we are for the Trent Valley Kart Club Championship for the first round of the year. And look, we're back into sort of the main season, aren't we now? It's like
Absolutely.
all kicking off again. We've got loads of different championships going up, and this is one of the most prestigious of the calendar, as I'm sure everyone will know, including yourself.
Absolutely, at the iconic Paul Fletcher International, of course. We have 258 entries out there today, so that's 258 drivers out on track. We have 26 races coming up, and of course, if you're a member of SlipStream, you can watch the finals with us live from right here this afternoon.
So you can see they're out on their warm-up laps at the moment. And nearly 1,400 metres, this track, PF International, has been around for a good 20 years or so. And interesting on the weather, Kyo, because
Absolutely.
we had some damp, greasy patches through some of the warm-ups. We're seeing the Senior X30s going around for a bit of warm-up at the moment before we get into the first heats of today. 26 races, all in all, around this complex. As you see, they're coming through a couple of hairpins now. We had, in the warm-up, didn't we, Kyo, some people coming into the bridge section, coming through the first chicane, and actually, there were some spinners. They didn't quite judge the track, and it was all a bit of commotion going on.
Dare we say we had a bit of a crazy warm-up session with those bits of rain being out on the track. Obviously slicks for the drivers. It has been ever so slightly ropey for those practice sessions. Senior X30 though have managed to hold up well, and then this is the final warm-up session of the day before we get ahead with the racing.
Yeah, and there's lots of racing to get underway with. Of course, we've got Senior Rotax will be kicking us off, as you can see there. At Senior X30 doing the warm-up at the moment, but Senior Rotax will be kicking us off today for the first heat, and then a couple of Junior Rotaxes will go for some Minimax 950 as well. We'll have Micromax and Water Swift iArmy Restricted as well racing today, and then of course we'll get into our finals, which is where the money's
event.
at later
Exactly
on
that.
with all of the things hopefully coming out in the wash then.
Speaking of Senior Rotax, obviously I've done 3 SlipStream weekends on the bounce now with Alpha Live, and this is the third one. Last weekend we were at the Challenge Cup here at PFI also, and for Senior Rotax, the finals, the B finalists ended up on the podium due to the weather conditions because they were the ones on the wet tyre. So speaking of those conditions today, are we going to see more of that today? We will see.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they play that, particularly because we've got, you know, it looks deceivingly like a sunny day out here, and very much is the case at the moment. But, you know, there's slight little dribbles, like the shower we had in just the warm-up we had there, or a couple of warm-ups ago. It was so minuscule in terms of the rain that went down, and we were trying to even spot the rain, but the slightest patches, especially on the cold tyres coming out the pits there, as you can see on your screen, down towards the middle of the start-finish straight, you get towards that chicane, you're going hell for leather into it thinking it's all right, and then actually you're like, oh, hang on a minute, that's not going to work out.
Absolutely, and sometimes we know that can be worse with that light spots rain, greasy track can be a challenge.
So we're obviously wanting to have all of you getting involved today. Of course, as Kilby mentioned, this is a SlipStream event, and as you rightly pointed out before we went live, this is the very first time the Trent Valley Kart Club Championship is being live streamed.
Absolutely.
Which is a huge moment, because we're getting to see all this amazing talent. A lot of this talent is in British kart championships. We're going around the world. A lot of these have been in Euro Series with iArmy recently, so it's going to be really great to see all of that. Remember, if you're on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and we can see lots of you watching and joining in right now. You can catch the heats for free. If you want to watch the finals later on, click the join button on the YouTube live stream, and you can see the finals right now, or you have to wait 7 days to then watch them if you want to catch up with the racing action. But of course, you kind of want to know right today, like right now,
we don't want to be watching it in a week's time, do we? Watch it right here with us this afternoon.
What are you most excited for today, Kiel?
Well, should we talk about the fact that it's Easter?
Yes,
Chocolate?
Easter, of course, yeah. I've tried to sort of, like, you know, how can I say, restrict myself in terms of not going too much on, like, oh, yes, do you want an Easter egg? No, it's fine this year. And then people will bring you around Easter eggs and chocolate
absolutely.
anyway.
But we do have the live chat open, so happy Easter to you all in the live chat as well.
Yes, and lots of us, we can see Sawyer Henderson Games, happy Easter everyone, he says. And we can also see lots of you, as we've got Dirk1285 as well on the live stream too. I just love people's names on these live streams on YouTube. Like, I sort of have to like check sometimes. But well, it looks like we're going to go into some racing action though. Keep your live stream comments coming in and let's get into our first heat for today. So Kiel, let's get into a senior Rotax Heat 1 for today, and looks like it's going to be a competitive grid as always throughout the field. But how are we looking for today? Well, there's exciting drivers in here. There's names that keep cropping up that I keep seeing, and actually it looks like it's always a competitive grid. Absolutely. Particularly the top 3, top 4.
I mean, of course, because of the Ultimate Kart Championships over at Wilton Mill, we do have quite a different turn of drivers compared to what was at the Challenge Cup. Of course, also some familiar faces that will be nice to see back on track. But let's take a look at the grid. On pole position, you have a front row for Coles Racing. That is Hugh Moulton and Joshua Turnbull on the front row. Joel Dixon-Cohen and Jamie Pirelli on your top on that second row of the grid. Jamie Hartley and Brandon Truman are the top 6. Corey Fowler and George Holbrook are your top 8. Rounding out the top 10 then, you have Lorenzo Cordell and Jacob Grun. Yeah, and then down from P11 we have Oliver Walker, Arthur Brownless, Dijon Bennett, Bailey Heath, Juigas Previllonis is on P15, and 16th is James King, and we got Jake Fisher, P17, and then P18 for Austin Johnson, and down to P19, and then P20 you saw there. And if we carry on for the rest of the grid, we have got Noah Gravel. We then have Joe Yor, Isaac Ward, George Kay, Lydia Scatchard, Samuel Kirkwood, Ziz Lim, and Rocco Valentino. Here we go then, though. And we are live with our first heat of the day. Here we go then, Senior Rotax up the bank for the first time. That is your Coles kart that still leads as they go over the bridge now and head towards hairpin 1. Obviously, we know that the conditions, Jake, can be ropey, so we're going to see what your pole sitter can do. Is he going to play it safe on these initial parts of the lap? Not sure. You can see that Hugh Moulton's had a strong start for the Cole Racing, but it looks like his teammate Joshua Turnbull, if I wasn't mistaken, dropped down the order slightly down to 3rd at the start there in the first battles. So it's all going to field out as we go through our first couple of hairpins here at PFI. Fairly sort of straightforward 90-degree corners, but as we come into the S, we've got a problem at the back there, I believe, for one of our runners, which looks possibly... trying to see exactly who that was. I think it might have been the George K privateer, but we'll double check that for you as they come across the start finish line then for the very first time. Well, we've got Hugh Moulton out in the lead. Yeah, here we go then, first lap complete. That is Hugh Moulton still out there. That was your pole sitter who has managed to do well. That is Joel Dixon-Cohen now up into 2nd. That Coles kart that joined you on the front row did drop back ever so slightly, now running in 3rd. Into the hairpin 1 they go. All single file so far. It was a pretty clean start though for the Senior Rotax. There you go, seeing them head into hairpin 2 now. Further at the back we have some sideways action side by side there into hairpin 2, but no changes too much to yet. No, and Hugh Moulton doing well to build a 3/10 gap here, but it looks like it's closing down here. So we're coming to the Mike Wilson complex. Really technical this, got to get your rating line out. You maybe take this wide here as you come back through then these couple of sequences and into the final corner onto the start-finish straight. And as you say, they're all keeping themselves pretty honest right now, Kiel, and using the human DRS as I always like to see down any of the kart circuits, particularly here as well. You're seeing at the Trent Valley Club Kart Championship for the very first time streaming to you live on Alpha Live, thanks to SlipStream, and going over the Litchfield Bridge now, and it is looking like a fierce 3-horse race. Looks like the front 2 are peeling away a little bit, Kiel. Yes, it does ever so slightly with that Coles kart in 3rd. He looks like he is going to join the back of that pack as they head towards hairpin 2. Yes, are these going to work together for the initial stages of this heat? We would suspect so. But if we look a bit further down, Brandon Truman, I believe he won here. Yes, Brandon won the Challenge Cup. He set the fastest lap. He's running in 6th so far. He's got 5 minutes to get further up that grid as you have a change for 4th, Corey Fowler. Jamie Pirelli now down into 5th.
See some nice moves as well for P7. Lorenzo Cordell up into P7, taking on Liam Hartley there for P8 as they come across the start-finish line once again and see the big microphone hanging down the start-finish straight, picking up all these amazing sounds of these Rotax engines. Coming then into the bowl section. Nice move up the inside there to reclaim P2 from the start. So Joshua Turnbull wanted to reinstate that and have a Coles Racing 1-2 here for this first round of the Club Championship.
And it was beautifully done. Is Joshua Turnbull going to go back in for that second place? No, not yet. Not down through hairpin 1. There you go. There are your 3 leaders. It is Moulton, Turnbull and Dixon Cohen leading into and out of hairpin 2. Now, it is again now 1-2 for the Coles carts as they head towards the final sector of the race, and that is fastest lap set by your man in second, Joshua Turnbull. He is gunning for that win. But your front 3 now through the final sector, they are getting close, they are sticking close, but like we said, they are going to be working together. They have a 1.3 second gap to that driver in 4th place, so it's not working too bad for them so far. 4 minutes to go. And
that's a huge gap, particularly at this stage of the race. We see a really impressive moves being made by Srigas Privilonis up from, I think that was P sort of 14. He started now up to P9, up 6 places in this race. So amazing driving from Srigas there to get where he's going. A little look over the shoulder there, you can see from the Coles race. And look at his teammate going, are you going to work together? Remember, we're only in Heat 1, guys. We don't want to take things too far here. But as you say, these front 3 keeping each other honest. And when you're at the Challenge Cup and watching this last time out, Keogh, were we having a similar battle here? Can you remember?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, Brandon Truman obviously won. He was one that we saw at the front. Due to the Ultimate Kart Championships, obviously we do have quite the turnover of drivers. I don't think Hugh Moulton or Dixon Cohen were actually with us at the Challenge Cup, so they are coming in all guns blazing, and it is obviously working for them as Joshua Turnbull sets the fastest lap once again. Those 3 are out there in front, coming across the main straight for, once again, there you go, into the S, they go, and around the bank. Is there going to be a change for our top 3 just yet? No, not just yet. We still have 3 minutes to go, but there is a fastest lap set by Lorenzo Cordell. That is your man running down in 8th. Here you go then, your leaders into hairpin 1. Oh, is that Coles Cart going to have a look? No, not just yet. He pushes his teammate through that hairpin 1 down towards hairpin 2. They go.
And we've just seen a penalty flash up for P17 man Austin Johnson at the moment for Team Evolution. A 5-second penalty, not too sure what that was for. Taking a lot of curb through there was Josh Turnbull, who is now up into the lead. And there's all swapped around a little between these 2 teammates. Right, you have a go now, mate. You take the lead. Maybe let's try and build momentum together. Maybe they felt like they've got more pace. They've had that discussion in the Coles Racing awning as they come across the line here. We've got 2 minutes and 1 lap to go. And Josh Turnbull out in front then, showing his pace by setting a purple lap as we come into this bowl section, up onto Litchfield Bridge and around once again. And then coming onto this banking here, they want to use as much banking as they want to get away with, but not too much, because you get dragged out onto the grass and the dirty stuff and you'll lose all the grip under that Rotax chassis that you have beneath you. And it's looking like, again, Joel Dixon Cohen trying to hang on to these 2 Coles Racing teammates here of Moulton and Turnbull, but looking all the more challenging as this race progresses into these final stages. But they won't mind. It's, you know, P3 still in the heat, still not too bad.
Well, exactly that. Obviously, Joel Dixon Cohen, could he be on the back foot here? He is again up against 2 teammates. Joshua Turnbull, obviously on that redemption charge, back up into first after he had a drop back ever so slightly from that front row of the grid. But round the final sector they will go, and here onto the main straight once again. It is once again a 1-2 for the Coles drivers. If we look slightly further down the grid quickly, we have James King, who has dropped back ever so slightly. He must have had a good start, that car number 211, but he is making his way back up. Here we go, some drivers further down the field heading over the bridge now, and here are your leaders. 2 heading into hairpin 1. Is he going to have a look? Hugh Moulton? No, he is going to push his teammate through that hairpin, and now heading up to the next. See, Joel Dixon Cohen here is getting dropped ever so slightly, so the Coles carts are doing a good job to work together. They've got 40 seconds to go. Are we going to see a battle which is going to bring Joel Dixon Cohen straight back into play?
Well, would Hugh risk it? Would Hugh throw it up the inside into the Mike Wilson complex on the final lap? I don't want to suggest anything, but their teammates, they've probably had these discussions. But, you know, it's racing. out there, and this is what they're going for. They're going for P1 as much as they are in their teams. They're wanting to prove themselves then, as we all have 2 more laps. We just got across the line. We have about 10 seconds or so to go there as we come now into and up the bowl into Litchfield Bridge. Brandon Truman setting the fastest lap of the race in P4, showing that he can keep up with pace. The kart coming towards him in this part of this Heat 1, and looking all the time over the shoulders, pointing ahead there is Joshua Turnbull, wants to work together, Keo.
Exactly that, but is that going to happen for much longer? We are obviously on the penultimate lap of the race. I am guessing we're going to see some battling between these Colts cars for the last race, but there you go. Out of hairpin 2 they go. Joel Dixon Cohen being dropped ever so slightly, now about 7/10 behind that kart in second place. Brandon Truman, again, come up from further back on the grid. He wasn't quite as high up as we'd expect to see him in qualifying after his win here at the Challenge Cup, but he is obviously making his way back up, fighting for those positions to put himself in a good position for this afternoon.
Yeah.
There you go then, on to the main straight, and this is the final lap of the race. Into turn 1 they go, the Coles karts. Is your man in second, Hugh Moulton? Is he going to send it in around the bowl? Is he?
Looked like it tried to move around the outside there, but it looks like Josh Turnbull has held that position. But as you said, Keo, it's going to allow Joel Dixon Cohen now to possibly get in the mix. Although there's a real argy-bargy going on here, looking all around, inside, outside. Can I find a gap into the first hairpin? Hugh Moulton was doing very well, may I say, in the kart championship where I've been up at Warden Law in the last couple of weeks, is looking to be amongst it here as well for the club championship of PFI. Take us through the last sector, Keo.
Well, here we go, Jake, into the last sector, and it could be a 5-kart battle now in these last few corners for the race lead. Oh, we're going to see that. We saw a change for third. Who is
Looks
that?
like
That
Brandon Truman got up to P3.
Yes, that was a Thule Motorsport car, I think, but here is your leaders. Is Joshua Turnbull going to take the lead as he comes round the final few corners? And he is. There you go. Phenomenal drive from those 2 Coles karts. Joshua Turnbull takes the win just ahead of his teammate Hugh Moulton. Joel Dixon Cohen did a good job to try and catch on to those 2 Coles karts. Yeah. However, he was on the back foot ever so slightly, working against those 2 teammates. Brandon Truman worked his way back up nicely, setting the fastest lap up beautifully into that P4, and Liam Pirelli into P5. Ooh, but we have a 5-second penalty then for Freddie Moore down in 16th. He made his way up a little bit through the grid, but didn't quite manage to get there, and now obviously has a penalty.
So it won't feel like it maybe hurts too much being P16, but it's never nice to get a 5-second penalty. But obviously, a very exciting first race. It looked like there was some posturing going on, but it didn't look like that there was going to be too much of a lunge as we're only in Heat 1 of this first round of the Club Championship at Trent Valley here at PFI International.
And obviously, these drivers are no strangers to this track, to this championship. These are the senior max. So obviously, we are going to see much more strategic thinking from the senior max.
So we'll give you your final running orders of results fairly shortly, just to confirm who finished where in that first heat. But Joshua Turnbull, Hugh Moulton and Joel Dixon Cohen taking your top 3.
But let's head on straight on to the next race. Here we go then, we are straight onto Junior Rotax Heat 1. Our Junior Rotax will have 3 heats today, I believe, because of the sheer amount of drivers that are here.
Yeah, so looking like another very exciting grid, and the junior categories I've had the pleasure of watching at the start of the season in 2026. So fiercely fought. So let's get on to the grids then for this first heat of Junior Rotax here at PFI International. And Keo, take us through the first top 10.
All right then, here we go. Your pole sitter will be Alex Shepherd. Joining him on that front row is a Coles car again, Zach Turner. John Richardson and James Fabriscus are the top 4. Teddy Cooper and Kevin Ivanov are next. Stanley Stafford and Oliver Fabriscus are your top 8.
2 brothers there on the grid.
Absolutely. George Fountain and Joe Neal then round out your top 10.
Thomas Harper, Alex Lynn, Harry Holland, Oliver Peters and Shay Hilton down to Jamie Riches in P16. Devin Taylor, Jack Bowie, Ethan Guest, Aston Brown and Liam Dooling in the Maxim Motorsports Tony car in P21 and Jaden Payne in P22.
P23, Ollie Healy and Jay Sink then in that 24th position. And at the back of the grid then we have Lily Caton, Harvey Evans, Odie Hall, Callum Gardner and Logan Howes. Now, if we look at that front row of the grid, that Coles kart, we have Zach Turner. He won the PF plate here last weekend at the Challenge Cup, so he's obviously coming off of a strong race. He's looking strong this year. However, he came off the back of a disqualification in the winter warmer, so he had a good recovery for him, but he'll be looking to keep that winning streak going.
I do also want to say a great performance at the kart championship at Warden Law in Sunderland, was right up there in the mix with P1 for the leads, P2, P3. A lot of experience Zach Turner's got, particularly in this junior class. Now, we did have one car just below our commentary box there that struggled to get going. It was Odie Hull, who was up in, just trying to find where Odie was starting. Oh, so back down to P27. So not too far near the front, but had some issues getting round to the formation, the starting grid, and now trying to catch up with the rest of this pack you're seeing on your screen right now to be in the start of the race. So a bit of work to catch up with, like in maybe in Formula 1 where the safety car is miles ahead of the front field. Same here, of course, in karting and motorsport and all of those kind of things. But here we go then for our first heat of junior Rotax. And I'm sure this promises to be just as exciting as the senior one was.
Exactly that. It's going to be a slow start for the junior Rotax. If we take a quick look at that second row, John Richardson, Jake, has joined us here in the commentary box before. He is an F1 Kids commentator, but here we go with the junior Rotax Heat 1 of the day. How is it going to play out for your pole sitter as he leads up into the bowl for the first time? But that is top four very bunched together as they head up towards the bridge. Over the bridge they go. We are going to see them come out of there in a second. Here we go, side by side, further down that grid as they come over the bridge. Here is your leader, that Coles kart, taking a quick look behind him, seeing he has no gap into hairpin when he goes.
Looks like there was a battle going on for P7 down there, though. If if Stanley Stafford has managed to hold on for his Hunter Motorsport team. Oh, there's a bit of a lock up there, though, and spinning around, locking the rears from that driver, Harvey Everts there in Coles Racing. Unfortunate, just losing the back end and getting a feel and grip for the track. Still quite cold as it happens for putting the rubber down for today out there on the track. But here we are then, they're coming round to take the start-finish line officially for the first time, and it looks like at the front they held on to where they started on the grid. Getting a bit wide out there was our P3 man of Alex Shepherd for Team Evolution. We won't want to be doing that too much as we come into the bowl then for the first try. Nice dive up the inside there. I think that was from John Richardson, who you were mentioning possibly on Kevin Ivanov. We'll see how that plays out as we come across through the sectors. Proper argy-bargy going on here. Wants to work together, though, we're seeing right there, as these two are loving out front and is building a nice gap. All are going on here. That is Alex Shepherd coming back through, I believe, on John Richardson. Exactly that. To retain the place.
Nice move down the inside of that hairpin one, but there you go, you can see your leader with the bright green helmet out in front. Zach Turner, it was a good start from him. James Fariscus, where did he start? He started on the second row, so he has managed to make himself up into that second position, not wasting any time. Kevin Ivanov up into third and Alex Shepherd into fourth. John Richardson dropped back ever so slightly, but we did see him making that move back up towards the sharp end of the grid. Here we go then, there is your leader coming over the start-finish straight once again. Into turn one, they will go. Here we go, Zach Turner leads. He has pulled himself about a 4/10 gap as they head up towards the bowl. But if you take a look further down the grid, Logan Howes, he has done a mega job. He is up 13 positions so far and he still has 6 minutes to go left of this race.
Great performance. And Zach Turner, if you're seeing what he's doing out the front here to the just left of your shot there, as we see a nice dive up the inside there. John Richardson looked like he was going to try and get up the inside of Alex Shepherd rather, but not quite doing there. Looks like they retained where they were. All going on here in the first couple of hairpins coming out there, and Alex Shepherd is loving this all the while because in P3 he can start to pull away now and try and catch up to Zach Turner. He was doing this exact same strategy at Warden Law and building out in front, and it looks like he wants to repeat that here at the Club Championship at PFI.
Well, exactly that. You see those harsh battles going on in that mid-pack. Sometimes that mid-pack can be the hardest place to start, Jake, as we know, because that is where all the battles happen. That is where you go sideways into the two hairpins. But there is your leader once again, heading through turn one. We have a fastest lap now set by Alex Lynn, who is just 2.4 seconds off that leader so far. But Logan Howes, who has just topped that, as he is charting his way up through the grid. Logan Howes was with us at the winter warmer. He came 15th, but I believe that was another charge through the grid for him with that Lucas Bramford Racing team.
Nice dive at the inside, but return to sender there, as I think that was Alex Lynn and Alex Shepard trading places once again.
Ooh.
Great moves happening all over the shot here at PFI International. Brief yellow flag there, but that's cleared now. We are green racing. And could I just say, at the front, these top two, 8/10 gap Zach Turner's got to James Fabricius. Alex Shepard is 2.2 seconds back from the leader. An incredible display of performance and consistency in these first part of these races and opening laps from Zach Turner.
Absolutely. Zach Turner is trying to show you this is why he won the PF plate. He is now second ahead of that P2 car of Fabricius as he heads up now around the bowl. But here you go, further down the pack. That is, who is that? The black and green car setting straight down the inside at turn 1.
I think that was a lovely move up the inside. I'm pretty sure from either Shea Hilton or I believe it was John Richardson. I think it was Shea Hilton. Nice move into the first
3
turns.
wide then, coming out towards the hairpin 1 of the bridge. But who's going to get out of this Thule Motorsport car? Straight down the inside goes that car number 13.
That's Logan Howes. He's making moves again. He's doing great in this race, as you spotted. He's not hanging about, is he? Because he's up 17 places now.
Exactly. I mean, at the Winter Warmer a few months ago, we did see him have to come up through the pack again. I'm not sure what that reason was for, but he is here making his things clear, and he is working his way up once again. Here you go then. Zach Turner, your fastest man on the track so far. 3 minutes to go, and he is looking pretty clear.
Yeah, as we come on to the start-finish straight, he just caught Zach Turner at the picture.
Yes.
P2 then is James Fabricius, Alex Shepard and Alex Lynn. John Richardson all close racing here. John Richardson with the fastest lap, a 58.3, so setting the pace out there at the front and particularly trying to close that gap down to P1 and P2. And as you said, our PF plate holder at the moment in Zach Turner.
Are we going to see a battle now between these three for that third place on the podium? Ooh, straight over the curb and slightly on the grass for that
comes
car
like a rally cross almost.
Ooh,
a nice move there up the inside. I believe that was from the Thomas Harper down in P15. So looking very racy is Thomas Harper at the moment. As we come then, you're catching sort of the racing coming through the Mike Wilson complex here and through these very technical last few corners. Want to get the line right, don't want to let your opponent up the inside and get a cheeky little dive onto the start-finish straight. But Zach Turner looks like he's built that gap even more out the front. And we still hard racing action there. One fair move that seemed from Alex Shepard to hold off John Richardson there. And Keil, that's so important because, you know, the stewards, they're not missing a trick, are they?
Absolutely, they are not. But did he try to go around the outside there at the bowl? I think
he gave it a try.
Towards heaven 1, then they go all taking loads of that exit curb. But there you see the black and yellow car of, I think, John Richardson. Right then, round hairpin 1 and 2, they will go. John Richardson is your fastest car on track, now promoted himself into that podium position. Is he going to help? Is he going to make that stick for the last 1 minute and 30 seconds of this race? There was the car number 68 heading into turn 1 of John Richardson.
Yeah, so that was the battle we're following there for P3, 4 and 5, as is basically a bit of a Sunday lunch for Zach Turner out in the lead at the moment. James Fabricius trying to keep hold of him with a 2-second gap.
Ooh.
And see all the moves being made here into
side by
Mike
side
Wilson
there at the
complex.
back.
Yeah, it's all a great overtaking spot as we go into that part of the track. And equally, if you want to try something into the chicane, as we've seen a couple of times down here at the end of the PFI start-finish straight, you have to be a very brave soul to chuck it up the inside and into this bowl section here. So we're picking up this battle here for 6th, with Teddy Cooper getting out really wide up on the curb. They're almost making it rallycross here.
They're pretty single file, Jake, heading into this hairpin 1 for the first time down into hairpin 1. I'm not sure if we're going to see too many positions change now in this top sort of 6 or 7, but they have 30 seconds to go before they start battling it out for that lead, I suppose. Your leader is now 2.1 seconds down the road. We can't even see him right now. There, no, there he not is. He is straight down the road. It's looking like it's going to be quite a smooth race for him as long as he can control that. James Fabricius there trying to maintain that P2, which he's doing a good job of so far. Are we going to see a battle then with John Richardson for that third spot on the podium as those drivers come round the start-finish straight once again and heading towards turn 1? Here you go, further down the grid. From that kind of 10th, 11th, 10th to 14th spot, they are all single file then straight into turn 1. And up that S is up the bank and they will go. Ooh, side by side from some of those drivers at the back, you will see. and around the bridge they will go.
Some little looks up the inside, but lots happening. This is almost like a battle here between 6 or 7 karts. This is karting at its very, very best. As you see Logan Howes there, trying to hold on to the efforts he's made in this race. Now up 19 places in this heat of junior Rotax, and look at Zach Turner here. He is going to enjoy, I think, this final lap. He might want to be even easing off a little bit, taking care of his kart, not making the tyres do too much work, as he comes across the line then for the final lap here at PFI. And we'll follow him along maybe and then track to see how far behind second and third is. But John Richardson has closed right up to James Fabricius for second and third.
I mean, phenomenal job for John Richardson. Did we see a mistake maybe from Fabricius down in second place? He is now going to be challenging for that. John Richardson right behind then. Here we go. We are seeing the final drivers coming over the start-finish line, heading on to their last lap.
Oh, and John Richardson, as we've seen, has gone up into second position ahead of James Fabricius, so has had the pace. Not quite sure where that move happened, but I'm pretty sure it would have happened towards one of the hairpins, so great to see that happening there. So John Richardson into P2. Zach Turner, though, let's see him come across the line. You can see in all its shining glory the PF plate on the back of Zach Turner's Coles Racing car, and having a nice time coming through the final quarter. Doesn't have to look over his shoulder. He knows he's got this win in the bag. He's coming across the start-finish line. He takes the win here of this first heat of junior Rotax. Zach Turner followed by John Richardson, James Fabricius, Alex Shepherd, Alex Lynn, Teddy Cooper, George Fountain, Harry Hodden. Look at where Logan Howes finished, into the top 10,
Absolutely.
into 9th, and Devin Taylor finishing P10. That didn't sound too good of a go-kart, I must say, as that came across our microphone, but let's hope that's all okay.
It was screeching.
It was screeching. It didn't sound completely exactly as it should. Maybe just taking foot off the throttle and letting the engine cool down a little bit. But, wow, a dominant display from Zach Turner out front there.
Absolutely, of course. He has laid out where he expects to be this weekend then in the Heat 1. Obviously, coming back off a strong weekend, he will be feeling that, and he'll be with extra confidence. However, John Richardson did a mega job there to head straight up into that second place. But let's talk about Logan Howes. Come on, up 20 places that race, promoting himself to inside the top 10. I mean, we are going to expect more of that for him
Just
today.
does it for fun by the sounds of it. Looking at all of that, and I just want to give a quick shout out to Carly Turner, who's giving a big shout out, I assume, to his son Zach Turner, who did quite all right in that race. It looks like the support from home is helping him round this track quite a bit. And good to see everyone else on the live chat. We are broadcasting you live on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, powered by Alpha Live, with SlipStream here at the Trent Valley Kart Club for the first round of the club championship here, one of the most prestigious in the country. And Zach Turner is showing that he has got the mettle to be out in front. All right, from one race to another, let's go to our next category.
Let's go.
And I say next category, we're sticking with junior Rotax. We're staying with the same category, but because there are so many junior Rotax drivers, we are staying and going on to our next groups in this class. And when we look at these two classes here, we've got Ewan House. I'm very excited to see how he does from P3, and also Noah Moulton. These guys that have been racing, particularly up in Wardenlaw as well. I'm mentioning Wardenlaw quite a lot, but that's my experience. I've seen a lot of these drivers there, and you've seen a lot of them at the Challenge Cup.
Of course.
So we're referencing to
it?
these things, aren't we? So talking of the grids, let's get onto the grid, Keol, and see how we're lining up then for this next heat in these groups of junior Rotax.
Let's go then. Here we go, your pole sitter, Max Wheatley, joined by Benjamin Lawn on that front row, Ewan House, who we spoke about, and Noah Moulton on that second row of the grid. Harrison Bishop and Fletcher Jameson are your top 6. Ronnie Smart and Harvey Sargison are next. The top 10 then, you will have Hugh Hobson, Jackson Lane, Tobias Johns and Aaron Burridge in that top 12.
Yeah, and Tyler Mason Gray, Joshua Robinson, a bit of a spinner there, we're just seeing on your screen in the background. That is Louis Brown right at the back, privateer driver. Just go back to your grid though, Hayden Fisher, Harry Myatt Waldron in the Dave Edwards Racing Kart, Riley Mirthwaite, Harry Harvey, Henry James, Layla Bell, Hakeem Bart, Lydia McLaughlin and Luca Machetikia, and Elliot Smith is P24.
Right, at the back of the grid then you will see Callum Boo, Archie Thompson-Evans, Jacob Gaunt, Logan Hartshaw and Louis Brown.
Yes.
Logan Hartshaw, I don't believe should be there. We were joined by Logan Hartshaw at the SlipStream event at Wilton Mill Kart Club and he came P4, so I'm going to presume that he either had a problem or something go on in qualifying, which is why he's lined up at the back of the grid there. But you did mention Ewan House, who obviously you are the commentator for the kart championships.
Yes.
Which is why you saw him over at Warden Law, but here then last weekend he was P4 at the Challenge Cup.
He was putting in some great performance. He's climbing right back, I think, from something like P8, P9 and tearing through the field. So I'd love to see if that's going to happen here at Trent Valley and, of course, here at PFI as we go into this heat for Junior Rotax in Groups B and C because there's so many drivers in Junior Rotax. It's so fiercely competitive. Will they stay on the tram lines as we get onto our next heat here and start off with going racing? Yes, we are. Green flag into turn 1 and it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, that was Max holding on to the lead there as we come up through the bowl section. Looks again pretty much one by one. And she had a Coles racing kart there of Ewan House and also Benjamin Lawn also in the mix. So it looks like Benjamin Lawn has got up into P1 and then there's been some change down into P2 and P3. Nice dive up the inside there to retake a position, I think, which would have been Max.
We have 2 karts off then just before that hairpin 2. That is the bright green kart. And someone else, but they are making their way round hairpin 2 now, which is good. That was a strong start from that Jack's Motorsport kart of, I think, Fletcher's Jameson straight into that turn 1 trying to put his nose in, but I'm not sure where that left him.
Yeah, and Harvey Sargerson was doing very well there in P8, diving up on the inside, I'm pretty sure, of Ronnie Smart of the Jackson Motorsport. And here we go then, across the line for the first time. Look over the shoulder from Benjamin Lawn. Ewan House even. Sorry, Ewan House. I thought there was Benjamin Lawn. I think Ewan House couldn't get out to P1 that quickly. He has. And he's setting the fastest lap of the race, of course, out there in front and building that gap. And we were talking about Ewan House before this started, and I think it's the opposite of a commentator's curse, possibly.
That's what I was going to say, Jake. Opposite of a commentator's curse as well. We do have 6 minutes to go, but through hairpin 1, Ewan House goes that car number 226. Ooh, there we go. We have a move down the inside on a Coles court. Is he going to make it stick? Not quite. That kart number 89. Who was that? That was Hugh Hobson, who has just dropped down a bit on the start of this race. He is down into 15th, but clearly making moves to make his way back up. But here we go then, watching drivers towards the back approach that final sector. Round they will go. There is another Coles kart. Wow, we are seeing a lot of Coles karts.
Yeah,
at the
Coles
front
representing here this weekend. Benjamin Law won't be a happy bunny because from, pardon the pun, of Easter weekend, P2 is down now to P4. So dropped a couple of places. We want to recover a little bit as we get towards the end of this race. Nice dive up the inside there. Wasn't quite sure there was. It might have been Harrison Bishop and Noah Moulton.
I think that was Fletcher Jameson there in the Jack's kart, who just had the fastest lap there for that second position. Yes, exactly. He is saying let's not let that leader, Ewan House, get away just yet as they head around hairpin 1. He is saying nope, not yet, as Ewan House has already pulled in that Coles kart 9/10. So Jameson, who had a strong start, he started from the 3rd row of the grid down in 6th. He put his nose in straight away at that turn 1, and it has obviously paid off for him. Now running in 2nd, he is going to be hunting down that leader, hoping Wheatley works with him now in the initial stages of this race. Obviously, we are going to see what we saw from the last race from another Coles kart of Zach Turner.
Yeah, really, really impressive out there in these first couple of heats in this junior Rotax class. Let's come across the line then and run you through our top 10 as it looks at the moment. Ewan House, Fletcher Jameson, Max Wheatley is your top 3, Benjamin Lawn, Noah Moulton, Harrison Bishop, Harvey Sargerson, Ronnie Smart, Jackson Lane and Hayden Fisher is your top 10 as there's moves going all over the shop here. Up into the bowl, nice dive on the inside. Will they risk it for a chocolate biscuit onto the Litchfield Bridge? No, they wouldn't. They want to chuck it up the inside and just line astern as we go back into hairpin 1. Maybe a move going on here as getting out very wide there, I believe, was Harrison Bishop in P5. Won't want to do that too many times to then let Benjamin Lawn back in. But Benjamin Lawn also losing ground in this race, down to P6 now, so really wants to try and stop this downward spiral down the grid and capitalise back up to where his starting position was in P2.
Exactly that. And there we saw that Noah Holton, car number 54, getting hunted down by those drivers, Benjamin Lawn and Harrison Bishop, who is now your fastest man on circuit right now. Those places for just inside that top 10 can get pretty competitive, yes, as we see someone run straight along the grass. Right, once again, they go up through turn 1 and up towards the bowl.
And this is Noah Moulton and the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th here. So Moulton, Lawn and Bishop really giving it a good time as they come over the Litchfield Bridge, and it's kind of like two groups now we've got at the front, Keel.
Well, let's talk about Ewan House's gap has shrank a considerable amount. Fletcher Jameson is absolutely reining him in there at the front, who he did just set the fastest lap. He is now just 4 tenths behind, but there we see a move down from that Coles cart, down the inside of hairpin 2. That is Benjamin Lawn, that car number 185. Beautiful job. That will be Noah Moulton down into that 5th position, who we saw shortly go battling. Though, there we go, we see another move. Is that him? Is that Noah Moulton going straight back in?
It looked like he was going straight back up the inside, wanted to retain the lead. Obviously, we will confirm that as we come across the start-finish line, as we see these top 3 pull away here, House, Jameson and Wheatley. And yes, you were right, it was a retain of the lead, or in 4th place rather, Noah Moulton, although there's a switch position for Harrison Bishop and Benjamin Lawn, skirmishing between P5 and P6, all once again. And this gap here at the front, very interesting. Ewan House was streaking away like his teammate Zach Turner, as you were saying, the previous race. Not so much anymore. See a 5-second penalty there for Harvey Sargerson coming up down in P8. So that might drop him down a few places, and we'll see how that plays out. But they're playing with the radiators. You see a lot of that, Keel, don't you, to try and get more air and get more performance out on the straights and rest them in the corners. And that's just part and parcel of the racing, isn't it?
Well, exactly that. There's your leaders then going through that sector 3 for, see, they've got 2 minutes to go. Is Fletcher Jameson, who is considerably faster, clearly, is he going to settle for this P2 until the last lap? Or are we going to see him go straight for that first place? We saw him dive straight down the inside from the initial start of this race, because he clearly knew he had the pace.
Right
now he
on the bumper,
pushing that leader straight up towards the bank. Is he going to go in? No, it looks like he is not just yet. This has paid off though, as Max Wheatley has now dropped ever so slightly behind. He is now just over 1 second behind them. There you go then, your leaders into hairpin 1. It looks like it's going to be single file into hairpin 1. Yes, it is. Late on the brakes, they both go.
Just letting him know he's there with a little a love tap, as we maybe like to call it in karting. But you have to be so careful when you're following that close, because you get that nose cone penalty coming to scrutineering at the end of the race. You have got 5 seconds, and Fletcher Jameson will be nowhere near where Ewan House is in the final classification. So yes, we are getting towards the latter stages of this heat here in Junior Rotax, and it is a really close battle and completely changed the dynamic from the start of the race. Some teams might be wanting setting up their drivers for a great kart at the start of the race, and it maybe is more of a balancing act towards the end. Some may be slow at the start of the race and the kart will come towards them as we get to the latter stages. Maybe teams kind of want that preferred, because then they can really ease into the race and capitalise on the jeopardy of the final few laps. And this is a very, very honest gap here. 10th here, 10th there. It's a couple of tenths at the moment between Ewan House and Fletcher Jameson as we're following down over Litchfield Bridge into the first hairpin. Does Fletcher Jameson have a bit of a look? Nah, he's fine. He'll stick behind in the slipstream and just let Ewan House do all the work out in front.
He is thinking not just yet, because clearly that gap to who was your pole sitter, Max Wheatley, is paying off. He is now 1.7 seconds behind. So Jameson is pushing House.
And they've worked together.
Exactly that. There you go then. Round the... There they will go. Okay, we are looking at another 5-second penalty for Logan Hartshaw. Ooh,
down in P15, so might take him down below Lydia McLaughlin and Hakeem Bart, Tobias Jones. And Logan Hartshaw was having a great race, up 13 places, so he's not going to like that one bit. But maybe the 13 places might be in result as a penalty. Maybe it doesn't all come out in the wash there. But look, we've got about then a lap and 3/4 to go by my calculations as we come across the Litchfield Bridge. So there's a random maths just being made up there. I think there's a lap and 3/4. Now it's probably about a lap and a half. Would you like a fractions lap counter down towards the end of the race? Probably not. It's probably going to annoy you and you're going to comment on the live stream. But it's our front two here.
There is fractions between these two at the front. Jamie Fletcherson right behind in that car, in that Jack's car, 96. Are we going to see him make a move? Obviously, this is the penultimate lap. There you go. You see them heading through the S's now. Are we going to see him make a move just yet? No, possibly not. They are now 2.5 seconds ahead of who was your pole sitter. It was an unfortunate race for him. Obviously, still running in that podium position, but it looks like it is not going to be any further up for him. Obviously, he has 2.5 seconds to gain. And here we go then. This is, I believe, your last lap of the race. Ewan House, who did a great job to make up from that second row of the grid to get into the lead, who has led this whole race now since that first lap when he got up there. Cole's kart, obviously, we have seen Cole's kart's doing very well this morning.
They're not messing about at all. So let's take you then through the final couple of sectors here for this first heat of this junior Rotax group. And he's thinking about it. Up the inside, Fletcher Jameson makes the move now. Has been sitting on the back of Ewan House all of this race, has closed the gap very cleverly. But the Ewan House is saying, I'm back up the inside. Is there a gentleman's agreement there? Are we just having a bit of fun towards the end of this lap? Fletcher Jameson back up the inside there, and now retaining the lead. How are they going to come through the Mike Wilson complex as they have the final few turns to go here? Has Fletcher Jameson built enough of a gap here, enough of momentum and rhythm to stay ahead? And he's been so patient all of this race. We are going to come across the line, and Fletcher Jameson is going to steal the victory here at PFI ahead of Ewan House. Wow, what great battle towards the end there.
I mean, what a race. Fletcher Jameson, we saw have a really strong start. He popped his nose out straight away off the grid, straight up down those positions down at the turn 1. However, come on, we knew that was going to happen. He was strong straight from the beginning. He was the fastest car on track, I believe, for a lot of those laps.
Yes.
Making his way up, down from that third row. Ewan House, though, he led the entire race. He set good pace, that Cole's kart doing really well. Coles are obviously a team who we have seen for many years who are looking stronger as ever this year, to be fair. Max Wheatley, your pole sitter, unfortunately down into that third position. However, could be worse, still on the podium, and that doesn't set him in a bad position for his second heat of the day. Noah Moulton managed to keep his position ahead of Harrison Bishop, who finished in your top 5, and then your top 10 will be Sargson, Mason Gray, Fisher, Lorne, and Jackson Lane, who stayed there in 10th.
Yeah, Sargson up a couple of places. Tyler Mason Gray up 6 places from P13. So we'll be very happy indeed with that performance there. And look, Ewan House probably not going to be too disappointed with that. Yes, we're in Heat 1. Every race is, you know, as valuable as the other. But we're not in the final yet. As long as we can keep that momentum going throughout the rest of the weekend, then we'll see how it all plays out. Right, let's get into our next race. Thick and fast here. And now we're into Minimax 950 and Heat 1 into a brand new class and category. And we were noticing, weren't we, Kiel, earlier that actually, because they're so light and there's not even much of the Minimax carts, let alone the drivers, hence the name, Minimax, we were going through this first chicane and also finding that they weren't really feeling the grip of the track straight away because there's not a lot of weight keeping them to the ground and getting them the grip. But then they sort of slowly figured it out that actually they spun round and found out that there wasn't that much grip as they thought out there.
Well, exactly that. To be fair, Minimax did see probably the worst of the wet conditions out there this morning. But let's take a look at your grid for now on some of the younger drivers that are out here with us today. Okay then, pole position, James Roots. Joining him on that front row will be Oscar Kenny, Evan Miller, who we saw last weekend here at the Challenge Cup, and Luke Millward on the second row. Drew Davidson and Jay Birmingham in that top 6, and Achille Giannone and Flynn Grantham in your top 8. Rounding out your top 10 then is Riley Blakemore and Alex Phillipson.
Yes, and P11, Elliot Bork, Freddie Blackshaw, P12, Darren Dimitrov is P13, unlucky for some, hopefully not for him today. 14th, Otto Amy, P15, Finley Rose, Felix Sheldon Hayward is P16, privateer driver, doing well in the mid-pack there. George Whiteman, Reggie Chandler, and Finley Bills. Reggie Chandler was the club champion here in TVKC last time out, so looking to try and get a bit higher on this mini-max grid. Finley Bills, Buddy Hugo, James Carver, Thomas Laidler, Hugo Torpy, and Charlie Heffer is P24.
Right then, towards the back of your grid then is Jess Kirby, Alex Taniskis, Dimitar Uzanov, Adam Batt, Elsie Gannon, Jack Hill, Dagar Sigurdsson, sorry for the pronunciation of the name, and Archie Gaunt.
Nordic, I think, but we don't want to assume countries.
Here we go then, your final 4 are Arthur Jardine, Ayrton Galsworthy, Eli Owen, and Dexter Petty.
Dexter Petty got some great support here for Evan Meller in the race day on the live stream. Keep your comments coming in. Also
Evan
got Otto Amy as well.
Speaking of Evan Miller did well here. He did well in the heats. He ended up P12 in the final at the Challenge Cup. However, he was running for the lead at some point. But here we go. We are underway then with our Minimax Heat 1 of the day. It looks like your Pole City, yes, will lead straight into be up the bank and into the S's with you in that Dan Holland cart. Oscar Cammie will slot in just behind then as they head over the bridge for the first time. There is switches for plenty of positions at the back as they go sideways straight through the bridge. But there you go, your DHR cart leads, taking a slight look back behind him there into hairpin 1. But no, that cart, number 17, is going to push him straight through. That is Evan Miller now up into second place, who is pushing your leader straight then into hairpin 2. Are we going to see Evan Miller go for the lead in the early stages of the race? I'm not sure. There we go, side by side. Some action for that car number 141, Elliot Burke, on the grass ever so slightly then. Here's your leader heading through into sector 3 for the first time. Evan Miller promoted himself up into second in the early stages of this race. Obviously lots of the support in the live chat. He is now with Ben Follen Motorsport after he's a driver who we see in Super 1.
Yes.
And I believe his mum was actually his mechanic. I'm not sure if that's the setup this weekend.
Let's go.
But
Love
she
to see that
was.
support. All right, they come across the line then for the first official time. James Roots, Evan Miller, Akila Giannone, Oscar Kenny, Luke Millward has dropped a place down to P5, looking to recapitalise on that. Riley Blakemore, Jay Birmingham, Elliot Book, Drew Davison and Alfie Phillipson rounds up your top 10. How are we looking here then as we come down to the first hairpin and getting a feel for the track conditions at the moment? Has been fairly mild, but also a bit cold and windy here in Lincolnshire at Paul Fletcher International, and looking like it's all pretty well behaved at the moment, I would say, coming through those first couple of curves. James Roots as well, also been up on my radar in Sunderland for Warden Law at the kart championship as well, and having some great battles in that grid with all of those drivers. Very competitive throughout all the different championships. No different here for the club championship. Drew Davison we've seen go up a place there, I believe, for Jay Birmingham. P8 we saw on your timing screens on the left as they come across the line then. For this lap we have just about 6 minutes and 1 lap to go, and the gaps that were sort of kind of forming in that skirmish at the start have all closed up a little bit again.
Although a battle that we did miss was with Giannone, who just picked Evan Miller for that second spot in the early stages of this race. James Roots' gap is only 4/10, so not looking too crazy just yet. That obviously is going to give your top 5 drivers so far, who are pretty bunched up together, the opportunity to go for that race win. Evan Miller demoted down into that third position. As they go through the hairpin, there you go, you can see the black and white car of Evan Miller with Oscar Kenny now just behind, right behind. The top 5 are looking like they are pulling away ever so slightly. But if we take a quick look further down the grid, Charlie Heffer unfortunately hasn't had the best start in that car number 116. He is, I'm pretty sure this is maybe his second or third event off of novice plates. He was here when I did my first day on the commentary.
Right,
and
so still fairly fresh.
Exactly, and whoever I was speaking to over on their social media was very nice and very supportive. Well, there we go. Over the start-finish straight they go once again, and apparently is that a new leader? No, that is...
No, James Roots still out in front, but it's all a lot
DHR
going on,
car,
isn't it?
managing his lead, still 4/10 front. Giannone not managed to pull in anymore, however, sticking in that second position. Miller and Kenny then running in that 5th. Are we going to see a battle for the 3rd place? Oh, no, that car number 48 takes a look down the inside, but he doesn't quite get it done, as Evan Miller is going to be feeling the pressure now. He dropped back ever so slightly last month. Ew, and he gets the move done. That car number 58, beautiful. Down the inside they go. Then at hairpin 2 takes a slight look back. Evan Miller is saying, nope, let's work together. They still have 4 minutes to go, and they don't want to be letting that DHR cart of James Roots get away just yet.
It seemed like James Roots, if correct me if I'm wrong, with I saw it looks like he was pulling away a little bit coming off the bridge section, but then it all equalises out as we get into sectors 2 and 3, and it's as you were then back across the start-finish line. So they all have their strengths and weaknesses around this PFI circuit as we come through this, well, very exciting, scintillating first chicane going through here, and then under the bridge into this bowl section for this time around. And looks like a move up the inside there might be between Riley Blakemore, Elliot Bourke. I'm not quite sure who that was. I'm just wondering whether we're getting some very dark clouds over this PFI track. Oh, and very out of shape there towards the back.
Oh, is there going to be a move for second place? Yes, there is. That is Oscar Kenny, your fastest driver on track in that car number 48. Straight down the inside at hairpin 1, down now into second position. James Roots just ahead then. He hasn't managed to pull away, like you were saying. It's obviously hard to pull away when you've got 4 carts there working together still to hunt you down. But he's doing a good job managing the lead so far. 3 minutes to go. Oscar Kenny now going to be hunting down your leader, just 3/10 behind. Akile Giannone just down back into that third position. Luke Millward and Evan Miller now down into fifth. Can he make the positions up? We will see. It is still all to play for now. As these top five there, you can see Evan Miller quite wide there on the exit curb, but they are all quite close together still.
I don't want to jinx anything, but it was starting to look a bit greasy in certain parts of the track. Maybe it's because we've lost a bit of light from the overhanging cloud that's come over this PFI track right now, but it could all change. It looks like the conditions are looking very changeable. Maybe we might have
Look at this.
Just be okay and
right
clear.
on your leader is Oscar Cammie. Straight on that leader, that is 0.09 of a second between them when they came across the line. But it looks like the Mini is going to be strategic thinking, and he is pushing James Roots around then as they head towards the final sector. But that isn't doing much as Giannone is still right there behind. However, Evan Miller, that car number 17, has unfortunately been dropped ever so slightly and is running in a bit of clean air for himself so far. But here you go then, heading around the last few corners. James Roots managing his gap. Oscar Cammie, your fastest driver on track, still into second, and Millward then still running into fourth. Oh, we are side by side then for fourth position. He wanted to give it a go, but it's not going to be the case as they head through the Bruno Ferrari S's and round the bowl. Once again, it is one by one then. It is single file for the top four then in Minimax. Ooh.
Having a little look up the inside there again was Luke Millward. He was trying it into the bowl section, tried it out onto the Litchfield Bridge there, wasn't doing. Oh, is this a little posture up the inside? Having a little look there was James Roots, because Oscar Cammie was in front for a moment, but James Roots back in front.
But we have a switch for the race
and Oscar Cammie, though, back it up into P1 through this hairpin section. And there is rain. Look, you can see on our cameras there, slight spots of rain. We can see now out of our commentary box, I do believe there's some spots of rain out there, which is going to cause some chaos, you would think, towards the end of this race.
Absolutely.
Anything can happen in this final minute and one lap. I didn't want to jinx it, but the dark clouds coming over looked like it was going to stir things up. Then we might have 2 or maybe 3 laps to go then as we come across the start-finish line. Oscar Cammie is in P1. James Roots then is down to P3. As you'll see, he's trying to stick onto the back of Achille Giannone in P2.
Oh, is he going to get that move back? Yes, there is the DHR car straight down the inside at the bowl then, going down, promoting himself up back into second. But Oscar Cammie leads with about 4 tenths of a second gap. Down into hairpin 1 they go. It is going to be no time between these front 4 then as they all bunch up on the late braking. Yes, no change for position just yet though. James Roots back into second. He will be gunning for to redeem his race lead then. But, is there going to be a change for third?
Nice move up the inside there from Achille Giannone, I do believe, who then claimed that all over Luke Millward. So yes, Achille up into P3.
Exactly that.
I'm still a bit confused about the weather situation, because I swear I saw drops. I'm not doing a George Russell in this sweat in my visor kind of vibe. I generally thought there was rain out there in front of our commentary box, but it seems like it's going to make its mind up soon or enough. Hopefully for these drivers on this final lap then, in this heat of our Minimax 950, it's going to stay dry because they've got enough to contend with as they're going up into the bowl section. And so is our P1 man, Oscar Cammie. James Roots wants that position back, coming over Litchfield Bridge then, and your third and fourth Achille Giannone and Luke Millward also having their own battle. It's now a 2-group race as we go into the final stages of this.
Defensive lines there in third position. Is there going to be a change for the lead just yet? No, not round hairpin 1, but it was defensive from Luke Millward in fourth, defending that third position. He is thinking, no, I'm not going to get into second just yet. Defensive again goes Luke Millward down the second hairpin, and he does manage to defend. But is Achille Giannone going to go in? Nope, it looks like he's not quite.
And even Mella trying to catch up to that group there, Keol, and maybe wants a piece of the action.
Defensive again then from those drivers in fourth and fifth now, because again, like you said, Evan Miller is coming into play. Did we see droplets again?
That's what I keep thinking. We don't know.
There is your leader then coming around the final corner, and well deserved. It was Oscar Cammie for the race lead, who is going to take your win for the first heat of the day. James Roots, who led a lot of that race, just 3 tenths behind, and it was Achille Giannone who got that third position in the end. It will be a 5-second penalty for Felix Sherwood, who was down in 20 seconds.
Down in 20 seconds, so it's not maybe going to change too much, but just saw that pop up on your screen.
Yeah,
there.
Bit of an unlucky race for him.
But a great battle, and again we saw in the previous classes in Junior Rotax, opportunists from Oscar Cammie and James Roots.
I mean, James Roots, he mustn't have been expecting that one from Oscar Cammie. Obviously, he led most of that race and then just got pipped at that last second, but Oscar Cammie, like we saw in the Junior Rotax heat, was coming through very fast and very strong. But that will be the DHR car finishing in second. I mean, that's not bad for any of them drivers. Evan Millerdin did have a bit of an unfortunate race again. Dropping back ever so slightly, he kind of got swallowed by that front pack. However, he was battling them for that third position when your two karts were closing in on each other. However, couldn't quite make it stick. However, let's head straight on to our next race.
Okay, so we're on to Micromax, but also a bit of pick and mix thrown in. I'm very apt for this Easter weekend.
I maybe that's a bit of me.
Yeah, that's a bit of us all over that, along with our iArmy Water Swift restricted class. Of course, with the different kind of numbers of the groups, it kind of makes sense to pack them together. And you know, some great runners in this field as well, particularly in the mini Rotax class as well. In the cadet Rotax classes, we've got Felix Tandy in there. Tandy, a name you might recognise for one reason or another. But we've got Jensen Darlow on P2 as well, which we'll talk through more in a second for the grids. But Jensen Darlow also doing very well in Warden Law up in Sunderland. And it was great to see him putting a great display out there too. And Jensen Darlow has been up there as well in the last season, I believe, of the PFI Club Championship as well. So looking really impressive and strong, as he was. Jensen Darlow was the champion even, of course, for 2025. How could I forget?
Well, here we go then.
Hopefully looking to be into P2 and they're out for the warm-up.
Well, there we can see our drivers entering the track. I do think you are right, Jake. We can see some rain droplets heading on out onto the circuit, which is going to be a challenge for, of course, our youngest drivers on the grid. Both classes, we have the Micromax and the Water Swift restricted. We only have 6 in the Water Swift restricted, but let's have a look at the grids. Okay then, for your Micromax, Hendrik Falat and Jensen Darlow go head-to-head on the front row. Felix Tandy then, a familiar face, and Will Wainwright on the second row. Zach Andrew and Caio Vieira round out your top 6, and Jack Gold, Tommy Lovejoy are your top 8. Theo Jepson and Heath Smith are your top 10.
Yeah, William Hatton, Harry Riley, Junior Wright, Hugh Riley. 2 Rileys on the grid. Sebastian Talbot and Lanny Eden goes down to P16 for Jackson Motorsport.
And then Teddy Hunt will be rounding out that grid for the Micromax. Now, if we go to your pole sitter for Water Swift Restricted, it is Ollie West, joined by Cole Parrish. Then behind him will be Caden Hakora?
Yes, Caden Hakora, Charlie Kitchen, and then George Askew and Harley Hibbert. That's how we're shaping up at the moment. So here they are then. Of course, we have the Rotax runners in front for obvious reasons, but there's going to be a great battle, I'm sure, throughout the Holder grid. Not a great start we'll want there. Maybe, are we going to go racing? Let's see if that carries on. The 87 we've seen there. Hugh Riley going round, but it looks like we are going again. Yeah, we're going again because of Hugh Riley just getting a little bit out of shape there as coming around for the formation. Again, getting a feel for these, I do believe, changeable conditions. However slight they might be, you definitely can feel that at the moment. So yes, well, I'm sure that we'll get Hugh Riley back into P14 where he was meant to be. Yeah. Hopefully can retake that place. And an extra lap to get some warmth in their tyres. Very valuable to stay out there.
Well, exactly that. And obviously your Micromax. The conditions, it's looking like it's getting colder and possibly a little damp out there. So tyre warming another lap isn't going to hurt for the Micromax drivers. Obviously, these drivers are from 8 years old. So very young, obviously learning. And do not underestimate the battles we see in this class. I mean, last month over at the Challenge Cup, it was phenomenal, to be fair. However, the driver who dominated the Challenge Cup was Caden Hanley, who isn't actually here this weekend, which is going to open up then that opportunity for the top spot for the Micromax. Here we go then. They are into the tram, they are into their grid positions, and it is going to be a slow start as your pole sitter Hendrix Falat leads them down the grid. Yeah,
they're taking their time on this one to make sure. They probably didn't maybe realise last time of what was going on, particularly. Or hopefully we can see all the drivers forming there once again.
Out of formation, they're having a bit of a debate, I think, at the back.
But yeah, look, taking their time. They probably didn't realise last time they had a full start because of Hugh Riley getting a bit out of the back. Yes, they probably thought it was their contact coming down the tram lines, but so they're extra cautious, behaving a lot from the very start of that part of the final sector, and it looks like they're all folding round here. Then we've got a mixture of our Minimax and also the Warp Swift Restrictors at the back of the grid. Are we going racing? Yes, we are, as we go down into turn 1, and it looks like a firm hold of the lead there from Hendrix Falla in the Patano go-kart, and coming round into the bowl section up and around to Litchfield Bridge, and finding all of their feet and the way round as they come off of the bridge, with a bit of sunshine out towards that part of the track at the moment, and looking like there's going to be a dive up the inside.
Ooh,
is this
a two-car dive down the inside for that second and third position. Are they going to make it stick? One of them does, promotes himself up into second. Then that is Felix Tandy, who runs now in third, as you see them. Wow, there are so many bright yellow karts on this grid, isn't there, Jake? There you go then. That actually was a different leader. That was car number 16, the Jax Motorsport kart, who got straight into the lead then and led up to the Bruno Ferrari S's. That was Jensen Darlow.
So Jensen
Phenomenal
Darlow,
start
right up.
For him. I'm not sure where our pole sitter ended up, but he did drop back down that grid. Felix Tandy made his way up into third, and we are seeing some more battles a bit further down inside that top 10, but it looks like they're all going to slot back into their grid positions. Around the final sector, these karts are going then. Right, there is your new race leader. He wasted no time. Phenomenal start from Jensen Darlow in that Jax car, but he has got Hendrix Falla, who was your pole sitter, right behind in that car number 15. Is he going to make a move down into the wave? Oh no, he isn't. He can't quite make a stick. Can he? Oh, yes he can. Side by side again, over the bridge they go, and yes, that is Hendrix Falla.
That was an incredible
your pole sitter,
move,
who now leads again. See, I mean, we should not be underestimating our Micromaxes. There you go then. These front two pulled an ever so slight gap as Jensen Darlow pushes him by the back bumper, Hendrix Falla, into that hairpin 2. Now they will head. That is Caio Vieira, Felix Tandy, and Will Wainwright then in that pack just behind, who have caught up ever so quickly, so it is going to be a 6-kart battle so far. I mean, last weekend, Jake, we saw some crazy battles from Micromax, and they did not leave any time. There was, in the heats, maybe a bit less strategic thinking. They were loving the battling, each corner for the race lead. Are we going to see that again? I am sure we possibly will.
We've seen Caio Vieira, by the way, come up into P3, so a nice start to see a couple of positions up. As you said, it's so close here. I saw on my opening lap when Felix Tandy looked like he had a bit of a problem, but I think just got a bad run out the Litchfield Bridge, and is hence why he's down into P4, has dropped a place from his P3 starting position as we come into this bowl section here and over this Litchfield Bridge. And if it has been raining out there, they don't want to be getting out onto the meshed grass out on the right hand side of your picture there, as they come one by one and astern into hairpin 1 here. And Hendrix Falla's had a bit of a slight wobble, it could be said, at the start of the race, and has retained composure now, has got back in front and gave the hand signal as soon as he got back in the lead. Was like, Jensen, come on, mate, I'm in charge. Let me control the pace here. Let's have this battle towards the end. All taking a lot of curb was Hendrix there, getting a bit out of shape, and Jensen can sense this. Is he going to try around the outside? No, there's no room out there into this Mike Wilson complex. And coming around these final few corners, and these guys, though, looking determined, these two here, Jensen and Hendrix, to break away from this pack behind Kiel.
Yes, absolutely. There you go. There is your race leader of Micromax heading down the main straight for the first time and into the Bruno Ferrari S's. There is your leader. Not a bad gap so far. Jensen Darlow is right behind, but it looks like he is pushing him around. Yes, there you go. That is Felix Tandy then, the Weir Alliance kart there in third, who he has promoted himself. He started in third. He's running in third right now. He looks like he is trying to hunt down those two at the front with Caio Vieira and Zach Andrew, who just had the fastest lap of the race. But we can't see them right now. If we take a look down to our Waterswift Restricted, Cole Parrish, who was on pole for Waterswift Restricted, has ended up at the very back of the grid, down into that 23rd position. So I'm not too sure what happened there for him, but that is an unfortunate start for him, which promotes George Askew and Teddy Hunter right up then.
Yeah, we can see. Then, of course, we've got Cole Parrish, as you said, all the way down there. But particularly looking to our front runners in the Water Swift, and I do believe that would be. I'm trying to figure that out at the moment. Who it is particularly? I think Charlie Kitchen is up there, mixing it in at the top. Yeah, and. Caden Okara. Oh no, Caden is obviously higher up as well. So lots going on in that part of the grid, as well as, of course, as our Minimax racers, Micromax racers rather, here in this mixed grid. So you'll see some names knocking about between two different classes. All the ones in yellow are the ones that you are seeing as part of Micromax, I
But
believe.
here is your Micromax leaders then, heading straight down hairpin 1. It is single file then for the top 5. It is Falat that leads to Darlo, Tandy, Vieira and Zach Andrew, who are all pulling a bit of a gap for themselves out front. Just under 3 minutes to go, plus a lap, and it is looking like a pretty smooth lead for Hendrix Falat so far.
And making it a kind of numerical in order. Hendrix Falat is 15, Jensen Darlo is 16. Wants it to be the same out on track. Felix Tandy, though, is starting to get all over the back of Jensen Darlo and get into the mix of this top 3. And it's become, once again, it was 2 groups of 2. It's now become 1 group of 4 as we come across the start-finish line and right out onto the runoff there on the start-finish straight. Doesn't want to be doing that, doesn't want to make it rallycross or any drifting of any kind. And Felix Tandy just holding on there to P3.
That was a big send then around that car.
Finding grip though, Felix Tandy looks like he was going to go around the outside if he could try it, and it looks like that's happened on the bridge, going to retain it off lifting bridge. Who's going to come out in front? It's Jensen Darlo and then Nick Tandy, and Hendrix Falat is now down into P3 because Nick Tandy is getting very racy indeed and has completely changed the complexion of this heat.
Nick Tandy? Jake, are you in the wrong racing?
So Felix, Felix!
Tandy.
I'm talking about his dad, what am I talking about? Easily done.
Obviously well known in racing. Speaking of Nick Tandy, the Porsche factory driver. But no, this will be Felix Tandy,
Felix, of course,
who is taking after his dad, straight after his dad into that final sector, and now he is all over the back of your race leaders. Side by side they go
Is
then
he
around
the
oh yes he is. Gets the move done. Handy Tandy gets the move done. That car number 128 straight up into the race lead. He's got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go to pull a gap on Jensen Darlo then, who was in the lead. Hendrix fell out that car number 15, dropping ever so slightly behind with that car number 27 of, and we have a spinner then in just inside the top 10 of the Micromax.
Yeah, Kyle Vieira going down the running order there, and not a place where you want to spin because there is literally no momentum and a very dangerous place to get out there. As you can see, the slippery flags are out at the moment, just to warn the drivers that the racing service there at the moment is a bit greasy. They want to take care out there, and it looks like it's suiting Felix Tandy very well out in P1. You can see that.
Is Jensen Darlo going to get the move done into hairpin 1? No, he's going to give it a go, but he's going to slot straight back behind Felix Tandy then into hairpin 2. They will go, and he runs
up the inside again though.
Your leader runs wide, so Jensen Darlo down the inside that Jax Motorsport car, now regaining that race lead. Obviously, we know the conditions are changing out there, so these two are the first to enter into these conditions. Obviously, it's going to be whoever pushes it more than the other. Now, then your karts in 3rd and 4th they have pulled that gap on them ever so slightly, Zach Andrew and Hendrix Falat, but there is still time as we've got 7 seconds plus a lap to go. Around the final sector, your leaders will go.
Will they get 2 laps here, or will it just be the 1 lap? It looks like it's going to be the final lap now. It is, with Jensen Darlo out in front of Felix Tandy then, coming up into this bowl section for the final time. And you noticed on the previous lap, Felix Tandy was being very cautious into these turns. Did he get up the inside there? No, he's still in P2 behind Jensen Darlo, the 2025 champion, wanting to retain that success and get his hands on the trophy for all the rounds in this TVKC Club Championship in 2026. Coming then, Keel, into the first hairpin.
Well, exactly that. Like you said, Jensen Darlo trying to defend that lead then and start his year off strong then, of course, in the Trent Valley Kart Club Championship standings. But Felix Tandy right behind there, dropping back ever so slightly. This is the final lap. Is he going to be able to get it done? He takes a little jump in his seat there as they approach Sector 3, as he gives it a go, make himself a bit lighter, but it looks like he's going to be just behind as he runs ever so slightly wide. But that is Hendrix Falat just behind that car number 15, running ever so wide over onto the grass.
Really soaring at the wheel. Oh, that's a real shame for the 65 there, I think we saw coming through. That's Caden Hakura in the Water Swift Restricted. But let's come across the line then for our winner, Jensen Darlo, ahead of a fierce battle with Felix Tandy for P2, and Hendrix Falat, who did start on pole, lost out there, down a couple of places in P3. Ollie West, Will Rainwright, William Hatton, Jack Gould, Tommy Lovejoy, Harry Riley and Heath Smith. And we'll also try and see in the Water Swift who was out in front in the lead. It looks like they're going to be coming across the line very shortly and seeing how it all pans out in this mixed grid here. And a couple more runners coming across the line, and it looks like your Water Swift winner was Charlie Kitchen ahead of George Askew for P1 and 2, and then P3, Cole Parrish back up to P3. Did well to recover there, considering those changeable conditions can throw up any kind of surprises in all these places. But now looks, as we look out here in Lincolnshire at this Pier 5 track, looks like it's brightening up again. So maybe it's the greasy conditions going to wear off once again, and a constant judging act of, you know, probably nowhere near wet tyres, but whether later on in the day, whether it does kind of have these kind of showers coming over, whether it's worth that they need that extra grip and need to change onto those conditions.
Well, the forecast was looking ever so questionable, but we will see.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
So here we are then, onto our Water Swift inter-class. And we just had the restricted Water Swifts going round, and now on to this one here. And if you are very interested in all of these classes and all of the racing you have been seeing, you just did hear about SlipStream there, powered by Alpha Live. You can watch the heats that you're seeing right now on the live stream for free when it gets to the finals later on this afternoon. Join to become a member, as you were hearing Piers Pryor explain there about SlipStream with Alpha Live, brand new for this year, bringing TVKC live to your screens for the very first time. You can hit the join button and subscribe to us and jump on board to catch the finals today. And then you have to wait 7 days if you want to keep it free and are willing to see the action in a week's time and catch up with all of that.
Thank you very much, Jake, filling us in on, of course, the SlipStream, which if you are going to subscribe, make sure you do it now so you can watch live with us here. But let's take a look at our Water Swift grid, which will be their first heat of the day. Here we go then. It's an familiar Alfie Davidson on pole position with Mason Hibbert, the Fusion Motorsport kart, joining him on the front row. Harry Chapman and Chester Fawkes on that second row. Ilya Sami, Dimitar Uzanov round out your top 6. Hirotis Margaritis Kovakis are your top 8. And then just inside that top 10 will be Evan Owen for XL Motorsport and Harry Favell.
Yeah, and then we've got Travis Giddings, Teddy Higgs, Oliver Kleinfelter, Frank Morris, George Greaves, and Cody Vertigan is P60.
I am just going to shout out to Oliver Kleinfelter, and I did mess up his name severely last time I was out, but I do know it is Kleinfelter, and we're not going to get up. We are not going to mess up that time, but there were your last 2 drivers
yeah, we had,
on the front of the grid.
We had Oliver Say and Piran Brooks in P18. And a great field here. We have Enzo Butterazzi, who was our 25 champion, not on this grid. So it's going to be a completely new one going on. Oh, there's a bit of a problem out here on our screens. We're seeing one of the go-kart. I'm trying to make out which number that is. Struggling to get their kart. We'll try and see how that folds in.
I mean, these drivers, a lot of these drivers who have been doing phenomenally well over in other championships. You've got Chester Fawkes and Elias Sami, the DK Academy teammates, who have been absolutely phenomenal. They have been dominating, some may say. However, Mason Hibbert then took the win last weekend over in Champions of the Future. That is a Fusion Motorsport.
Just want to see who that was. That was Hero Say, who was having a few issues on the formation lap. And
One
Hero
of the brothers.
P3 in Wilton Mill Kart Club recently when you were there, Keol, down at that part of the race. And also for him, P3 at PFI Winter Warmer. So knows how to get on the podium. But here we are going racing.
It is a front row for Fusion Motorsport then as they lead in. But there you go. That will be your pole sitter that leads up into the bank through the Bruni Ferrari S's they will go. There is plenty of changing for positions around the bank, further back the grid, but there is your pole sitter Alfie Davidson for Fusion Motorsport heading over the bridge, and he runs very wide, but down he goes into hairpin 1. There you go then. Who is that behind?
And a dive up the inside from your P2 man. I do believe that was Harry Chapman. He's trying to get right in on the action straight away here. We've seen a bit of polite racing in the first few laps, but nothing doing of the same thing here. I think pretty much that is the privateer driver. Harry Chapman looks like he's up into P1, getting ahead of the Fusion Motorsport team and saying, hey guys, I want to be up there. But who is up in the lead? That is Ilias Sammy back
Sammy
into
goes
P1. What a great first lap.
Down from 5th onto that first position of the grid. Down to sector 3 they go. Ilias Sammy, I mean, what a phenomenal start it would have been for him then as he leads. There you go. Down through the start finish straight. They will go. Ilias Sammy, that Danny Curl Academy car, leads into turn 1. Ilias Sammy did actually win in round 1 of the IAMA Euro Series, so he has been coming off a very strong year. There you go, as the front four bunch up and they are side by side down through the bank. Over the bridge they will go. Who is going to come back out first then? There you go, it's Ilias Sammy leads to that Fusion Motorsport kart and that car number 32 then. Harry Chapman down now into
And Mason Hibbert looks like up into P2. We've seen the Hibbert brothers as the younger brother, of course, racing in the other categories. And some great experience throughout this grid. You get Chester Fawkes, the English champion in 2025. And you, of course, mentioning lots of experience in the Euro Series at IAME at the moment. So great to hear that and see that on display here at the Club Championship at Trent Valley in Lincolnshire, as we then kind of had the sort of first few skirmishes on that opening couple of laps and now settling into the bit of a running order. But will they want to keep that the same for too long? Let's come on to our next lap then. And your top 10 is Ilias Sammy, Mason Hibbert, Harry Chapman, Alfie Davison, Dimitar Uzanov, Chester Fawkes down into P6. And we've got Kovacic in P7, Ethan Owen, Harry Favell, Travis Giddings is in P10. Is it going to stay that way? Probably not. There
you go then, Mason Hibbert right on the back of Ilias Sammy then as they approach that hairpin 1. Oh, but there's going to be a move down the inside from that Fusion kart of Alfie Davidson, who is currently your fastest man on track for that 3rd position. Up he goes. It is the top 6 pretty bunched up. Obviously, this is a very experienced grid who are all pretty competitive so far. Oh, bit of a wheel bang then.
Do you know what happened? It looks like someone was a bit slow to get off the corner there, and there was a bit of that Constantina effect where everyone was sort of like, okay, I thought you were racing at full speed, but it didn't look like that was the case. Ilias Sammy then in P1, leading Mason Hibbert and Alfie Davison, and hopefully would want to be thinking, let's work together to break away in maybe a top 3 pack. You can kind of see a tiny gap developing between Harry Chapman and Chester Fawkes and Dimitar Uzanov into P6.
Did we see Mason Hibbert there taking a quick look for the race lead?
It looked like he was having a look up the inside.
We possibly did notice those 2 Fusion karts out in front. Ilias Sammy obviously dropped back, yes, down into 3rd. Oh, but no, he regains that position now,
P2.
2nd as he goes over the bridge. That is Mason Hibbert that now leads the race, but it is the other Fusion car of Alfie Davidson who tried to take it, as he gets the bumps into Ilias Sammy down into hairpin 1, and he gets the move done. Now 2nd, it is now 1-2 for the Fusion carts. Ilias Sammy has to go ever so defensive then, down in hairpin 2. Oh,
not happy. We don't have a happy driver there.
No, we have some flying of the hands from further down the pack. But that is going to be Hibbert, Davidson, Fawkes, Chapman, and Dimitar Uzanov now, who round out your top 5 so far.
And that was Ilias Sammy, not very happy because he's gone from the lead down to P7. Unfortunately, just how quickly your fortunes can change in a race is quite remarkable. But now, as we come on to this lap, it is a 1-2, as you said, for Fusion Motorsport. We have Mason Hibbert and Alfie Davison and Chester Fawkes with that E-plate on the back, trying to use the prestige to good effect as we come up to the bowl section. P3 and 4 sort of breakaway. A bit of a contact there in the background between Dimitar Uzanov and Kovacic's racing incident, it seems, trying to find their bearings as they find their racing lines coming up into that part. And here we go then. We've got these 2 groups forming. A move up the inside from Alfie Davison on Mason Hibbert. Lovely.
I mean, is that questionable in the team? We've got a move for the team, a move down from the teammate of that Alfie Davidson. He is the fastest car on track, so obviously for him it would have made sense. However, the 2 teammates, you've got 3 minutes to go, and they are now going to be closed in ever so slightly. Yep, as you can see, Chester Fawkes, the DK Academy car, driver who is closing in now on those front 2 drivers. That is going to be a questionable move. But now are we going to see the teammates work together for the last 3 minutes of this race before they can battle it out? Otherwise, there is going to be plenty of drivers who come into play. There you go then, the Fusion Motorsport 1-2, and that is now Chester Forks right on the back of them as they head into the Bruno Ferrari S's and up towards the bank. Chester Forks, he's got about a 3/10 gap, so he's got a bit of a gap.
Close,
exactly,
very close
but
indeed.
can be closing that in very quickly, just in the matter of a few corners, which he has done. Here you go then, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, bumper to bumper as they head down into hairpin 1. Is there going to be any change for position? Oh my gosh, the teammate does it.
Ooh.
He takes a look, he goes in, he tries, but he doesn't get it done. Oh my, that was Mason Hibbert then. Went for the move, but he didn't get it done.
But look, there's a move at the inside.
Chester Forks. That then promotes Chester Forks up into that second position. See, those teammates not working together has then cost them that 1-2, which now has brought in all 5 drivers into contention. Ilyas Sami back up into 5th.
And we were saying this earlier with the Coles Racing guys and other categories
Yeah.
working together. It really
Perfect
helped.
example.
Fusion Motorsport guys here, unfortunately, not working out very well with 1 minute and 40 and 1 lap to go. As you see, Alfie Davison probably loving a little bit of what was happening in the last lap there, but very aware that Chester Forks is making his way up in this race. Is Chester Forks having a look round the outside into the bowl section of PFI?
Like
is he going to do the switchback? He's gone
gonna
right
do the
round the outside. Does he retain a place onto Litchfield Bridge?
Oh my
what
gosh,
a
does
move by Chester Forks. That is the move of the weekend so far, Kiel. How impressive was that?
Absolutely, that was phenomenal. You see, the Fusion car, they're running a bit wide. I mean, what a move. Now, see, we've got defensive lines at the back there. Is Chester Forks' teammate Ilyas Sami going to make it through during that? No, but that is Harry Chapman, I think, getting past all of them. No, we're going very defensive now from the 2 Fusion Motorsport carts. Chester Forks, what a phenomenal move then for the race lead. Straight round the outside at the bowl, and it pays off as he is now pulling a bit of a gap as those Fusion Motorsport drivers now battle. Look at this.
My goodness.
Wow,
That
is
was
some,
on the edge,
Yeah.
I would think.
I was more than
but
defensive
it was
then.
very fair, very hard racing between those drivers you saw in your picture there. And look at how the dynamic of this race has completely changed. Ilyas Sami was in P7, he's now back to P3,
Yeah.
he was in P1, and it's all ebbing and flowing. But we now have Chester Forks right in
And
the
he's got a
mix and
second
P1.
gap.
And he built a second, which is so impressive. Down with Harry Chapman in P4, a privateer driver, really trying to, well, find his way through this grid and fight up like Chester Forks has just done, and seeing that, you know, if it's possible for Chester Forks to do it, I can do it as well. Coming into
Ooh, move down
hairpin
the
1 there.
inside.
So nice down the inside. Yeah, lovely spot there. I believe that was Harry... No, that was Dimitar Uznov or Alfie Davison, I think, one of them drivers coming up the inside. You're seeing on your screen here Mason Hibbert and Ilyas Sami as they come through that second hairpin. Now coming towards the Mike Wilson complex, and Chester Forks has got a nice bit of gap to play with here, with about 6/10 and maybe a little bit bigger as we come across the start-finish line for the end of the first sector. Mason Hibbert is probably quite a happy bunny, but Alfie Davison not so much with their Fusion Motorsport teammates.
Well, here we go then. We are on to the last lap of the race. Chester Forks leads with, they have reined him in ever so slightly. Ilyas Sami, he is not going to sit there for long in that 3rd place. Mason Hibbert is going to be hunted down now as we are on to the final lap. Ilyas Sami doesn't quite go in just yet as they go around the bowl. He slots back into that 3rd position. Over the bridge they will go then, and down towards hairpin 1. That is Forks, Hibbert and Sami. Just behind then in your top 5, that will be Davidson and Chapman, who are now closing that gap. Oh, Mason Hibbert takes a slight look, but not just yet. Now it's going to be bumper to bumper then into hairpin 2 for your 3 leaders. Yes, it is, but no change for them just yet either then as they head to approach sector 3. Are we going to see anything then while they go into the Litchfield S? No, not just yet. That is Chester Forks that still leads. He's got a considerable gap so far. Ilyas Sami, the teammate, just behind. He will be hoping to
It's
make
getting
a last...
closer though. He looks like he might send it here, but he's going to try his best.
I mean, Hibbert is no stranger to this class. He's no stranger to racing these drivers. Are we going to see a move? But no, that is going to be a phenomenal drive. He tries to give it a go, but no, that is Chester Forks that will take the lead. I mean, the move for the lead was around the outside at the bowl. What a brilliant job from Chester Forks. That was very deserving from the DK Academy driver.
Great race.
Mason Hibbert then, I mean, phenomenal drive from him also, battling out with his teammate, managing to come out better. But Ilyas Sami then, Chester Falk's teammate, just behind. Alfie Davidson and Harry Chapman, like you said, the privateer, just running out that top 5. Looking a bit further down, you've got Evan Owen, the driver who started in 9th, made his way up to about 7th. I think they were having a few problems with the kart yesterday. So making it work, he's coming up the grid. And then you've also got Hero Teese, again, one of the brothers that we saw at the beginning. Unfortunately, was it a DNF or just...
He had some issues at the start, but his brother up 8 places into P9 in that race. So, you know, odd as even and trading good fortune for another between the family, and unfortunately can't have it your way every time. But what was so interesting about that race there, I mean, a great overtake from Chester Falk. I mean, that was just insane. Finding
overtake
the grip
of the day so
in
far.
the bowl, definitely overtake of the day for sure. But the Fusion Motorsport guys will be wanting to have a bit of a, just maybe a bit of a chat of a race strategy, but also hard fair racing out there. All right, well, one race to another. It is non-stop action here at PFI. Let's get into our next class. Okay, well, that was a bit fuel-filled, wasn't it, that race? Definitely one of the races of the day. But here we are then into Senior Rotax Heat 2 for this part of the schedule. Rolling for our heats here, we sort of started around about 9:30, 9:40 today. It's Jake Peach here in the commentary box alongside Keol Lynch, and we've sort of been across some of the karting season so far. We've been obviously here today, the Club Championship at TVKC. We've also been up in Sunderland at Warden Law for the Kart Championship for 2026. You've been at Wilton Milk Car Club. It's all sort of getting into shape a bit, isn't it, at the moment with these classes?
I mean, I was at Wilton Mill over with Henry Baudet, of course, a few weeks ago for the round 1 of the Wilton Mill Kart Club Championships, and now it is the season opener for the Trent Valley Kart Club. So it is a good start for all these drivers, but there is going to be no grid on the thing, so let's have a look. It will be the Dan Holland racing car of Lloyd Hare on pole position, joined by Joshua Turnbull on the front grid. Then it is Jared Fox-Whiteley and Jamie Pirelli again on the second row. Ollie Goodyear and Brandon Truman on the third row, and James Tester and George Holbrook round out your top 8. Adam Goodwin and Jacob Grun, then there you can see your grids again. There is your top 8. Then the top 10 will be Adam Wooden and Jacob Grun.
Yeah, to then P11 we've got Bailey Walters, you can see on your screen, Arthur Brownlees, Priam Lilang and Bailey Heath, Mikey Walker and James King is P16 with Callum Sims, Austin Johnson, Ruben Mainlock, Matthew So and Willow McIver, Max Sheldon Hayward, Harvey Quick and Noah Gravel in P24. Love that name.
All right, then towards the back of the grid, you will have Sean Berry, Isaac Ward, Charlie Dominicos, Leela Scratchard, Benjamin Gordon, Rocco Valentino, Drew Preisner and Owen Rathbone.
And that is how your 32 runners are looking then, and you can see the steward there just on the start-finish straight, making sure they're coming round all in the right order, and as they should be. Here, I went into a bit of more senior Rotax action then, which I feel like is just going to be as well, thrill-filled as we did have in the last race. Appointing, making sure they're all in formation in the tram lines. Are we going racing? Yes, we are, for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And a bit of a posturing at the start is who's going to take that lead into the first corner up into the bowl. It
That's
looks
the Coles
like
Racing
the Coles
car.
Racing.
Joshua Turnbull straight then up into the race lead. Round the bowl he goes, and he still holds on to that lead. That was a brilliant start around the outside then.
Great move
for that Coles car. Down into hairpin 1 they go, but straight away your pole station. Defensive already. We've got 7 minutes to go, and defensive at the first few corners. We've got some wheel banging then for that 5th position down the back. But that then gives you the Coles cart a bit of a gap then, followed by your pole setter, who was Lloyd Hare in that.
I think that was a bit of an incident there. We saw some just smoke of the tyres coming together there, and we just saw that was, I believe, one of the drivers climbing out. 72, that was.
Sorry, Jacob,
Rocco Valentino, but at the front, it's all happening as well.
It is, it's all happening at once. There is your race leader, the DHR cart then, straight back into the lead, wasting no time. I mean, we saw defensive lines in the initial few corners, but here we go then, into the Bruno Ferrari S's for the first time. Joshua Turnbull leads, Lloyd Hare, Jamie Pirelli, Brandon Truman, and James Tester. James Tester didn't have a brilliant weekend. Obviously, he is a reigning club champion here at PFI, but last weekend didn't manage to have a great run, to be fair. He had qualifying, didn't go too well for him, and he had to make his way back up in the heats. Obviously, now running in 5th, obviously setting himself in a better position for this racing. Oh, there we go, side by side into the first hairpin for those drivers towards the back.
And James Tester is the 2025 champion of senior Rotax, so we'll want to be higher than where he is now for P5. I feel like we've come out in Heat 2 kill, and they've not left anything in the paddock.
Look at this side by side,
going for
bit further down, that was a Jack's kart taking a look, but doesn't quite do it. He slots back in at the back.
Doesn't quite make it, but some nice trading of positions up the top of the field in the mid-pack as well. Lloyd Hare has retained his P1 position after you said went back in front of Joshua Turnbull, and then it's Brandon Truman with the fastest lap of the race onto the podium in P3 at the moment. Jamie Perilli, James Tester, Ollie Goodyear, Adam Wooden and Jared Fox-Whiteley, George Holbrook and Mikey Walker is your top 10 right now as they're coming over the Litchfield Bridge. Lloyd Hare, is he have to go defensive, or will Joshua Turnbull behave and they'll work together? Here back towards, looks like P6, P7. Who's that going around the outside there, trying to make the most? I think that might have been Jared Fox-Whiteley trying to go around the outside.
And that Cole's kart of Joshua Turnbull is going to get the move done. Sorry, Jake, but there you go. At the front, wasting no time.
It's okay, it's all happening at once.
Absolutely. There you go, Joshua Turnbull back into the race lead. That leaves Lloyd Hare then with Brandon Truman, the fastest car on track, right on his back bumper then as they go round the final sector. Here are some drivers further towards the back, heading round. Ooh, it is single file so far for all drivers heading around that final sector. Right, here you go then, another lap complete. That is Joshua Turnbull that now leads the Coles kart. Lloyd Hare, Brandon Truman and Jamie Perilli now, a familiar face from UKC and the British. Of course, Lloyd Hare was your Trent Valley Kart Club champion in 2023 in junior, I believe. And now, obviously, he's made the step up. He's doing well. He qualified second at the Winter Warmer a couple of months ago.
Sorry, move up the inside. I didn't want to miss that there. I just wanted to catch it. Brandon Truman up into P2, and I bet Brandon Truman didn't expect to be near his teammate Lloyd Hare for Dan Holland Racing at this part of the race. But now they're having a bit of a battle at the moment. But yes, lots of pedigree across the field.
Well, exactly that. Both drivers who've done well. Lloyd Hare, obviously champion. He knows this championship very well, but Brandon Truman is coming off the back of a win here, so both drivers will be absolutely gunning for it then together. Are they going to work together to catch your leader, Joshua Turnbull?
You would like to think so, wouldn't you? Because Josh Turnbull now, as you come across the line, will confirm the gap, and it looks a pretty steady half a second or so, and yes, exactly half a second with second and third Truman teammates, Lloyd Hare as well, back to back, and I'm seeing some spots of rain again on our cameras. Is that going to put things in the mix? We're seeing the slippery flags out, slippery service flags out here, the striped orange and yellow and
Is
flags.
this going to affect Joshua Turnbull's lead? There you go, he leads. He is the first one to experience the conditions, but not just yet. He manages to keep it smooth. However, though, was possibly playing it. Exactly, was possibly playing it ever so slightly safe as Brandon Truman and Lloyd Hare, the two DHR karts, are now right on his back bumper. There you go then. It is Turnbull, Truman and Lloyd Hare lead very close together. We are seeing the two DHR karts work together, which is refreshing after the race we just had. After the Waterford race, which was absolutely, well, brilliant racing, but maybe quite bold moves for the first heat of the day.
See the confirmation. The drivers will be well aware then, coming particularly into this first sector of PFI, going up to this bowl. You need all the grip you want up this inside. You can see spots on your screen right now as Joshua Turnbull has just got to keep it pointing in the right direction. Was that a move up the inside there from Lloyd Hare? He's up into P2, so is he favouring the changeable conditions over his teammate of Brandon Truman? Now you've got the confirmation on your screen, the left-hand side of our running order. Brandon Truman was up into P2. Is it switched again? No, Lloyd Hare is in P2. Brandon Truman in P3. Joshua Turnbull not enjoying the same kind of gap he was having as he's trying to find his way at the front. And of course everyone, when you're at the front, you're trying to copy that guy.
I mean, and that switch did pay off for Lloyd Hare and Brandon Truman, as now they are right on the back of that leader, Joshua Turnbull. There was 2 tenths between them, however. I think there is going to be less as they head around the final sector now. This is also bringing your man in P4, though, Jamie Perilli, into play. Jamie Perilli obviously favouring these conditions. You see more rainfall. Oh, now that is Lloyd Hare right on the back of that kart 319. Yep, round the ball they go.
Was really right on the back of Josh Turnbull coming down the start-finish straight, and looks like the track is drying and not drying and getting more wet as we go throughout all of the different conditions and mild downpours that we have a very sort of variable weather system here in this PFI area up in Lincolnshire. How's it going to play out for the next minute and a half or so, plus one lap of this second heat of senior Rotax? Joshua Turnbull looks like he has kind of maybe got hold of these conditions a bit more now. Looks a little bit more comfortable. It's changing all the time and having to adapt to all of these change of conditions, change of if the teammate behind is going to be, or the competitor's going to be a bit more racy in these conditions, have to judging all of that. Are they going to work together to peel away from now P4 and 5 are Jamie Perilli and James Tester, who are coming into the mix as well.
There you go then, another lap complete, and we have James Tester and Jamie Perilli then, who are getting pretty close. If these three start battling, you've got a minute plus a lap to go. And these two drivers obviously not shy of being at the front. James Tester, the reigning PFI club champion, who is having a better weekend than he did last, is going to be eager. Oh, and your leader then in the Coles Kart goes defensive. But is that DH go-kart trying to go around the outside? Doesn't quite get the move done, but that is Lloyd Hare right there then. Obviously feeling the confidence is these conditions, and he slips it straight down the inside.
For the lead, Lloyd Hare up into the lead, kind of apologises slightly for Joshua Turnbull, but
and the other DH go-kart, Brandon Truman, follows him straight through. That was great work then from the teammates. That will now be Lloyd Hare, Brandon Truman, who did just set the fastest lap, and Joshua Turnbull. Oh, but like we said, exactly that, Jake. Jamie Perilli and James Tester are now into play. Here we go then. It looks like it could be a 5-car battle then
and
for these podium positions. Exactly that. And however, you've got the two teammates out in front. Another lap complete. This is going to be the penultimate lap. Two teammates out in front. You would think this gives them the advantage.
On defensive.
Ooh, they push each other round then the bowl, and then you've got Jamie Perilli and James Tester just latching onto the back. Here you go then, over the bridge they will go and down towards hairpin 1.
So you'd like to think that Dan Holland Racing are rubbing their hands together on the start-finish straight, on the viewing gantries here at PFI, but they might have their head in their hands at the moment slightly as to how this is going to play out towards the second heat. They're looking at each other, the teammates working together. Can they work together to stave off the charge? No, though, because Joshua Turnbull is up the inside into P2 for the Coles Racing team. So it's Coles Racing versus Dan Holland Racing at the moment as we come into this Mike Wilson complex, and it's all change all of the time, and now the Dan Holland Racing guys are split 1 and 3. Although Lloyd Hare, we're seeing a 5-second penalty. The leader just got a 5-second penalty. He might not know it yet. He'll see it as he come across the line. He'll see on the board above him. Does he take that into consideration? Yes, he points to the penalty and he knows that maybe he now wants to work with his teammate Brandon Truman to give him the race victory and impact Joshua Turnbull. How's it all going to play out?
Is Lloyd Hare still going to want to win on track? Possibly. Here we go then. Final lap. Lloyd Hare, your man, with unfortunately a 5-second penalty, so will not be the official leader, but leads into hairpin 1 then. Is he going to let that Joshua Turnbull in front? Hopefully not then.
You'd feel that Joshua Turnbull kind of knows, wants the whole position.
Well, exactly. So, but sends it down the inside anyway.
As I say that.
Not listening to you then, is he, Jake? Here you go then, approaching sector 3. Is Lloyd Hare maybe going to help his teammate? Brandon Truman is still your fastest man on track, but he's got now this last sector to just make his way into that first position. They are very close, but is he going to get the move done? Possibly not then. It will be. Well, we will see. Can't call it too early. However, Joshua Turnbull is looking strong. He was strong all waist, and there you go. It will be a win for Joshua Turnbull in the Coles Kart. Lloyd Hare, I mean, phenomenal drive from Lloyd Hare. However, the penalty does set him back. Not too sure where that sets him back so far, but it will be behind his teammate Brandon Truman and Jamie Perilli and James Tester too. Also, all of them promoted up. Mikey Walker did a brilliant job actually to come through the grid that race. Where did Mikey Walker start? Mikey Walker started down in 15.
So great
That was a brilliant job. Obviously, Mikey Walker, Jake, is a driver who is popular at Kartmasters. Usually has a big fan club in the live chat. So let us know if you were watching Mikey Walker today, who has, well, luck's been on his side, and he's managed to climb his way up through the grid, finishing in 6th. Not a bad place to finish.
And I think took advantage of those conditions there.
Yeah,
because some drivers really came into their own, and others were kind of just feeling their way through around a certain section, particularly to the bowl here. I mean, pardon the pun, don't want the bowl to fill up with the rain, because that is treacherous stuff out there, particularly into that end of the race. But here we are onto our next class. Let's go.
All right then, back to our X30s we go. It is Junior X30 up next. And look at that, the sun looks like it is out, Jake, on the track.
It's
right
gorgeous.
now.
Well, I say it's gorgeous. It changes all the time. It's a
I don't
lovely
think
track.
we'd be saying that if we were out there.
No, this is true, because as much as it looks easy to be driving around this track, they're using every single muscle and inch of their body to try and manipulate their way around PFI.
And you can see, of course, our orange army out there looking pretty cold. It is all hats and gloves then for everyone. So, of course, cold conditions still. However, it's dried up. No more rain on the forecast just yet. So
and one thing to spot here, in our Army Water Swifter Interclass, your 2025 champion here for PFI Club Championship was Enzo Batarazzi, and is in P35 as a privateer at the back. So has gone up in the classes and is now looking to make that jump to see how that will all play out. So into Junior X30, and I'm sure as competitive as the previous race that we had. So onto this next one, seeing how it will all unfold. And it's been, I don't think it's been fabulous racing so far. I mean, we waxed lyrical about that move from, of course, from the E-plate around the outside in the other classes. But here we go then into the grids for this class of the X30 Heat 1, and take us through it, Kiel.
Right then, Aaron Richardson will be your pole sitter, joined by Freddie Wood on the front row of the grid, George Edgar, of course, and Katie Donaldson, who's done well on the second row. Alfie Brown and Jake Flewitt in that top 6, and Jacob Batchelor, Adam Bourne are next. Inside your top 10 then will be Harry Myers and Henry Clark.
Yeah, and on to P11, Zach Shampney, Sam Mott, Sukumani Akira, Millen Tomlinson, Jacob Marples, and Max Mason's P16.
I mean, Submani Kira, a driver who quickly, she is doing incredibly well. She came second with no testing over in the IAMA Euro Series,
wow,
so she will be one to watch.
Finley Hines, Finley Allen, two Finleys alongside each other. Nathaniel Hodges, Simeon Stone, Max Say, another of the Say family, Alex Riley, Ryan Mater, and Izzy Wykes is P24.
Right then, at the back of this grid will be Charlie Blenkinsop, Archie Lee Bullock, Jacob Nair, Jack Wish, Ayrton Lima Evans, Ollie Brunt, Katie Clark, and Harley Musk.
Yes, and night measures George Clark and that 2025 champion of the Inter Water Swift, Enzo Batarazzi. Can he find his way up this grid? And let's see what he's doing. Starting right at the back as a privateer, it would be quite the impressive feat if he got, even close to the top 10 in this very experienced field.
They're your Junior X30s, but let's talk about Katie Donaldson. Katie Donaldson, she did a really good job in the heats last weekend with us over in the Challenge Cup. However, in the final then, she ended up with a penalty down in 16th. So it's good to see her then on the second row of the grid. They're in 4th.
And Katie want to be following in the footsteps of the 2025 champion, Maisie Creed, who became the first female champion of Trent Valley Kart Club in its history. So Katie want to be following Maisie's footsteps. Let's see how that gets on for the start of the race then.
Well, here we go then. It is a Fusion front row for the race, and it is going to, here we go then, as they lead your Fusion karts into the Bruno Ferrari S's, they will go. It will be Aaron Richardson, Freddie Wood, George Edgar, and Katie Donaldson. And your Fusion kart still leads then. Over the bridge they go. And let's see as they come out towards hairpin 1 what it is looking like. There we go. Is that Freddie Wood down ever so slightly? Yes. Freddie Wood down.
And it looks like George Edgar got into P2.
I mean, we know George Edgar was second here last weekend and second over at Wilton. The weekend before. George Edgar, obviously a very fast driver, very familiar to this class. Also is Aaron Richardson, so it is going to be a familiar fight out at the front then for your Fusion karts. That is Freddie Wood then, ever so slightly, dropped down ever so slightly, but is that then George Edgar to take the lead already?
In the race lead, just like that, and looking to go defensive, but that is not what Aaron Richardson wants for Fusion Motorsport. Wants to retain that lead and says, hang on, I'm going to get control of this because you're coming through like you don't really care about P1. Oh wait, yeah, you do care about it. I'm going to do something about that and I'm going to stay out in front. See all our drivers peeling through then into the final couple of turns, and we come across the start-finish line into the bowl then for the first official. Getting very sideways was Aaron Richardson, trying to eke out a bit of a lead there, but needs to be so careful that he doesn't just give time away to George Edgar, who can get on the back into hairpin 1 again and try and retain and be in the mix with the lead.
Who's that the Jade Cart down the inside? Yes, that is the J-Cot straight down the inside then at hairpin 1, further down the grid. We have some grassroots also. And some spinners.
Some spinners round. That is your number 16 of Millen Tomlinson for the Jade Racing team. So we're looking to get back up to speed as soon as possible there. But you're seeing on your screen there, George Edgar on the other side of the track, along with Aaron Richardson out in the top two, broken away a little bit from Alfie Brown and Jacob Backler in P4. Freddie Wood, of course, won't be too happy down from P2 to where he is now in P5.
Sukmani Kira, a driver who we said to watch out for, is already up into 5th. How many positions is that gain then? That will be 9 positions gained for Sukmani Kira then.
Lots of curb being used and runoff.
Oh, there you go then. Your leader runs wide. Is that
shape.
George Egger back down the inside? No, not quite, as he slots back into that second. However, your top 3 now are ever so close. Is the rain coming down? I think it is. We can see the rain on the commentary box. Ooh, that is the J-Kart in 4th, running ever so slightly wide.
We've got a yellow flag.
Oh, we have a move down the inside from Sukmani Kira, that is, down into hairpin 1. And Alfie Brown then, your man in 3rd, is your fastest man on track right now.
We had a brief yellow flag there, I think, for one of the spinners, but we are back to green racing. And I say green racing, the track probably feeling very green right now because of the spots of rain that keep going down. We're seeing the slippery flags coming out again, your orange, yellow and red stripe flags, which warn the drivers to take extra precaution. The conditions aren't as you would seem out there. You see on our screens right now, they've got the electronic boards that change live as well, and also seeing our marshals doing, let's say for the first time this weekend, marshals doing a fantastic job keeping our drivers safe through these changeable conditions.
I mean, there you go then. Through the Bruno Ferrari S's, you see your leaders go. These are seeded karts, number 2 and 3. Of course, then, sideways action from most drivers then further down the grid as well. Fastest lap set by Enzo Butteratti, who you were talking about, who has just stepped up, started at the back of the grid. It is going well for him, but here we go then, at the front, it is Aaron Richardson, George Egger. Oh, that was a nice move, up the inside. But no, that is Sukmani Kira going to say, nope, you're not having it, as she takes the switch back as she goes up into hairpin 2. That is that car number 177 then. That's Katie Donaldson and Sukmani Kira battling it out together. Katie Donaldson didn't have the best start. She dropped back ever so slightly on the start, but is making her way back up. Another driver who didn't have a great start was Freddie Wood, who is now running down in 8th. But Max Mason, phenomenal start. And let's not miss, Night measured up 22 positions so far.
Well, how did that
Night
happen?
measures. We completely missed that.
I think special measures have been enacted there, because all the way up to P10, there's a very impressive display right now. We've seen the fastest lap go from Enzo to George.
Yeah, George Egger there, right
P2.
down in 2nd. Gaining on that driver in front, of course. Now just set the fastest lap.
Is it going to be a move, though?
Is he going to take the look? There you go. He's going to be side by side, then down into hairpin 1. And George Egger, both running very wide, is going to get the move done. Does that bring Alfie Brown into contention? Yes, ever so slightly. Not going to get that second place just yet. But that was Aaron Richardson who missed out there then on the lead. There you go, George Egger. Obviously, George Egger did race here and Aaron Richardson in these conditions last weekend, and George Egger is familiar with these conditions. Both drivers, of course, familiar with each other, the conditions and the track.
And Alfie Brown
then, right on the back of him.
All over the back of Aaron Richardson, who has been under the cosh a little bit in the last couple of races. Everyone using probably as much curb and runoff as they like there onto the start-finish straight. We have 2 minutes and 45 seconds plus 1 lap on the clock coming into the bowl section. Is there a dive up the inside there for Alfie Brown? No, it doesn't look like there's anything doing there to come onto the Litchfield Bridge then, and won't want to be using too much exit curb as they are using a little bit as they can.
Then.
Katie Donaldson, no, yes, doing great in P5. And did she go up the inside into P4? She did. Absolutely well spotted there, Kiel. Then up into P4, and hopefully wants to bring Sukmani Kira with her as well.
Exactly that. We are watching the battle then for P4. This is Katie Donaldson and Jacob Batchelor, I believe, now in there behind her. Katie Donaldson is doing a great job then to make her way back up. That was another J-Kart then running very wide on the exit of that turn, but it's going to make their way back onto track just fine. George Egger then has a gap right now of 3 tenths of a second. Are we going to see when they come over the line what it is now? There you go, front 3, all with their heads down. Aaron Richardson sets the fastest lap, just 4 tenths behind George Egger, but that can change very quickly in these conditions. Round the bowl they go then. George Egger leads. Aaron Richardson, Alfie Brown and Katie Donaldson now into 4th. However, that slight gap from Katie Donaldson. Here we go then, out over the bridge, and they are heading towards hairpin 1. These 3 obviously very familiar with each other also. Are we going to see them working together then for the next few minutes of this race before the final lap approaches? We will see. There you go, further back. This is also Katie Donaldson doing a phenomenal job. who is still up there in 4th. Jacob Batchelor hanging on right behind her. These two are obviously going to be working together, trying to catch up to those karts just in front. But here you go, your top 3 approach the final sector. Around they go, bumper to bumper so far. Going to be playing it nice. We still have a minute plus a lap to go then. George Edgar.
George Edgar want to be building as much of a gap as much as he can, because Katie Donaldson want to be joining her teammate Alfie Brown into P3, but P2 challenging, as you can see there on the timings, because Aaron Richardson is right on the bumper and looking to size and move up onto Litchfield Bridges. These top 3 of Edgar, Richardson and Brown vying for victory here in this latest heat of Junior X30, the first one of the day in Junior X30, coming then into the hairpin. Defensive move from George Edgar. Is that going to get a move around the outside? Tries it, Alfie Brown does, and a sweep up the inside. What a great move from Alfie Brown. Is he going to make it stick into the second hairpin? It's so close, but George Edgar stays firm. Round the outside though, completes the move. Alfie Brown, what an incredible overtake that was into P1, and has now left Aaron Richardson and George Edgar for dead, and it can change just like that.
I mean, phenomenal. Just like we saw over in Water Swift. Round the outside, couldn't quite make it stick. Stayed around the outside then on that straight, and he got the move done. Now put himself a slight gap. Now, the timer hits 0 as your carts go around again. This will be the final lap of the race. Perfect timing then for Alfie Brown, George Edgar and Aaron Richardson, who is still your fastest man on track. But there you go then. Aaron Brown leads with quite considerable gap so far. Up over the bridge then they will go down towards hairpin 1. They're all going to be scoping it out. This is the final lap, final opportunities. There you also see Katie Donaldson and Jacob Batchelor reining them in ever so slightly. If we see battles around these 2 hairpins, are they going to catch up? We will have a look.
They're losing, you can see, out the Litchfield Bridge, out
George
the
Edgar,
back.
is he going to go in? George Edgar tries, takes lots of that curb on the inside of hairpin 2, but doesn't quite get the move done. Now George Edgar has to go defensive then to Aaron Richardson, your fastest driver on track. That's seeded number 3 kart, but there you go. Alfie Brown still leads. George Edgar then just holding off that Aaron Richardson, and Katie Donaldson, Jacob Batchelor now getting closer, but it looks like they're not quite going to close in then as your front 3 head around the last sector for the final time. There was Katie Donaldson, Jacob Batchelor, but what a drive then from Aaron Brown. Another winning move we saw around the outside.
Incredible.
The move for the win. Just takes the win on George Edgar and Aaron Richardson. Katie Donaldson, phenomenal drive to get back up to where she got to, and Jacob Batchelor. Max Mason then, car number 71, did a great job to make his way up the grid, up 10 positions, along with Finley Hines, obviously came through together.
Yeah.
Marnie Kira did a good job. She made her way up the grid and then dropped it back ever so slightly, but go on, Jake.
Knight measures 22 places up. Oh my goodness, what a great performance from Knight there, and particularly for Enzo Butterazzi, was doing well up in the first part, but I think got caught up as he was trying to come through the field there, coming up to this new class, trying to get a feel for the action and how racing competitive it was.
That's a shame. It ended up as a DNF then for Enzo.
Yeah, so unfortunate to see that, but got some great support here on the live stream. I think lots of people were loving that move from Alfie Brown. Shot by May says, what a move. Richards Racing Man said, Alfie, nice move. Come on, Alfie, bring it home, says Dirk. Come on, Max. Wow, says Dirk about the Alfie Brown move as well in X30. Showing that X30 is the class to be.
I mean, of course, if you want to see more of these round the outside moves in the finals, then make sure to sign up to SlipStream so you can watch with us right there. But let's move swiftly on then to our next race.
All right, and then we're into our X30's first heat. We just had the juniors. Now we're on to the senior X30 here at PFI for the Trent Valley Kart Club Championship. Round 1 of the season here in Lincolnshire with changeable conditions, really mixing it amongst our drivers and teams. And I'm sure just as an equivalently competitive grid here for our X30 drivers, and keep your comments and live stream chats coming in, particularly when you see overtakes like we just had from Alfie Brown. Great performance from him. As remember, on SlipStream as well, you can watch our heats for free right now on the Alpha Live YouTube channel as you might be watching along, but also you can join us for our finals. If you subscribe to us and support our channel, you can watch our finals later on this afternoon. So senior X30 rather has got a very packed grid as well. Junior and senior really representing here both in the Rotax and X30 this weekend and right into the busy season.
I mean, what racing we've had so far,
It's
Jake.
been so good.
We have had some crazy moves around the outside. We will definitely need to have some replays and clips of them be done. But let's take a look at our Senior X30 grid then for their first heat of the day. Aaron Brown is your pole sitter with Lewis Bird in Premium Karting. Premium Karting won the Senior X30 with Freddie Lloyd here for the Club Championships. On the second row then is Sam Lewis and Scott Riley. Spencer Allen and Cameron Edmonds are next. CJ Bennett and Joey Brown are your top 8. Your top 10 then will conclude with Liam Karabalov and Max Ewell.
Yes, Alexander De Benedictis is P11, Ethan Woodward is P12, Theo Lestrange is 13th, Oliver Meek P14, followed by Monty Braithwaite and Bailey Brooker in P16. Alfie Gallagher, Luke Taylor, Daniel Ridgen, Katie Ashman, Oscar Cole, Dorian Malik, Reese Newburn and Alex Wiley is down to P24.
Towards the back of the grid then, James Harris, Sam Hooton, Aaron Lask, Alistair Cresswell, Hayden Eldridge, Charlie Phillip, Josh Jones and Noah Sales then rounds out your top 32. But Ethan Higgins, Badili Heath and Joey Castro are your top 35 and will round out your grid then for Senior X30 for what is their first heat of the day. It feels like they should have had their first heat.
Someone was just asking on the live stream, Freddie Farrell, when is X30 Senior?
Well, you have joined at the perfect
Ralph
time.
Smith Racing has gone now. Yes, it is. It is now, Freddie. But it's fair enough. You're excited to see maybe your friends and family. You know that maybe you're watching along here racing as part of the crew if you can't be here in Lincolnshire this weekend.
That is what these SlipStream events are doing. They're opening more opportunity for these club championships. One, to get the coverage they deserve because of the phenomenal racing. Obviously, you see drivers of very high calibers coming to do these events. And of course, your family then means your family and friends get to watch.
Brown, I noticed from last weekend when you were here for the Challenge Cup, made up 9 places in one of the races in the last weekend. So we'll hopefully be looking to do the same, going up from P8. And if he makes up 9 places, he'll be in the lead.
Well, you know, Aaron Brown then, another Brown on this grid. Aaron Brown did come P3 at the Winter Warmer, but okay, no time for that as we are underway then with our Senior X30 heat of the day.
Some drivers off onto the grass.
Your PF International kart leads, but we do have a bit of a messy start for the Senior X30s. It looks like everyone is slowly going to make their way through. Yeah, there you go, side by side then through the bridge at the back of the grid. There you go, that is your PF International kart of Aaron Brown that leads through with Lewis. Who is that in the that is a premium kart of Lewis Bird just behind. Then as they approach hairpin 2.
Aaron Brown in the lead though, holding off, I believe, Sam Lewis. So Sam Lewis has gone up a place and Lewis Bird down behind his teammate. We can't see on the screen at the moment, but there is another, I think, XL Motorsport. I think Lewis Bird didn't have the best of starts, if I'm reading that right here. That's your number 11 of Joey Brown, then right up into, we were talking about going 9 places up last weekend, he's up into P3 already, and we haven't even had 1 lap to go. So it is Aaron Brown, followed by Sam Lewis, Joey Brown, and Cameron Edmonds, Max Ewell, and CJ Bennett, followed by Ada Benedictus and Lewis Bird, Theo Lestrange and Ethan Woodward up to P10.
So that's actually Sam Lewis in the premium karting who made his way up there, that 1-2-4 into the second place, because your man who started on the front row, Lewis Bird, is actually down into 8th. Obviously an unlucky start
I think got caught on the grass.
But that is then someone else up into second. That is the Fusion Motorsport kart of Joey Brown then up into second. Obviously Aaron Brown, oh my gosh, yeah, look what we were just saying. Aaron Brown then, your leader, is the PF International driver, of course taking what was Gus Lawrence's seat. So obviously expecting a lot from Aaron Brown. He is seeded number 6, so he's going to be expecting a lot from himself after he didn't have the best end to last weekend at the Challenge Cup. He ended up at the back because of a penalty. But prior to that, he was 3rd here at the Winter Warmer. Here you go then, your bright green. Ooh.
Not what you want to be having there, an incident in the Mike Wilson complex. That's a 35 of Daniel Bridgen. We've got James Harris as well in, as obviously changing all the time in your crop promotion kart. A bit of an incident down in that part of the track. It looks like racing's carrying on.
Change for the lead. That was Joey Brown then. Yep, Joey Brown.
Joey Brown's in the lead. I called it.
Look at this. We're doing all of these good commentators' curses today, aren't we? Down at Eben 2 they go then. Joey Brown now promoted himself up into the lead. No, that's Aaron Brown. No, yes, Joey Brown.
There's Browns everywhere.
Now into second.
Which doesn't sound very good to say
around.
one by one, but you know what I mean. The Brown names, Joey Brown, Aaron Brown in P1 and P2. And, well, we might need to think about changing our pants after this race because it's very exciting already.
Well, this
Joey
is closing
Brown
a lot
in
of them
P1.
in now because look at this. We have the top 5 or 6 still very bunched up as they come across the line. Once again, then, and enter towards the Bruno Ferrari S's. That is a premium car down the inside at turn 1.
Sam Lewis.
Of who was your leader, Aaron Brown. That is Sam Lewis now promoting himself up into second. There you go. Gap to the leader then isn't very big as they go over the bridge. That is Aaron Brown now down into third, fending off Max Ewell, I believe that is. Yes, fending off Max Ewell, but that's not going to work out for him as Max Ewell is going to go in. Yes, he does. Max Ewell gets the move
Nice
done.
move.
Beautiful. Smooth move down into hairpin 2. They'll go then. Max Ewell now leads this pack. There you go, and Aaron Brown slots in right behind.
Went defensive there, and hairpin 2 didn't want Cameron Edmonds to come back up the inside, of course, and knows this track well, that is a strategy that would play out as you go through the sequence of corners. So Joey Brown is really showing why he was up there in the Challenge Cup last week at PFI. It's the same circuit, and really showing that he can lead out the front here in this Slipstream coverage brought to you by Alpha Live at PFI Internationals. We have 4 minutes left on the clock plus 1 lap, leading the way. It looks like they're going a bit more gingerly again though, as we've had another little downpour.
We can also, Jake, hear that wind through the cameras.
Really
Look at this,
up.
we can see a severe amount of rain now coming onto the commentary box. Oh, and that was your leader.
Yeah, Joey Brown right off.
Straight up the bank. Wow, over the curb and onto the grass. Obviously, the grass is a dangerous place to go when it's getting wet like these conditions.
Oh, no grip out
that
there
is
for
now
Sam
someone
Lewis,
very
but
wide
there
for
is on
Sam
the
Lewis.
exit, which means that Max Ewell was temporarily back into second.
Oh,
but now
and
keep up the inside.
again.
It's very, very wet then out there. This is probably the heaviest rain we've had all of today in these heats. And you're sideways there, trying to keep
Look
control
at
of the car.
this
The
conditions.
raindrops really heavy out there at the moment. This is going to be treacherous driving then for the next couple of laps. Max Ewell, and I think we are seeing, definitely seeing the slippery flags out there at the moment. I think it'll be obvious to the drivers,
I mean,
but this
look
has
at
become
this now.
a
There is a
completely different
serious
race.
downpour.
We've got an instant here. We've got the number 23
344 of the Birrell cart.
down
and
towards
then
the back now. Noah Sales is there. You can also see Alex Wiley involved in that one
That
as
is
well.
all, yeah.
Unfortunate, you don't want to see that, but the Marshalls doing some great jobs here, and of course the race at the moment feels slightly neutralised. They're coming through turn 1 here. There is absolutely no grip out there whatsoever with the wet weather coming down here in Lincolnshire. You've got a full course yellow, so now they're neutralising the race here. They've got the slow boards out. You'll see these slow boards maybe from previous seasons replacing the Battenberg flags, which would be the similar things. This essentially neutralises the race, which means they won't have a lot of heat in their tyres, but actually it's important to be going slower like this, so they've got control. So they have to follow one by one, no overtaking with the slow boards, and effectively becomes the race as it is in the positions they are, particularly with those carts in the hairpin. You don't want to be getting out of shape down into there.
Yes, bit of a hectic last lap there, so obviously race control made the decision to make it slow boards. Obviously there is a lot of carts then on the grass and off the track. I mean, that is very tricky conditions then as a driver who is on slicks, because you've got not even a couple of laps then to figure out the conditions. You've got about 2 corners then before
Look at our screens right now.
You've got 2 corners then before it downpours and the track is suddenly soaking wet, which obviously you saw everyone struggle with that in that last race. But this, as you can see now, tyre warming a considerable amount. This is going to be important when they get the race undergoing, because they're going to need as much heat as they can, as much grip on those slicks as they can get then.
Are they going to be able to get going here? Because the weather is playing havoc, and of course the Marshals doing the best they can. But for the next race of our junior Rotaxes in their third heat in the second group coming today, the junior Rotax paddock right now might be thinking they need to change tack here, because the weather is changing a lot, particularly between the senior Rotax. And that's we've got a red flag. Red flag then.
Yeah, I think that was probably a good call. I mean, look at these conditions. It's getting
very
even wetter now.
and of course they've gone out on slick tyres. There is
Exactly.
absolutely no grip. There's no groove in their kart tyres to give them the grip that they need. So as far as I understand, at the moment, where they were finishing there in the running order they currently have, because we've only got about a minute to go plus 1 lap, the race will finish under that classification. So up to that point, you had Joey Brown just about keeping it together at the front there for his Fusion Motorsport team. You had Sam Lewis.
Yeah, he got lucky. We saw him go straight up the bank then, being the first one.
Managed to hold it together.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Max Ewell then in P3, CJ Bennett and P4, and Lewis Bird is P5. Lewis Bird going down a little bit, but I think they'll be pretty happy to get through. Yeah, Max Ewell, great performance though.
It was a good performance from the Mick Barrett Racing driver of Max Ewell. He made his way up 7 positions into that third. I mean, obviously, maybe one driver who favours these conditions. Look at these conditions now. You can see out there how wet the track is.
Completely changed.
Exactly that. You can see the droplets on the camera. You can see how soaked the track is getting. So it was probably a good call to call that.
So in the Challenge Cup last weekend when you were here, dry conditions right throughout or changeable like this?
Well, in the Challenge Cup, it was dry all day until the finals, which is when what I was talking about earlier, which was the Senior Rotax final, ended up being the B finalists went out on wet, everyone else went out on slicks, and the B finalists ended up on the podium.
Right, okay, so that says
Just
everything because of the tyre difference.
Yep.
So that just shows you, of course, like when you're working with the wrong tools underneath of you, don't want to blame your tools all the time, but particularly tyres, very, very important that they want to get the right rubber onto the tarmac here around PFI, and very important to have this stoppage.
Exactly. However, saying that, a driver who did phenomenally well on the slicks in the wet was Freddie Lloyd, who was in that race, and he managed to... I think he came inside that top 10 still with those conditions, so he managed to do a good job. He isn't actually here this weekend, though. There we go then. Look, we can see how absolutely soaking wet the track is getting as those karts are going out on the track. But we're going to take a slight break then and a slight ad break while these tracks get recovered and the conditions get sussed out.
Have you ever watched a kart race and felt the excitement, the speed, the competition, the energy, and thought, I'd love to be part of that? Well, here's your chance. Our kart race meetings are powered not just by drivers and teams, but by an incredible group of volunteers who make every race day possible. Without them, the racing simply wouldn't happen. Whether you're a motorsport fan, a parent of a driver, someone looking for experience, or you just enjoy being part of a team, we'd love to have you join us. What can volunteers do? There's a role for everyone. Track marshals, right at the heart of the action, ensuring safety on circuit, grid and pit lane assistance, helping line up karts and keep the race meetings running smoothly, scrutineering support, assisting with safety checks, race control and administration, supporting timing, paperwork and organisation, event setup and pack down crew, the team that makes it all happen behind the scenes. No prior experience? No problem. We provide training, support and mentoring. All you need is enthusiasm and reliability. Why volunteer? Be part of the thrilling world of kart racing. Learn new skills and gain valuable experience. Meet like-minded people and make great friends. Get close to the action in a safe and structured environment. Support grassroots motorsport and young drivers chasing their dreams. Many top racing drivers started their journey in karting. Our volunteers are part of that story. What's the commitment? You can volunteer for a single event or become a regular member of our team. We run regular race meetings throughout the year, and every event needs dedicated people like you. Even a few days a year makes a huge difference. If you'd like to get involved with Trent Valley Kart Club, please speak to us today in the Race Control Office or contact us at claire@tvkc.co.uk. Come and be part of the team that makes race day possible. Because when the lights go out and the race begins, it's not just the drivers who make it happen, it's all of us. Thank you, and we hope to welcome you trackside soon. SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport. Have you ever watched a kart race and felt the excitement, the speed, the competition, the energy, and thought, I'd love to be part of that? Well, here's your chance. Our kart race meetings are powered not just by drivers and teams, but by an incredible group of volunteers who make every race day possible. Without them, the racing simply wouldn't happen. Whether you're a motorsport fan, a parent of a driver, someone looking for experience, or you just enjoy being part of a team, we'd love to have you join us. What can volunteers do? There's a role for everyone. Track marshals, right at the heart of the action, ensuring safety on circuit. Grid and pit lane assistance, helping line up carts and keep the race meetings running smoothly. Scrutineering support, assisting with safety checks. Race control and administration, supporting timing, paperwork and organisation. Event setup and pack down crew, the team that makes it all happen behind the scenes. No prior experience? No problem. We provide training, support and mentoring. All you need is enthusiasm and reliability. Why volunteer? Be part of the thrilling world of kart racing. Learn new skills and gain valuable experience. Meet like-minded people and make great friends. Get close to the action in a safe and structured environment. Support grassroots motorsport and young drivers chasing their dreams. Many top racing drivers started their journey in karting. Our volunteers are part of that story. What's the commitment? You can volunteer for a single event or become a regular member of our team. We run regular race meetings throughout the year and every event needs dedicated people like you. Even a few days a year makes a huge difference. If you'd like to get involved with Trent Valley Kart Club, please speak to us today in the Race Control Office or contact us at claire@tvkc.co.uk. Come and be part of the team that makes race day possible. Because when the lights go out and the race begins, it's not just the drivers who make it happen, it's all of us. Thank you, and we hope to welcome you trackside soon.
All right, here we are back then. Just a slight stoppage there with the changing weather conditions, which brought a red flag about a minute earlier to the close of proceedings there with the changing wet weather. As you can see on our screens, Jake Beach and Kiel Lynch here are bringing you live coverage on SlipStream, powered by Alpha Live for the first round of the Trent Valley Kart Club Championship. The next race will be on to Junior Rotax, and I think they might have to put on some different tyres, Kiel.
Well, I think it's going to be a very clear switch to wet tyre now. Obviously, we saw what happened when you were on slicks in the very quick change in congestion. Obviously, this was not a slow pour. We had two severe pours of rain, which have led to these track conditions, and it is still raining out there. So it is going to be a very clear switch to wet tyre now for the next race that we have coming up.
Yeah, and it will be Junior Rotax once again. Junior Rotax has been incredible to watch today, and loads of runners in Junior Rotax, but particularly loads of runners means lots of marshals as well. And you were seeing one of our films there that there's always an opportunity to come and help here at Trent Valley Kart Club. Go onto their website for more information of how to volunteer to be a marshal and make these things tick and these weekends happen for our young drivers. I think it's really important to say, Kiel, it's maybe a bit obvious for everyone in karting, but it's easy to forget sometimes, I think, that actually we are watching the stars of tomorrow. Like, all of these drivers could be in World Endurance, they could be in Formula 1, they could be in Formula E, they could be in another single-seater series, and we just don't realise it yet. But that's the sort of magical thing that we're able to do to bring this coverage here with SlipStream now and actually get introduced to these drivers a lot earlier, because seeing is believing, isn't it?
Well, exactly, and then you see some phenomenal pro drivers then who go and race in America and the States and stuff like that. So exactly that. You are seeing at club rounds like this and club championships really help, obviously, excel the new coming talent. And obviously then drivers decide when they get a bit older or they go to senior or kind of junior as well at the ages, they then decide if they want to make that transition into cars or they want to go pro with karting, which obviously you have a pretty 50-50 split if you take a look at the senior Rotax grid. Of course, plenty of drivers, which, considering the grids that we have at junior and senior Rotax, is pretty phenomenal, obviously because of the event going on at Wilton Mill, which is the Ultimo Kart Championships.
Yeah, and so different tournaments and different, obviously, things going on all the time. All of these events have their own prestige, and drivers might have been in this championship last season and want to mix it up a little bit, go to different tracks at different times of the year, maybe not to evade the weather, particularly, because they can't judge that, but they would maybe want to be avoiding the wet running, although a lot of our drivers maybe preferred the wet running, maybe feel like they come into their own, and you saw a lot of moves happening there in our previous Senior X30 race going along with that. So
and of course, it's important to remember these drivers are also these drivers are not just racing in these club championships. They are also racing over they'll be with me at the British, which starts next week at Warden with our Rotax classes, and they're with you, which you do commentary for the kart championships, don't you?
So we're going off to, here next, PFI. We're coming back to PFI International. It was great to be asked to come along for the club championship here, because it's a real nice feel for the track, and it's something Kart Masters I've seen a couple of times over the years, which is of course one of the most prestigious events in UK motorsport at the karting level, isn't it? And it's just been great to see that quality of racing stand up to the test of what people might expect from something like Kart Masters, and it's not disappointing today. Can we just talk about the move round the outside from Chester Forks in this section we're seeing here right now?
Absolutely.
The bowl section. It was an incredible move, because I don't think we had quite as much damp on the track at this point, not as much rain down at this point, but to find grip out here on the outside up onto the bridge. I mean, you've been coming here to PFI for a number of years, not out on the soap, but you've seen lots of different experiences of different classes. It's so hard to do.
Oh no, absolutely, and that Waterswift grid is filled with plenty of experienced drivers who are doing well in various championships, as are all grids, to be fair, that are out with us today. But phenomenal move. And we saw another move then in Senior X. Was it Senior X30 around the outside for the win?
Yeah, Senior X30.
Yes,
I believe it was Alfie Davidson, or
Joey Brown.
Joey Brown. So I'm getting mixed up with all the names.
Again.
But Joey Brown, we called it. We said in the Challenge Cup last weekend when you were here in this exact commentary box that we were going to possibly be seeing Joey Brown coming up the order. And I think he heard our commentary before he went out racing, because he definitely used it to good effect. And lots of people, I think, were noticing, particularly Alfie Brown's move earlier on, but also Joey's as well.
We have some love for Harry Holland in the chat saying good luck, and some more love for Lydia, and also Spencer Allen. Thank you from On Track Marketing.
Yeah, William Bennett Motorsport, we see you as well. Thank you for your support on the live chat on the Alpha Live YouTube stream at the moment, brought to you by SlipStream. And it says, William says, good call, time for wets. I think, yes, we can advocate for that certain position here. And of course, I think they need to allow a bit more time in the paddock going to the next class to make adjustments to the setups of those karts, and obviously to get the right tyres all fixed as well. And particularly we haven't seen it today, but many people will be aware of the sort of dummy grid area here at PFI. And you've been down there, I'm sure, a few times.
Yes,
what's it like pre-race? There's lots going on, isn't there?
Well, yeah, of course in these conditions, it's obviously teams considering. I mean, in these conditions, it's obvious that it is a wet tyre call. However, like the conditions we had before, where you're expecting a bit of downpour, it is kind of it depends. It is a multiple tyre call for most teams, and you tend to kind of look around you and see, if you're starting further up the grid, you see what's the safer option, what the people who you're fighting against at that sharp end of the grid are on. However, like I was saying, if you're at the back and you have nothing to lose, you might make that decision to go to wets if you're in challenging conditions. However, obviously, these conditions that we have right now, you can see on the circuit with our Orange Army with their hoods up, bless them, it will be absolutely a wet tyre call.
Doing the hard work out
let's
there.
mention, once again, if you want to watch the finals with us live from right here, make sure you become a member of Slipstream before all these second heats are over, so you can watch the finals right now. Otherwise, you have to wait a week, which we do not want to be doing.
No, you want to be getting the action on today. You might hear then and see on your pictures, we have our junior Rotax drivers then coming out onto the track.
Here
and
we go.
I'm pretty sure if I can see grooves in the tyres. Oh yeah, but we've got a spinner, even though there's wet tyres out there, from the number 318 as your runner in this particular race, Harriet Myatt Waldron, who has been part of the kart championship. Some people finding the extremities up onto the bowl, but we've been waiting a little bit for the action. Let's see how we're lining up then for this Junior Rotax Heat 3 today. Kiel, take us through the grids.
Absolutely. Well, it is time to get underway. Your pole sitter will be Alex Shepherd, coming out on the first really wet race of the day, obviously all wet tyres. Joining him on the front row is Benjamin Lawn. John Richardson and Noah Moulton are on the second row. Teddy Cooper and Fletcher Jameson are next. Stanley Stafford and Harvey Sargison are on your top 8. Then rounding out your top 10 will be George Fountain and Jackson Lane.
Yeah, Thomas Harper, Aaron Berridge, Harry Holland, Joshua Robinson, Shay Hilton and Harriet Myatt Waldron, who had that spin on the start-finish straight coming out, hopefully re-finds his place. Devin Taylor, Harry Harvey, Ethan Guest, Layla Bell, Liam Dooling, Lydia McGoughlin, Ollie Healy and Elliot Smith is P24.
Then towards the back of the grid is Lily Caton, Archie Tom and Evans, Odie Hole, Logan Hartshaw and Logan Howes. I mean, we saw the drive from Logan Howes straight through the grid in that last race. We wonder, is he going to be able to do the same thing in the wet tyres? We will see if these conditions favour to him or not. I'm going to take a guess and say, how many laps are we going to get?
I believe we'll have slightly less with the wet running, but we'll see how it plays out with the 8 minutes plus 1 lap in these heats. And here they come then into the tram lines. Completely different kettle of fish coming across the start-finish line this time and trying to maintain the lead out there. The Dan Holland race, or the Team Evolution car of Alex Shepard, and a lot of karts then, or a couple of karts off at the chicane. Who is that there in the background and trying to make out who is trying to recover themselves? But here we are back up onto lead. Looks like we're going to take the escape road there, but taking the wide line to come back onto Litchfield Bridge. It looks like that Alex Shepard is retained that lead. Or no, look up the inside here.
That's a look at the inside.
That's John Richardson up to P.
Oh, but they both run wide.
Both run wide, not looking good.
Who will that be in that red car? Who will that be? Oh, see, I mean, this is obviously tricky track conditions. They have switched to the wets, but clearly it's going to take a couple of laps for these drivers to settle in to the new conditions.
Yeah. So Alex Shepard
seeing multiple drives everywhere, and who is that now out in front? Will be John Richardson.
Yeah, John Richardson out in front. Alex Shepard, I think, has gone back to P3. Yes. You can see in the car there, and then in second in the middle of your screen there. Oh, that is Alex Shepard, and then we'll go down back in one. Oh, it's the Coles Racing of Benjamin Lawn of the 185. So you've got 85 Alex Shepard, Benjamin Lawn then as well. But look how wet it is. The rooster tails, the mini rooster tails coming up of the back, the water kicking off the back tyres there and getting real out of shape.
Sideways action from that Thule Motorsport car just behind.
And that was Teddy Cooper and Harvey Sargerson in P5 and P6 coming across the line. A lot slower running here compared to our race. Oh, getting out of shape there onto the banking. Who was that out onto the one side? Looks like it might have been Teddy and Harvey trying to find their way through. But here we go then. Gingerly coming out of the Litchfield Bridge is John Richardson, going defensive straight away. Maybe not trying to go defensive though, trying to find the grip and the new lines that are coming out there for the wet racing conditions, which completely changes the complexion of how you go racing around P5.
Well, exactly that. And obviously this race is going to be very different. You've got a severely wet track, which obviously your leader John Richardson runs ever so slightly wide. That brings Alex Shepard then down the inside, but these three are going to be bunched up. These three have quite the gap, to be fair, obviously dealing with the conditions best, but that will be John Richardson now into third, Alex Shepard into second, and Benjamin Lawn now leads this race. See, obviously in these conditions you can see a lot of curb then taken from your leader in the wet. Obviously it's a completely change of line for the drivers. It's a complete change of lap time, obviously severely slower. They are lapping at 1:22, 1 minute and 22 seconds right now.
Need to be a lot more cautious around here. Is Alex Shepard in the lead, I think, and then Benjamin Lawn. Yeah, the numbers very similar between our top two. Alex Shepard follows Benjamin Lawn and John Richardson, and then you can see here back, I think that's for
move made
5 and 6 possibly, or between Noah Moulton and Shay Hilton, trying to figure out those. Yeah, it was 4th and 5th. I think that's Shay Hilton on Noah Moulton, and you can hear when they're coming past our commentary box, they're so much more cautious and gentle on the throttle and don't want to give it full beam straight away. Of course, they're going to spin round in these track conditions. The sun's starting to brighten up though, maybe going to dry up those parts of the track that are really precarious out there at the moment. Taking a very wide line then into hairpin 1. We can see out of our commentary box.
Switch
position here.
That's 157. That's Jackson Lane down the inside of Shay Hilton then at hairpin 1. Good job from him. Just moving up that place. Then obviously you can see now everyone is being cautious right now. But Shay Hilton, can we just mention, up 10 positions, obviously favouring the conditions as opposed to some drivers. If we take a look down a bit further down the grid, that is Stanley Stafford, who is now out of the race. And
really
Liam
wet
Dooling,
in this last sector though, and having to really sort of turn it on a sixpence to try and straight line as much as possible. Oh, who is that out of the action? A not too happy driver on the outside there. It looks like it's possibly Logan Howes did not start. George Fountain, Fletcher Jameson didn't start. Devin Taylor as well is down there with a couple of laps behind. Unfortunate to see that.
Over your start and finish straight once again. Benjamin Lawn, your man in second, is the fastest man on track right now, obviously coping with the conditions best right now. However, John Richardson we saw around the bank was right on his back bumper. As they approach the bridge, is there going to be a change for position? Not just yet. Oh, there is someone contending up the inside. That was Jackson Lane again for that 4th place. Oh, that must have been No Moulton then back up into 4th. Jackson Lane just behind. Now these four battling just inside that top 10. Oh,
Jackson Lane goes right up the side and he spins it. He misjudges it. Jackson Lane spins round at the first hairpin and takes along, it looks like Shea Hilton along for the ride. So unfortunately those two coming out worse in that situation. But here we are then, catching up with the further up the pack, and that's Shea Hilton you had on your screen at the front there. This is your race leader, Alex Shepherd. Benjamin Lawn then, we do believe, is in P2. Yeah, John Richardson P3, and just very, very kind of like brief looks up the inside like, do I chance it? No, not in the wet. Don't fancy causing a bit of a collision and getting a telling off from the stewards. Although we have to appreciate that the conditions that they're racing and driving in right now are a lot trickier, so there'll be some form of leniency if it's not seemed to be deliberate, all those kind of things. But coming across the line, looks like they've taken a bit more speed down the start finish straight, but coming into this bridge section here where it's not drying as much at the moment.
John Richardson was your fastest driver on track, however now it is Harry Holland. We saw love for Harry Holland in the chat, so that is obviously paying off. He is now your fastest man on track. But there are your front 3. Here is a driver a bit further down that pack. But here are your front 3 approaching the final hairpin. Oh, is this Benjamin Lawn? Is he going to go in? There you go. Alex Shepherd now defends himself, but takes the optimum line as they both run very wide. See, all 3 front runners run very wide.
There,
now they are side by side into hairpin 2. What are we going to see? Is your race leader going to get it done? And
shutting the door, I think that's called.
Absolutely, and he closes it again then, goes defensive again as he heads toward the final sector. That is still Shepherd, Lawn and Richardson. Obviously, Richardson now closing in as they are battling for those positions. We do have to consider there is a minute and 30 plus a lap left of this race.
Not many laps have been gone down.
Exactly, and of course in these conditions it is risky making those moves. So obviously these drivers are going to be waiting till that last sort of lap to make those moves. But there you go, Alex. Is that Alex Shepherd?
Alex Shepherd out in P1.
Alex Shepherd out in front.
And John Richardson here, wanting to just get himself in the right position, like you were saying.
Exactly that. Getting himself a relative few tenths then in that last sector, but he comes over the start finish straight once again into the Bruni Ferrari S's. They will go Shepherd, Lawn, Richardson. A bit further down then in your top 5 will be Shea Hilton and Teddy Cooper.
Oh, who's that off? I think that was Benjamin. Was that Benjamin Lawn off? I think it was, who started P2. Looks like he's going to be out of this race if he can't get that kart going again and just misjudge the conditions. So now it is John Richardson after Benjamin Lawn, as you'll see it confirmed, coming across into the second sector, taking a wide line, making sure they're using the dry bit of grip out there. Different tarmac you can also see by that curb. Alex Shepherd trying to stay ahead with 30 seconds on the clock plus 1 lap. John Richardson was waiting for a mistake like that to go up the grid. Could Alex Shepherd make the similar mistake, or is he going to retain the lead and John Richardson stays in P2?
Well, the thing is now 20 seconds to go as your leader does approach the final sector, and he is now... He's got a bit of a gap to himself. He's got about a 1.6 second gap to John Richardson and a lap to go. So the odds are he's going to take a bit of a breather. Ooh, there we go.
Very
that was
wide.
someone down the
Thought
inside.
there was grip out there, but there wasn't much grip, I don't think, for... I believe that might have been Harry Sullivan.
There are some more karts that ended up off the track now regaining. That was car number 220.
Coming together, a 220 with Aaron Berridge involved with that one. So not something you want to be doing. But we are on to our final lap then, here at PFI for this latest heat of Junior Rotax, and it's a completely different race than they would have had in their previous heats. Do they want to get out wide there? I don't think they do. There might not be the grip, but maybe they might find it. Is a bit of a guessing game as we have these changeable conditions here at Paul Fletcher International for round 1 of this Trent Valley Kart Club Championship. And Alex Shepherd, you'll see, take the wide line. As you can see, it looks very dry out there, a lot of grip to use, and don't want to get out of shape. Unfortunately, like Benjamin Lawn did up on the banking into the bowl section, Alex Shepherd's got to bring it home, keep it all together, keep John Richardson behind him, and come through this very technical, and even more technical now, Mike Wilson complex. Takes a lot of curb there to keep the car in one direction and gain the lap time.
Exactly that. We are now seeing where the dry parts of the track are starting to appear. It's not rained for a while, so now the drivers will be sussing out. That is why we're seeing such wide and different lines from each driver, like we saw just then. They are trying to figure out which is the fastest way around while they approach the final lap. And that is going to be, it looks like, as he comes around the line, there you go, that is going to be a lead for a race win for Alex Shepard in the Junior Rotax second heat of the day. Very different conditions. It will be a second place for John Richardson and a fastest lap and a third position for Shea Hilton. Rounding out your top 5 then will be Teddy Cooper and Harry Holland.
Yeah, I mean, Benjamin Lawn will be so gutted. It looks like he managed to get it going again because he's come across the line in P6 but was up there in the battle for the lead, and that just really just shows how the conditions can completely change when you've got sun to dry, rain, and then drying again. And there we are then. So going down to top 10, you have Harvey Sargerson, Noah Moulton, Jackson Lane and Thomas Harper in P10. But a measured, composed finish to that race from our race winner, Alex Shepard. Probably quite relieved to get across the line, to be honest.
Exactly. Well, you can see some love for your race leader, Alex Shepard, by Shot by May in the live chat. That and some more by...
We love to see it.
Ollie Raleigh, get it, Stanley Stafford. And then you've got it. You've got this, Fletcher Jamieson.
Yeah. Ollie Raleigh thought that maybe, I think, that Benjamin Lawn was out, but came back into P6. So a great recovery to get on to that next one. But, of course, a slower racing action, but the heats don't come any slower. We're thick and fast on these races. On to our next one right now. And because there are so many junior Rotax runners in this grid, we're on to Heat 4. Heat 4, another one today to see how it's all going to play out for our finals later on this afternoon. But particularly be interested to see how the weather conditions will play out for then. But junior Rotax runners in this, and oh look, Zach Turner up at P1 once again.
That was your Coles driver who won this morning. He, the PF plate driver, of course, for the Team PF International. Oh, there you see a driver recovering himself after
which was in the last race. Let's make that clear, not getting a head start in this Heat 4.
Recovering himself. But if we take a look at this grid, like you said, you have Zach Turner on the front row of the grid again. Obviously, completely different conditions now, so we're going to see which of our junior Rotax, again, who were in the heats earlier this morning, which of them kind of like these conditions. Ewan House, another driver we are seeing again. A bit further down, we've got Harrison Bishop again, Hayden Fisher, Jack Bowie towards the back of the grid, Louis Brown, Jacob Gaunt.
Yeah, and I think we're just, whilst we're waiting to get underway for our racing action, we are just waiting. I see a couple of karts to my left under the bridge section coming into turns 1 and 2 here from our commentary box and our start finish straight. Just looking to get those go-karts that were out of, I think, Benjamin Lawn finished, but who was that? That's the 174, trying to see who went out of that one, or the 114. I think that was Devin Taylor actually being brought back there, possibly. So, oh no, Archie Thoman Evans didn't come through the line on that one. 174, Archie Thoman Evans. So that's kart just bring to our left. You can't see on the screen at the moment, but you can see some karts being brought back very into this sort of a skate road on your right hand side there of your picture, and getting back to the paddock so they can get racing, and all in the awnings to carry on once again. So just waiting for the track to clear up, and another trolley I can see on the grass near the bridge section just coming back. And once we have those karts out the way, we'll go from yellow flag to green flag.
And this is where it's going to get interesting now, Jake, because obviously the sun is out, the conditions are now changing every lap that the drivers go out now that the rain has stopped. So in the next few races, we're going to see tyre calls now changing between the teams, which is obviously going to have a significant effect on where these drivers are going to place. Obviously, you'll have drivers on wet tyre who, if the track stays wet or we have some more pour, are going to do a lot better. However, as the track dries now, if your drivers who can handle it on slicks decide to go slicks and the track dries out effectively, then obviously they will be the drivers doing well. So here in the next few races is where we are going to see the team's calls coming into play with things as well.
And do you take that gamble? Do you dare risk it at the moment? But I mean, looking at it right now, I mean, This is kind of like the bit where people say, this isn't financial advice or that kind of thing. I'm going to do the equivalent of this isn't racing or technical advice, but looking at the circuit right now, you could see as we go into turn 1, still some wet patches.
Absolutely.
On just if you get pushed out off the racing line, could be very risky. But if you stick on the inside, right to the chicanes of the curb, and you can see coming off the Litchfield Bridge on your screens right now, out onto that outside curb and using all of the track, you can see a fairly dry-ish racing line. But yeah, it's a very sticky situation and a decision to make. And down in those awnings, it's the one, isn't it?
And we can hear engines, and here they are coming then. Another Junior Rotax race, Heat 4 we have coming up. Let's take a look at our grid. Your pole sitter is Max Wheatley, joined by race winner Zach Turner. On the second row, you've got Ewan House and James Fabriscus. Harrison Bishop and Kevin Ivanov are your top 6. Ronnie Smart, Oliver Fabriscus are next. The brothers are both in the top 10 together.
Yeah, doing well.
Hugh Hoblinson and Joe Neal are your top 10.
Tobias Johns, Alex Lynn, Tyler Mason Gray, Oliver Peters, Hayden Fisher and Jamie Riches down to P16 for you. Riley Mirthwaite and Jack Bowie, Henry James and Aston Brown runners of the top 20 with Hakeem Bart, Jaden Payne, Luca Macheta Kia and Jay Singh down to P24.
Looking towards the back of the grid then, you've got Callum Boot, Harvey Evatt, Jacob Gaunt, Callum Gardner and Louis Brown.
So that rounding off your Junior Rotax grid then for this Heat 4, and quite a few groups there are. They're taking a bit longer, as you might imagine, in these slightly changeable conditions to come round to the formation lap as normal, but still giving it some, trying to get heat in their tyres. You can see them all going 2 by 2 round here, coming to the Mike Wilson complex.
We did lose a few drivers on that lap.
How many people
stragglers
are on slicks though, and how many people are on wet tyres? Because you now look at the track, it's changing all the time. Have they made the right decision? This could completely change, as we've been saying a lot today, changeable conditions completely change how the running order might look. Zach Turner, will he be somewhere? Is he good in these conditions, starting in second behind Max Wheatley on pole? Is Ewan House going to come through the grid like he does in the dry in these conditions?
It also, here we go then, tramlines, they go, and it also compares to, okay, here we go then, for the 4th heat of the Junior Rotax of the day. That is the Coles car of Zach Turner takes the lead. Snatches the lead straight away as they go through the Bruno Ferrari S's. He runs very wide there through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Does this tell us what tyre call he's gone for? Possibly. Over the bridge they go then, and as we see them head towards hairpin 1, there you go. You see your Raider 1 very wide again, as does your man in second. But here we go then. Wow! Sideways moment from Zach Turner in the Coles car. But optimum line and positions gained from that.
That was an incredible move up the inside there.
Was that Ewan House?
And that was Ewan House. I think
Brilliant.
sort of gained, dropped back on the first lap and gained another 4 places by going really tight to the apex and claiming them once again because there was enough grip for him to deal with. So here we are then with lots of different strategies playing out, and you've got Zach Turner out in the lead, followed by Ewan House, who has got up to P2. So it's a Coles Racing once again, 1-2. Max Wheatley dropped down P1. A bit of a battle going on there between, I think that was Ronnie Smart and Kevin Ivanov. Ronnie Smart for the Jax Motorsport team. But to confirm then, Zach Turner coming across the line with Ewan House, Max Wheatley in P3 on the podium, Kevin Ivanov, Oliver Fabricius, Joe Neal, Harrison Bishop, Ronnie Smart, James Fabricius and Tobias Johns is your top 10. How do they navigate this part of the bowl? And that is someone spinning round. Who is that we have just seen coming together? Not quite sure who that was going around. Possibly was Kevin Ivanov or Oliver Fabricius. We'll try and see how that all plays out as they come through the sectors and in these new places. But it's all happening here at PFI.
Wow, but okay. Your leader, Zach Turner, with, of course, the team for PF International.
It was Kevin Ivanov who went off at the bowl. Unfortunate to just lose the back end and not quite catch it soon enough. So, Keo, as you can see here, there's great midfield battles here, but you get your own braking wrong and you're right out of the mix.
Well, exactly that. And also something to consider is, now if you're a privateer, that tyre caller, there we go, move down the inside, doesn't quite make it stick. That is car number 115. But it doesn't stick for him, and he then drops even further down that grid as they go through the final sector. But let's talk about your leader's gap that he's got, because this is a 2-second gap now for Zach Turner. Obviously, someone who we know is very
2.8 now.
PF plate, won here last weekend. Clearly confident in these conditions. Ewan House, another driver who is obviously confident in these conditions also. Where did Ewan House start? Ewan House started on the second row, third, so up there in that second place. However, he is going to have to get his foot down and get really comfortable with these conditions to gain that gap, because that is a 3-second gap. Ooh, that is out wide for the car number.
That's Oliver Fabricius. Oliver Fabricius giving a little bit of, well, just a bit of track time to, I believe, Joe Neal behind in the MLC car. How will that all unfold as they come into this later sector? Who's that up the inside there then? On your screens right now, I believe that was a move from Harrison Bishop on Ronnie Smart for P6. So, yes, putting his surname to good use, because it was a very intelligent move, making the most of the grip he had under his junior Rotax machine right now as they come into the Mike Wilson complex. And yeah, Zach Turner gap you're talking about, Kiel. We're now at 3.6 seconds, and Zach Turner showing exactly why there was the attention on him at Warden Law a couple weekends ago in Sunderland, the attention on him last weekend for the Challenge Cup here at PFI, and the same once again for this first round of the club championship.
However, we are seeing some big pressure being put on your man in second, Ewan House, Max Wheatley that is, in the 912, right behind that in third place. Is he going to work with Ewan, or are they going to battle it out by the end of this race for that second spot on the podium? We will see. There you go. As drivers approach hairpin 1, many running wide, still trying to suss out what is the optimum line for this corner. But there you go, and that is, what is that car? Down the outside it will be for him, and he tries to make it stick, and he does.
Joe Neal there battling with Olia Fabricius, I think. But we've got a 5-second penalty here for Luca Matakachecha, the number 142, who is battling down, has been unfortunately down to 23rd, so might not make too much of a difference to his race right now. You're seeing the battle on your screen here.
That was Tyler Mason Gray that we saw. That was Tyler Mason Gray, exactly that, in that battle for P7, trying to stick it around the outside of, who was that trying to stick it down the outside? Didn't quite make it stick, but he is up then another position.
And look at Max Wheatley there, just dropped right down. And dropping down all the moment. Had a bit of a moment, we think, out there on circuit. So Max Wheatley right down now, all the way to the near the back, right at the back of the grid. And Max Wheatley started as our pole man. He is now all the way at the back. Unfortunate to see his race unfold the way it has. Who's this looking, shaping up for a move up the inside?
Ooh.
That is Jamie Riches trying to size up Tyler Mason Gray, who you were just talking about a moment ago, Kiel, and
I mean,
look,
that
it's all
car
going on in the midfield.
In front looks like it has grip. Did you see how he sent it down the inside there at hairpin 1? That car is gripped up. He is clearly confident in these conditions, and he is sailing through that black and yellow cart of, who would that be? We can't quite get it yet. But anyway, back to your leader. 5.2 second lead now, Jake.
It's just exponential. Well,
exactly.
I mean, if we just look to the left of our commentary box as they're coming down our start-finish straight here, you can see a world between Ewan House and Zach Turner. And, of course, you know, teammates, but poles apart at the moment.
Well, exactly that. Teammates, but worlds apart. Probably good for the Cosmo Sport drivers, as it is currently a 1-2. Zach Turner, obviously 5.4 second gap. 2 minutes to go. It's looking like it's going to be a keep it on the track thing for him. As we can see, he's probably not going to get much airtime as he is that far out in front, and there were furthest down the battle. Down the grid, as here we go then down the field, we've got heading towards hairpin 1. Is this car going to pop a move in?
Bumper to bumper. This is I believe Hayden Fisher or Joe Neal skirmishing.
Yes.
Who's at the front of your screen right now? That is our runner of 28, Tyler Mason Gray, in front of Oliver Fabricius and Hayden Fisher then. So this is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th, the group you're following right now into the Mike Wilson complex. And move then up the inside from Hayden Fisher, once again on Oliver Fabricius in this skirmish at the pack, and now leading this pack still, I believe, has gone to, it's so hard to keep up with, I believe that Oliver Fabricius, is out in front. No, Tyler Mason Gray out in front with Hayden Fisher and Oliver Fabricius. Just 1 minute you look, and then you look to see it's confirmed, and then it all changes again.
It changes again, Jake.
What a change of the lead! A change of the lead of that group there.
Down again. That was. Is that Harrison?
Hayden Fisher.
Hayden Fisher.
Hayden Fisher again up the inside. How's it going to play out into hairpin 1? Is it going to stay the same? No, all looking pretty odd as even, trying to get grip out of that second hairpin we're coming up to right now. And they're starting to hug that inside a little bit more now, not taking the wide line to take the wet racing line that we've had in the last 20 minutes here at PFI into this Mike Wilson complex. So here we are then, sitting pretty in this battle with Oliver Fabricius on the back of Hayden Fisher and Tyler Mason-Gray. Tyler Mason-Gray holding out in P5. Tyler Mason-Gray had a great few laps as well, up 8 positions to where he is now. But here we are then, with 2 laps to go, and who's going defensive there? I think sort of defending thin air there, almost. Tyler Mason-Gray thought that someone was up on his inside, but didn't need to defend at all. And coming into the bowl section now, we have not got much time to play with in this race, Kiel.
Well, exactly that. And if we take another look just inside that top 10, Ashton Brown come through 12 positions now. That's caught number 257. Obviously a good race for him. Oh, there we go.
Up the inside.
Straight down the inside. But no, that is going to be a switchback for Tyler Mason-Gray. Once again, down hairpin 1. And he pulls a considerable gap then heading towards hairpin 2. That is Tyler Mason-Gray then. That leads Hayden Fisher. Hayden Fisher, however, is your fastest man on track in that 777 kart.
Yeah, the 28 Tyler Mason-Gray and... yeah, this is Tyler Mason-Gray and Oliver Fabricius, so still the battle between 6th and 7th here now. But we are on to our final lap with Ewan House, a modest 5.7 seconds off of Zach Turner. But here you are on the start-finish straight with this battle between these two. Between Harrison Bishop and Hayden Fisher. Harrison Bishop looked like he came out on top. Who's going to come round first out of the bowl section? It looks like that Hayden Fisher has not come out in front of Harrison Bishop. They're staying as they are in 4th and 5th. Harrison Bishop 4th, Hayden Fisher is in 5th. And you can see Hayden Fisher
now this
out
is
in front
Tyler
of this group here, Tyler Mason-Gray.
Hayden Fisher down. Tyler Mason-Gray has done a good job this race. It's been a bit choppy and changey, obviously, with the conditions. However, now hunting down Hayden Fisher for the final few minutes of this race, and Oliver Fabricius, who is now down into 6th. What can he do as they approach the final sector of the race? Let's see. However, though, for your race leader, that is Zach Turner. 5-second lead he had that race, who closed that lap. He was obviously feeling confident, thought he'd take it back a bit, but it was a 5-second lead then for Zach Turner for the PF plate. He won here at the Challenge Cup last weekend, and he won his first heat, wins his second heat. He is looking unstoppable so far this weekend in all conditions. Ewan House then, great drive from him from second row of the grid to get a comfortable second. Ronnie Smart then, who ended up being your fastest driver on track in that 250 kart, in 3rd. Harrison Bishop and Ashton Brown then, who did a great job, up 15 places, clearly feeling good with the conditions, closes out your top 5.
Something of a roller coaster race in the mid-pack there, I would say, but out front it was smooth sailing for Zach Turner then, and you can show your appreciation for any of our drivers out there on the PFI track today in very tricky conditions, going from the dry to the wet and back to dry again on our live stream, brought to you by SlipStream, powered by Alpha Live on our Alpha Live YouTube channel here at Paul Fletcher International in the south of Lincolnshire, and lots of you can get your comments into us on our live chat as well. These heats being brought to you for free on our Alpha live stream. But if you want to catch the finals and how all of these heats will play out into our final positions later on this afternoon, you can hit that big join button down there to keep across all of the action. All right, that's our Junior Rotax Heat 4, and on to Minimax.
All right then, and it is Minimax Heat 2 of the day. We saw plenty of action from them earlier this morning, and it was some good conditions now last time they raced. It was a dry track out there, and it was looking all good. Now, Heat 2, obviously, we're going to see how the young'uns handle these conditions. I mean, look at the track now. We can see the track is considerably dry. It is looking pretty dry out there. Is this going to add maybe a bit more of a challenge for our young'uns as it's it's possible that some of them can find the wet part of the track as they're battling it out. We will see. However, though, it looks pretty dry out there.
It's a lot drier, and of course that would have helped with the running we just had of our previous race of the Junior Rotax Heat there, getting rid of a lot of the moisture out on circuit and creating more of a dry line for our Minimax 950 runners. And we had a great Minimax heat previously. It was great to see lots of action in those previous ones. And we had James Roots right up there last time, and even better, Luke Millward and all of those.
Speaking of James Roots, Jake, James Roots won the Rotax Winter Trophy in Houston, USA, and he secured his ticket to the Grand Finals. Obviously,
which is huge in karting.
Exactly. Obviously, that is a phenomenal achievement, and he is now coming to be pole with the Dan Holland Racing kart for Heat 2. I mean, obviously coming off the back of a great success, he will be feeling absolutely good. Let's take a look for the rest of the grid. Riley Breakmore in the Thule Motorsport was the 25 British Honda Cadet champion and won it on the last lap. I don't recall that race. I wasn't there. However, it was a lap. It was a phenomenal lap. I remember hearing about it. He won it on right at the last second on that last lap. Someone who was very fast in this grid, however, last weekend was Maximilian Abarat. He came through the entire grid at the Challenge Cup.
No biggie.
Well, exactly, yeah. Nothing too serious. He came through the entire grid. I'm not sure if he had a qualifying, or if he did, didn't have a very successful qualifying. And he drove straight through the grid, and I believe he won here. So that obviously opens a top spot because that driver isn't here. Evan Miller, who we also saw at the Challenge Cup, however, didn't have the best run. In the Challenge Cup, he got a bit unlucky. He was running in that front pack, but he did drop back during those heats and unfortunately in the final. He was P4 in the Winter Warmer, and then obviously we saw him in Heat 1, finish in that 5th position, so he wasn't doing too bad, but he does need to work on staying up there at the front as he can. He is starting on that second row of the grid, so that doesn't look impossible. Obviously, we are going to get underway soon. You can see, whoa, we've got a very grey cloud up there as the car is being rolled off the track. And we are nearly underway.
This weather system round here is wreaking havoc today for this first round of Club Championship. But we can see the green flag from our commentary box up on the gantry of the start-finish straight. And you can hear the karts probably in the background now of our Minimax 950 going out. And let's then get into our grid for Heat 2 of this class today. So we're starting on pole with James Roos, Oscar Kenny, Evan Meller, Luke Millward, Drew Davidson, Jay Birmingham, Akil Gioni, the 25 champion in Minimax, so looking to try and replicate that. Flynn Grantham is P8. And Riley Blakemore and Alfie Phillipson is your top 10.
Right, just outside your top 10 then is Elliot Burke, Freddie Blackshaw, Darren Dimitrov, Otto Ami, Finney Rhodes, Flexi Shelton Hayward rounds out that top 16 of your Minimax grid. Just outside that top 16 then, you've got George Whiteman and Reddy Chandler, Finney Beetle, Buddy Hugo, James Carver, Thomas Laidler, Hugo Trophy and Charlie Heffer.
Jess Kirby, Alexis Tisonkis is P26, Dimitar Uzanov, Adam Bart, Elsie Gannon, Jack Hill, Dega Sigurdsson and Archie Gaunt is P32 and Arthur Jardine, Ayrton Goulsworthy, Eli Owen and Dexter Petty rounds off your 36 runners of a very packed grid in this Minimax 950. Yeah, so Akil Gioni was the 2025 champion in this class. He is starting in this particular heat in P7. He was up in the mix of P3 and P4 in the previous heats. Can he replicate it now? We're coming through the tram lines. Are we going racing? You bet we are, as we go into the first turn here at PFI for probably the driest conditions we've had in the last half an hour. And they're trying to negotiate their way in. Is there a move up the inside there?
There is.
A little bit of a look, but nothing doing, as there's now a little bit of grip back on the outside of the bowl section as they come onto the Litchfield Bridge, and now out of there down towards hairpin 1, careering out onto the runoff to the right hand side, using as much track time as they can gain into hairpin 1. Who is that up the inside? That looks like it's Evan Meller on Oscar Kenny for P2. So then they're coming towards the second hairpin. He's going to retain that spot. Who's that going up the inside there? Looks like for P4 for Drew Davidson and Luke Millward. So Luke Millward dropping down the order a little bit in this first lap as we get towards the Mike Wilson complex for the first time in this particular heat. And it looks like that James Roots is enjoying himself in that Dan Holland Racing livery. You can see coming through these final couple of corners and onto the start-finish straight. Got a lot better feel, I think, out there on the track this time, and a lot more confidence in the grip than they've got out there on the track.
Exactly that. There we go. Over the start-finish straight, once again, James Roots, your pole sitter, leads the race. And, I mean, it's looking pretty good for him so far in the DHR car. He's got about 3/10 gap to Evan Miller, who has a more successful start to his heat than the last. He is now up in second. He needs to maintain that, but the pressure is on from Oscar Kennedy, who is going to send the move to hairpin 1. Yep, and it looks like he's going to get the move done. Yeah, there you go. Evan Miller down into third, but that is James Roots, Evan Miller, and then Oscar Kennedy, who now lead.
And they're letting Drew Davison into the party as well, whilst they're having that little battle.
These 6 now are very close together. Obviously, the track conditions look now for our Minimax are considerably better than they were for the last few races. This is how quickly the track conditions change on a day like today. Obviously, look at that. Sun's out as they are going around sector 3. But there you go. Oscar Kennedy, putting some pressure on your race leader there, James Roots, with Evan Miller running right behind. Evan Miller doesn't want to let himself drop down that grid any further, so he can't get swallowed by that pack behind, because there is a train. Speaking of, that is Drew Davidson in the 70 car right behind him as they approach the bowl. Evan Miller goes ever so slightly defensive, which isn't what you want to be doing in the start of this race. Over the bridge they go, then no change for those positions just yet. Roots leads Kenny, Miller, Davidson, Burke, and JB Birmingham then they're in 6th. Ooh, is there going to be a look?
It's close together, bumper to bumper, P1 and 2, and covering off the inside there is your P3 man, Drew Davison. Elliot Bourke has had a great start, fastest lap of the race at the moment, and has gone up 6 positions from starting in P11. So watch out for Elliot Bourke and seeing how far he can come through in this race. With a half a second gap in front of Evan Miller, and nothing to choose between James Roots and Oscar Kenny out in P1 and P2, P3 coming into this Mike Wilson complex. Once again, tight and twisty, getting the right racing line, sacrificing some of the entry of the apex to get a faster launch out of the turn and onto the start-finish straight once again, and they come across the line.
I mean, if we look a little bit further down the grid, who you can see there at the back, Thomas Laidler did make his way up 11 positions. However, he dropped ever so slightly on the end of that lap.
Looked like a move, sorry to interrupt, a move up the inside there from Oscar Kenny.
Yes, it was.
So he's now taken the lead from James Roots, and a nice opportunist dive up the inside with, at this stage of the race, probably wasn't expecting it.
Well, no, of course not, but it is Minimax, so we should be
Anything
expecting anything, absolutely. Now, Elliot Burke is going to be brought into contention if they keep battling like that, but no, it is single file so far into hairpin 2. Elliot Burke is going to want to move up into this mid-pack. However, like we said, car number 17 down into 5th. Unfortunate start for him once again after making his way up. As someone a bit further back there runs
Elliot Bourke getting out wide a little
curve.
bit there. But we'll want not to do that again, because he's losing time to these top 3 runners of Kenny, Davison and Roots. How are they going to come across the start-finish line? Let's have a look here. It is Oscar Kenny leading the way. Drew Davison chasing down in P2, setting the fastest lap of the race. There is absolutely nothing to choose between the space of first and second. They're coming through the bowl section onto Litchfield. Is there a dive down the inside there? No, there isn't. They're going to suspend that move, coming down into hairpin 1. James Roots just behind now, thinking, right, I can't hold out where I was. I'm just going to watch this all unfold and see where we end up.
Slight look, but not quite, doesn't quite get the move done. However, he is your fastest man on track. He will be feeling confident right now. Like I said, James Roots doesn't need to worry too much yet. Obviously, there's 3 minutes to go, and the second these 3 at the front start battling, he'll be brought straight into contention. Sometimes that P4 in his position can be a bit of a dark horse, but there you go, your leader, Oscar Kenny, Drew Davidson right on that bank bumper as they go through sector 3. Is he going to make the move? There's obviously just under 3 minutes, so the thing would be to not. That would be the technical decision, but is he going to make that decision, or is he going to go for the race lead because he knows he is faster? Now these 3 over the solid straight once again and into the Ferrari S's. Now your front 3 are ever so close, and that is James Roots who sets the fastest lap, but Oscar Kenny still leads around that bowl. They go bumper to bumper.
Trading
no look,
fastest laps, but trading also looks over their shoulder, because they know that they are hunting down like a piranha on the inside of this turn. Who's going for the move out the inside? Is he going to stick a bit of banging wheels together? And that's between our top 3. A move from James Roots on the inside of Drew Davis and Oscar Kenny was a bit of a lunge. We will leave to see how that all plays out in the stewards' room.
Now now. Is that now? Yeah, that is your leader now running in
Drew
third
Davidson.
position. To be fair, recovered a bit better than I thought he was going to. Didn't quite get swallowed by the rest of the pack there behind. However, these carts, there is Evan Miller in the pack.
But Elliot Bourke up to P2.
Oh
Was saying he's gone up lots of places. He was already up 7 places. He's now up 9 places from where he started
Brilliant
today.
drive.
So Elliot having an incredible drive out there at the moment in this latest heat of Minimax 950.
Your leader will be devastated. There is Evan Miller, the car number 17. Did lose out on those positions and is now battling with Luke Millwood, who is hunting him down for that 5th spot in the field. But James Roots, just behind that, is your fastest driver on track right now. Right over the bridge they go. Here is your leader then, your new leader, Drew Davidson, who managed to optimize the situation there when the 3 came together. And there is a car stranded in the grass with no driver in it, of course. Right, there you go. Round happen 2, they will go. It is Davidson Berg, Kenny Meller, and James Roots now. That is car number 12. That is Alfie Phillipson, unfortunately, out of the race.
Lot of curb there.
In that
Where's
grass.
he off to? Out there on the right side of the curb. I think just got a bit untoward with the grip that may have been put down from the wet racing earlier. I want to say that was Luke Millwood, but I'm not too sure. I don't want to misappropriate the people that are driving wide out on the circuit there. I'm sure it will come to pass very, very soon, though. You're picking up our leaders there on the start-finish straight. Drew Davidson, Elliot Bourke, Oscar Kenny is your P3, and all filing through here down the start-finish straight through this very tight and challenging chicane, but very fast indeed, doing almost probably in these cars about 60 miles an hour coming up into this bowl section over the Litchfield Bridge with 20 seconds plus 1 lap on the clock. Here we are with our front 3 then. Looks like a move right around the outside, hoping that these 2 in front will be worrying about themselves, and Oscar Kenny can come swiping through around the outside. But P2 is having a go now, and look what I was just talking about there. Oscar Kenny, opportunist as ever, now up into P2, I believe that was. But now Drew Davidson is holding out the battle here. We are on our penultimate lap, and they're pointing ahead. Work together, let's get away. We need to get after the leader. Oscar Kenny and Elliot Bourke want to hunt down Drew Davidson, but of course this working together is like good for about 30 seconds, and then the psychology is, well, I'm going to take your place anyway.
Well, exactly that, especially now as we are on to the final lap of the race. Davidson leads Kenny and Bourke, but there is no time between them as they enter the Bruno Ferrari S's, and they'll go around the bowl. Yeah, no time, bumper to bumper these 3 go, but single file now they head over the bridge. And is there going to be a switch position as they head towards hairpin 1? No, not just yet. Obviously the hairpins are the prime overtaken spot. Your leader goes defensive, but
finds a gap up the inside.
Either way, there you go. Your new race leader is Oscar Kenny. Brilliant move from him. Is Elliot Burke going to try and get that P2 then? Not quite, doesn't quite make it stick. Drew Davidson now demoted down into second. If we look further down the grid, we do have to mention Adam Batt in car number 31 and Dimitar Uzanov, both up 18 and 16 possessions this race. What a phenomenal job. But your man in 4th, James Roots, gets the fastest lap of the race. It's not going to be enough though to catch these 3 as they approach the final sector of the race, and there we go. That was a back runner, but here is your race winner, Oscar Kenny, well deserving from these 3. It was a battle at the front from these 3 for the entire race. Drew Davidson, phenomenal job, and Elliot Burke. These 3, to be fair, they worked together. Yeah. They popped their noses in at times, but they did it enough to pull enough of a gap on who got your fastest lap in the end, who was James Roots. Luke Millwood then closed out the top 5.
Because they're probably aware from other heats that have gone before us, if they haven't gone as well, that they'll want to maximise the positions here in one of the last heats. And we've had some incredible performances out there, though. As you spotted, Dimitar Uzanov up 19 positions, as well as Adam Bart as well for the KMS team. I think that's Kato Motorsport, isn't it? The KMS team there. So that's been really impressive to see. Both up 19 places, 8th and 9th. Dimitar and Adam both up.
I wonder if they were working together to work through the entire field, because that is a phenomenal drive from
in
both
Park
of them.
Ferme. Please, can we stick together? Thank you very much.
If
it goes well, let's go up the field. Lots of support here on the live stream, as we can see. We've got lots of you wishing luck for George Askew, Alfie Phillipson. We were saying, Dirk was saying there is the kart that was out. Yeah, unfortunate for Alfie Phillipson. It was the number 12 you mentioned in Keol in that race. Had to pull to the side. Ollie Westbean wished good luck as well. we all saw what you did in Heat 1 to finish P4 on track at the WSR series, of course. Yeah, that's
Yes,
a very good reference, because that was a great performance there, particularly for Ollie West. So, yeah, it's all sort of ironed out there in that heat, but the top 3 there sort of finding their feet in the end, and unfortunate for James Roots, who couldn't hold on to that pole position. But that's the latest heat, and I feel like it only just gets better.
Well, absolutely. Obviously, you see the walk of shame now for some mechanics walking out to retrieve those beached carts, but there isn't many, and then when we will be underway with more Heat 2s of the day. And sun's out, it's dry track, but let's move swiftly on to our next race.
Okay, so we're back to a mixture of our Water Swift restricted class and our Mini Maxes, cadets in the cadets class of both of these. And earlier, again, equally very competitive racing all throughout our different fields today. These ones particularly will also be hotly contested, I am sure of it.
Well, exactly, and that Water Swift restricted driver who we were speaking about in the live chat before, let's mention, he was fourth seeded in the restricted class in the British Championships last year. So that obviously is a strong drive. He is competing in restricted again, so he is a familiar driver and will be rooting to maybe get that win, get those wins. Obviously, you're not on a huge grid here, so he has got some good opportunities today. Now, Hayden Hokora, who has joined us as a novice with Fusion Motorsport, he was at the Challenge Cup in Micromax, so obviously he's switched to Water Swift Restricted today, and he did do well in the last heat, but I believe, how did that go for him in the end? I think he got a P2 in the Restricted, so obviously the switch to the restricted kart isn't going too bad for him with Fusion Motorsport. Cole Parrish was a Super 1 rookie champion. Obviously, again, here is a novice privateer at the Trent Valley Kart Club Championships.
Yeah,
so
and we've got Mason Hibbert we've been talking about in some of the higher classes.
Yes.
We've got the Hibbert name once again in the Water Swift Restricted with Harley Hibbert following the footsteps of his brother there. And yeah, some great accolades right throughout this Water Swift Restricted field. Important to mention because obviously they go to the back of the grid with our Rotax runners. But Ollie West, British Bambino vice champ in 2024. So there's lots of pedigree there that he's hopefully looking to carry through, and IARMY Restricted 25 Winter Warmer champion as well, and a win by almost 30 seconds in one of the recent races. So are we seeing the same
that
in
was
the
at
class
the Winter
going
Warmer.
on?
He won by 30.9 seconds in the wet.
Not too big a gap, is it?
Not much.
I mean, you're getting on for that's half a lap around here, so very, very impressive indeed. But we are seeing and hearing from the commentary box, you will see very shortly on your screens coming under the bridge, are runners for a Rotax and the Water Swift Restricted combined grid to make it, just called race. Oh, see at the back there though, there's a spinner on your camera there coming up the bowl. We'll try and figure out who that was in a second. But let's get onto your grids for this dual class running then, and we'll start with our Rotax runners. Hendrix Falat and Jensen Darlow, Felix Tandy, Will Wainwright, Zach Andrew, Kaio Vieira, Jack Gould and Tommy Lovejoy is down to P8 with Theo Jepson and Heath Smith as your top 10.
Just outside your top 10 then is William Hatton, Harry Riley, Junior Wright, Hugh Riley, and then rounding out your top 16 will be Sebastian Talbot and Lanny Edjun for Jack's Motorsport. Teddy Hunter then lines up at the back. Then you have your Water Swift Restricted grid, which consists of Ollie West on pole, Cole Parrish joining in there at the front row, Caden Hokora, the newcomer to Restricted, and Charlie Kitchen there on the second row. And then the two drivers lining up at the back will be George Askew and Harley Hibbert, obviously brother of Fusion Motorsport driver Mason Hibbert, who has been doing phenomenally well. Ooh, we do have a driver beached on the grass so far.
Yeah, not too sure of that. As a marshal's trying to help them though to get going, and hopefully, well, we're not sure if that might affect us getting underway with our running, but let's see how it plays out. Is that kart fully out, or will we be going racing here at Pier 5 for this latest Heat 2 of these joint classes? It looks like we are going racing, and that's all been dealt with. Let's go across the start-finish line then and see where we end up. No, I thought we were going racing. I was 50% part of me was thinking that we were going racing and 50% not, and I went for we're not. We're delaying a race start, I think, because of that stricken kart that you spotted, Kiel, at the back of the third sector, which makes sense because, you know, they want a clean race to get going. Don't want to be dealing with that when they get down towards Sector 3 once again.
Obviously, we've got some very aggressive tyre warming going on from the micros. But do you know what is nice to see on this grid? You've got a privateer on pole position.
Yeah.
Which is nice to see. Obviously, as a privateer, it can be harder, as you're not working in a team, you're not working in an experienced team, and you don't necessarily have those teammates to push you or push yourself. So obviously it is very nice to see a successful privateer running on pole position, which obviously does add to his campaign. That is really good for him, and that is Hendrix Fala in that 15 yellow and black machine out front. But hopefully we get underway this time as they head into the tram lines. They go very slowly, they say, as they're signalling to each other.
Yeah, well, that's what we had. If you remember, there was a previous full start, I believe, in a similar club. Might be in this similar heat earlier. I can't remember. They all blend into one by the time we get to this
Absolutely.
one. But I think it was this class and wanting to go slower so that they make sure they all behave coming round into this part. And Hendrix Fallat, by the way, been doing some PFI testing last month in March, so hopefully didn't have the luck of converting the pole position in the last heat. Can he do that here as we come round the final corner and hopefully staying in the tram lines this time and all behaving well? Are we going racing? It looks like we are not going racing again. Another full start. I think we had one kart streaking out of the tram lines there, so we're going around for a second time. And for people that may not watch karting too much, Kiel, if we get into 3 false starts that we believe are of the fault of someone on the grid, at the front of the grid, they have to stop the race, red flag it, and then they have to talk to the front runners, and then they go to the back of the grid.
Exactly.
So the discipline's really important.
Yeah, you're right. And obviously for our youngsters, you've got some very eager drivers towards the back of the grid, and they're new. They're young, they're new, but of course they have had 2 opportunities now, so
but they're
they
learning
all want to get this
all
right.
at the same time. It's important to say as well, like, there's a lot of rules and like nuances to take
they're young, and it is a lot of information. Obviously, like, they're at Trent Valley Kart Club Championships round 1. Each driver deserves to be here, and all are doing well. Look, there you go. Then you can see the steward out on track,
one by one,
telling them to slow down, and you can see some hand signals from some telling each other to slow down.
Calm down, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to go racing.
but there they are in formation, going ever so slowly then around Sector 3, and hopefully we will be underway this time.
So many hand movements.
In big trouble.
I mean, they're not.
Look at them.
They can't be steering, can they? Surely. How are they going round? They're straight now. They need to turn right in a minute, otherwise it's not going to happen. Yeah, look, all close together though, and all exciting to see.
You can
where
see
this
another
goes.
Weir kart there. I'm not sure what driver that is just yet. That is kart number 128. That is Felix Tandy there in the 3rd position. Of course, the Weir Alliance Academy driver, obviously, Nick Tandy.
Yeah, well, I thought Nick Tandy was out on track earlier. It was a slip of the tongue getting his dad and him mixed up. I'm sure Nick Tandy, unfortunately, isn't this small, but would love to be in these karts once again, but is in Porsche. But how will Felix get on with the rest of the grid, with Hendrix leading us away with Jensen Darlow? And Jensen looks like he's jumped up into the lead for Jax Motorsport into turn 1 then. So a change of lead right away with Hendrix Falla, unfortunately not able to capitalise on your pole position once again as they come up through the bowl then onto Litchfield Bridge for the first time officially, and we are racing with 7.5 minutes and 1 lap on the clock. Let's see where this next few minutes takes us in this race.
There you go. It was a brilliant start from James Darlow there. Ooh, someone down the inside for that 3rd position early on. That's Zach Andrew, that 27 car. Brilliant job from him. Obviously, you've got your Jax Motorsport, Jensen Darlow, not wasting no time on that start. He went straight around the outside and into the Bruno Ferrari S's first There you go, 2 hairpins complete, and they head onto the third and final sector. Drivers are bunching up now, but that was your man who started on pole, Hendrix Falla, now in that second position. Felix Tandy then dropped back a bit more, down into fourth, while that Will Wainwright then took that third position straight off him early on in the race. Now, we've got just under 7 minutes to go. Oh, there we go. That was
Don't be getting out there too much.
Will Wainwright getting very excited in that third position, running very wide. However,
pushing each other along here, though.
We are absolutely bumper to bumper already here with the Mike Max class. Around the bowl, they will go, but there is no change for position just yet. Maybe Hendrix Flat obviously started on pole. That's not where he wants to be. However, he wants to be clever with the situation.
And these two want to work together. Hendrix Falla and Zach Andrew want to work together. But Zach Andrew, I'm pretty sure, is in P3, so has had a great start from 5th himself. Was signalling, looked like there, to Hendrix Falla to get after Jensen Darlow.
These are the 2 privateers working together, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
It's almost become like a team out on track because they're in it together to try and take on the obviously the other awnings. A team absolutely unofficially.
And it's going to work for them so far as they're going to hunt down the Jax Motorsport kart of James Darlow. They've got just under 6 minutes to do so. And then let's have a look a bit further down the grid then on the start. Ollie West, driver who we were talking about, up into 12th position. Not a bad run from him. And we'll see, how did our Water Swift restrictor go? Charlie Kitchen leads, Hayden Acura, George Askew, Harley Hibbett and Teddy Hunter. And then we have our non-starter, which was Sebastian Talbot. Round the bank they go then. Will Wainwright, the kart number 21, is your fastest man on track right now.
And you see Jensen Darlow out there in lead. Is a bit of a favourite round here at PFI. He was the driver of the year for the Trent Valley Kart Club, awarded that, and was 3rd in the kart championship last year in this similar class. So looking to use any sort of morale he's got around here at PFI in the paddock, but also out there on the track to see if the moves can stick as well. On your screen, this is P2 and P3 for Hendrix Falla and Zach Andrew, trying to chase down, as we've mentioned, after Jensen Darlow in that Jax Motorsport machine into the Mike Wilson complex between these few corners here. And it's all just trying to figure it out together. We said they're trying to work together to hunt down the factory team and the awning in this PFI paddock as they come across the line once again. Although it looks like shaping up a move. Where did that come from? That's an amazing move. Up the inside from Hendrix Falla. Got a great run, it seems. Up the inside into the first chicane under the bridge, and as he maintained the lead, he has onto Litchfield Bridge, and Jensen Darlow almost caught adrift there and probably a bit spooked by that move up the inside.
Exactly that. Brilliant move then. Hendrix Falla promoted himself up into that first position in early stages of the race, but whoa, bumper to bumper they go through hairpin 1, and then that is Jensen Darlow snatches his first position straight back then as they head into hairpin 2. No change through hairpin 2. Jensen Darlow says, nope, not for long. I am taking that straight back. Thank you very much for Jax Motorsport. That. Then Zach Andrew there sits straight behind, waiting for the 2.
And Hendrix stopped down to P3 now, though.
Exactly that. But this brings Felix Tandy straight back into contention as he is going to be closing in rapidly on these 3 drivers if they're battling at these early stages of the race, which they are right now. But Ollie West is still your fastest man on track. He is running in 10th. We'll see what he can do. Here you go then, your leaders over the start-finish straight. Is there going to be a move at the first corner into the Bruno Ferrari S's? And yes, there is. Beautiful move from the 2 drivers. That was Zach Andrew and the Hendrix Falla straight up, making the move down together. Round the ball they go then, and there is a new change for the race lead. That is Zach Andrew, Hendrix Falla and Jensen Darlow. It looks like it's going to be a squabble for these 3 for the remainder of the race. But beautiful move. There you go. That is Zach Andrew then. That leads into hairpin 1. No change just yet, but Jensen Darlow is on that back bumper of Hendrix Falla. And these 2 working together beautifully as they enter hairpin 2. I
was going to say, it just proves that working together really does pay off, maybe using each other's slipstream down that start-finish straight to capitalise Jensen Darlow.
You now see Falla saying, yep, let's work together now with Jensen Darlow, because they are seeing Felix Tandy and Will Wainwright, also Caio Vieira, very, very close. They are going to be closing in rapidly. And at this stage of the race, there is not enough time to spare. There is there is too much time, to spare. There is 2.5 minutes. They don't want to be battling it out for the lead.
Not quite
for
yet.
that long. Not quite yet.
Yeah, and of course it gives a chance for people to be going up the inside. Although these two, privateer, unofficial team as we've started to label them now, working together, are now like back on their own because they've just remembered, hang on, we're privateers. We're doing this for ourselves. Hendrix Falat, who was on pole with Zach Andrew in front of him. Hendrix wants to reclaim pole position out there on circuit. How's it going to play out going down into hairpin 1? Are we going to see a dive down the inside? No, it is all looking like they're still working together to hold off Jensen Darlow because they know as soon as they get in, as you say, with this much left in the race, Jensen Darlow could possibly go out in front and jeopardise their own race.
Saying that, Jensen Darlow, is he going to be side by side? Oh, he is just in front of that that rear wheel.
It's now raining again, out of nowhere.
As he does it, Jensen Darlow,
my
the Jack's
goodness,
car
they're off.
back into P2. Now, it is severely raining now.
Felix Tandy ran off there through the Fullerton complex. Sorry to interrupt, but came across there to pick that up, just to pick up how difficult these conditions have come in 20-odd seconds or so.
Well, exactly. Look at that. In the space of 10 seconds, we had a change for the race lead and Felix Tandy off the track. Now, wow, this is Micromax and waterproof restricted. Now having to deal with these conditions. That is Tandy runs wide again. Ooh, slight wheel banging then as he rejoins the track, but it looks like it's going to be okay.
They have to be so careful, aren't they? Into this Jensen Darlow, you can now see up into P2 as a result of these changeable conditions. Does this suit Jensen and now get him in the mix between Fala and Zach Andrew? We will see. Oh yeah,
and he takes the lead.
Jensen Darlow
Obviously,
to the lead.
He is comfortable with these conditions. There you go. Jensen Darlow is now your first driver,
Although
but he
he
runs
runs wide.
Are the unofficial teammates going to work together again and make up both those positions as they head into the first hairpin? No, they're going to slot in behind and they're going to take that widest line possible. But
it works out very well for Hendrix Falat.
Straight into the race lead, then Hendrix Falat goes. But is he going to keep it for long? As he's now on the outside.
Jensen Darlow back up the inside.
There you go. Jensen Darlow now back up into the race lead. These conditions are tricky. It is a good job for our top three as they are side by side. Loads of curb taken then from Jensen Darlow and Zach Andrew, but then now we are 3 wide in third deck sector.
Hendrix Falat back into the lead. Oh my god, can't keep up with this, can we? Because it's changing all the time.
But that's Zach Andrew having a look. Is he going to be able to get it done?
Jensen
you can see the
Darlow
rain pouring down.
back up to P1.
Jensen Darlow straight across he goes. Right. Your running order then is Andrew, Falat, Darlow, Tandy, Vieira.
Oh, Tandy's lost it on the final turn. Oh, we don't want to be seeing that. That is really unfortunate conditions. Felix Tandy, unfortunately taking too much runoff there at the start-finish straight. Gets it going again. Hopefully both those drivers are okay in these very challenging conditions, but we are on our final lap and it's going to be the most difficult and treacherous final lap, I believe, of the weekend.
Look at these conditions.
Earlier on it wasn't this wet. This is the wettest we've had. They're on slick tyres. They're coming over the elliptical grid for the youngest drivers. Oh, there's a spinner and Hendrix Falat is round. Oh my goodness, it's all changed in an instant. Some drivers keeping it straight. All you got to do now is bring it home and keep yourself safe out there on track. Jensen Darlow spun it as well. He's out of the lead, which means Zach Andrew takes the lead. Can Zach Andrew keep it together? He's trying to get all the lock out of his car as much as possible to get to the start-finish line. He's got a bit of a gap. Can he keep it?
I mean, look at these conditions. Absolutely treacherous conditions. That 27 car is heading round. Oh. He wants to be super careful now because everyone who he was battling with at the front are now out of contention as he heads around. Oh my gosh, we can see Jake is turned around right now. We can't watch the rest of this race. Look at the treacherous conditions. He runs right onto the grass, which is definitely not where you want to be on this wet patch right round the final few corners. Come on. He needs to keep it together now and he will be the winner of this race. The only one standing left of this pack. Here we go. This is phenomenal. I can't believe this is your youngest drivers dealing with the worst conditions. Beautiful job then. Zach Andrew will go on to take this race lead. Phenomenal job from him.
Really
then,
impressive win.
Ollie West, oh my gosh, Ollie West came up 16 positions in that lap. Let's actually just
and is in the Water Swift as well.
And is in Water Swift.
Ironically.
That is
the rain.
pretty impressive.
Wow, P2 from Ollie West in the iArmy Ultra restricted
in these conditions.
Kart in this,
Wow.
And sometimes it actually proves. We sometimes see in other race formula where we know that the certain teams or engines are slower for whatever reason, that actually having less power underneath you is a benefit. And you've got so much to deal with the torque coming from the rear wheels of your go-kart. Oh, we got a spinner towards the end trying to get through the final turn. There's no grip out there, and these drivers will probably be very, very pleased to get back into Parc Ferme.
I don't think this is the first time either that Ollie West has been on the restricted grid but racing the Rotax micros. I think that last time he was out, I believe he came second overall as well in possibly conditions like this. So obviously Ollie West, the seeded number 4 kart in the restricted, is doing well in these conditions. Wow, what a race.
Yeah, and you would think that with these changeable conditions here, I say changeable, it's quite obvious. It is sodden wet out there at PFI in just a matter of a few minutes. And, as you can see, of course, one of our cameras there is also getting a bit exhausted and probably needs to have a bit of a rest. It's getting, also difficult around this track, trying to find their way through. We've got one driver out in the middle of the hairpins, wanting to get his go-kart back as quickly as possible. Doesn't look like it's still running, though. And as we hear at PFI, it is a very, again, different PFI. I don't think we ever predicted this morning, did we? To be so changeable, Kia.
I mean, when we were talking here in the commentary box at the start of the day, we were saying that there was going to be light showers throughout the day.
Light?
Nothing like these treacherous, crazy conditions for the youngest drivers on the track.
And you can easily see a lot of surface water now out on the circuit,
now
particularly
there is a considerable layout
of how that finished. But just want to quickly just recap then. Zach Andrew took the lead, and our Water Swift restricted runner, Ollie West, in the whole field was second place because of William Hattinen in P3. Hendrix Falla unfortunately had that spin on the final lap with the conditions. It's a luck of the draw, I feel like, with the rain out there and the slick tyres at the moment. Will Rainwright and Jack Gould in P6. Tommy Lovejoy 7th. Harry Riley in 8th. Jensen Darlow, really unfortunate for him, down to P9 and got the spin out of one of the hairpins you just saw there. And Theo Jepson, who has been doing quite well in IndyCart at the Houghton Park Champs in 2025, looking to bounce back in 2026. Micromax in that category there, and the Super 1 Vice Champion as well in WSR for Theo Jepson.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but there is one poor driver out there. We can't see him right now, but he's in between the hairpins, waiting for his mechanic to come and retrieve his poor car.
Someone get him an umbrella. There he is.
Look at him.
And who is this trying to? That's the number 24, Jack Gould. I do feel for him, Jack, out there. Jack, if you can hear us, hopefully you're staying dry, mate. Okay, good race. Is he going to put his thumbs up? No, he's not in the mood for that.
No, he was giving his friends a wave before as they were driving past, but I don't think he'll be in the mood for that anymore. Sorry if we are pointing that out to you now, but let's. There we go, look, here we go. We can see his mechanic running over to retrieve him from being beached in the grass. But look at these conditions now. This has taken an unexpected turn.
Yeah, definitely. And this is going to, for our next races, really put the cat amongst the pigeons for our next race, which is going back to senior Rotax. But you can see Jack Gould finally getting the help that he so wanted.
Bless him.
From previously before. So it is all different again here with the weather conditions, but it means the racing does carry on though. We've still got heats to get through, and let's go to our next one. And for senior Rotax, in our Heat 3 of the day in this class, again, they'll probably be looking at the weather conditions in the last 5 to 10 minutes thinking, we need to change the setups a lot. We need to change the tyres, obviously, definitely, because of the slick tyres that running on this would have absolutely no chance, as we saw towards the end of that race with our cadet classes. And, senior Rotax been very competitive. Lloyd Hare earlier, unfortunately, didn't have a fortunate race in the previous heats, if I remember rightly, looking to hopefully stay up towards the front of the grid. But we'll see how this all pans out as senior Rotax.
Exactly that, and it's another Coles Racing pole position, which we have seen have lots of today. And of course, James Tester, the reigning PFI club champion, the privateer himself, is there in the 8th position on the 4th row of the grid. Better than what he was doing last weekend when he had a bit of an unlucky run. So he will be looking to make his way up.
Yeah. Lots of action to come here for senior Rotax, but I think we're going to be a bit delayed with the start of this senior Rotax race whilst they do make those adjustments and assess the track. So we'll be back with you shortly when the racing gets underway.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport. Have you ever watched a kart race and felt the excitement, the speed, the competition, the energy, and thought, I'd love to be part of that? Well, here's your chance. Our kart race meetings are powered not just by drivers and teams, but by an incredible group of volunteers who make every race day possible. Without them, the racing simply wouldn't happen. Whether you're a motorsport fan, a parent of a driver, someone looking for experience, or you just enjoy being part of a team, we'd love to have you join us. What can volunteers do? There's a role for everyone. Track marshals, right at the heart of the action, ensuring safety on circuit. Grid and pit lane assistance, helping line up karts and keep the race meetings running smoothly. Scrutineering support, assisting with safety checks. Race control and administration, supporting timing, paperwork and organisation. Event setup and pack down crew. The team that makes it all happen behind the scenes. No prior experience? No problem. We provide training, support and mentoring. All you need is enthusiasm and reliability. Why volunteer? Be part of the thrilling world of kart racing. Learn new skills and gain valuable experience. Meet like-minded people and make great friends. Get close to the action in a safe and structured environment. Support grassroots motorsport and young drivers chasing their dreams. Many top racing drivers started their journey in karting. Our volunteers are part of that story. What's the commitment? You can volunteer for a single event or become a regular member of our team. We run regular race meetings throughout the year and every event needs dedicated people like you. Even a few days a year makes a huge difference. If you'd like to get involved with Trent Valley Kart Club, please speak to us today in the race control office or contact us at claire@tvkc.co.uk. Come and be part of the team that makes race day possible. Because when the lights go out and the race begins, it's not just the drivers who make it happen. It's all of us. Thank you, and we hope to welcome you trackside soon.
Yes, Trent Valley Kart Club, one of the most respected on the calendar, of course, and really great to be part of a club championship like this at such an incredible circuit that was built in the 90s. They had this extension towards the back of the bridge section you can see here a little bit further on, and the racing action we've had today, Keol, into this section of the bowl, but also over the Litchfield Bridge, it adds such incredible dimensions to the racing that you don't really get at a lot of other circuits.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been phenomenal. Of course, the track conditions for the drivers have been challenging, so that obviously adds to the challenges for each driver. However, we have seen some phenomenal overtakes around the outside at this.
It's a great overtake
at this bowl section, which that was it was Chester Fawkes, one of the Water Swift drivers, one of the younger drivers on the grid. What a phenomenal overtake. I think that is still running his overtake of the day.
Yeah, it's very close with Alfie Brown earlier as well in a very similar section. But we have been very much enjoying the action as well. We've been very much enjoying your comments as well on our live stream on our Alpha Live YouTube page. This is SlipStream brought to you by Alpha Live, powered by Alpha Live, for the very first time for the Trent Valley Kart Club. And it's a really, well, a big moment for Alpha Live, but it's also big for, hopefully we feel, and personally I feel as well, jumping on board with Alpha Live this year, for the karting world, because as we were speaking about earlier, if we see more of these drivers at the earlier stages, we can get behind them sooner. And, I hate to use a comparison of Formula 1 and things like that, but the coverage that sports like single-seaters get in those, higher up the pyramid, and with World Endurance or British Touring Car, if you can invest in these drivers at these stages, then it's going to be incredible for their careers, and you can really support what they're doing now, and also you're going to follow them for years to come and see where they do go. So it's really invaluable to have this live stream, I feel personally, to keeping on drivers like we've had Zach Turner dominating out in front at 5 seconds, and just seeing how he could go and dominate across the world, as we're about to have in our senior Rotax heat very shortly. Obviously Zach Turner in the junior max, but loads of other drivers in all of these different categories. Chester Fawkes we're mentioning there with that incredible overtake, the E-plate at the moment. It's good to see all these drivers getting the recognition that they deserve on a live stream like this, and hopefully for friends and family at home for you to watch along and support too, because that's what it's all about.
Exactly that. And also, as the second heats for each drivers are about to be, well, it's green flags on track. There you go. Your senior for the third heat of the day you're going to see them heading under the bridge very soon. But this is your last few opportunities now to join us over on SlipStream, so you can watch the finals with us live from here. Otherwise, you have to wait a week, which you don't want to be doing.
No. Who wants to be waiting 7 days to see what happens in our finals? But let's get on to Heat 3 then of our senior Rotax and see how our grid lines up. How are we looking, Kiel?
Right then, on pole position you have Hugh Moulton for Coles Racing. Joining him on the front row of the grid is Lloyd Hare. And on row 2 then you have Joel Dixon-Cohen and Jared Fox-Whiteley. On the third row you have Liam Hartley and Ollie Goodyear. And rounding out that top 8 is Corey Fowler and James Tester. Inside your top 10 then is Lorenzo Cordell, who we watched travel further up that grid in his first heat, and Adam Wooden.
Yeah, P11 is Oliver Walker, Bailey Waters down there to DeJean Bennett, Priam Lilang, Zwigas Privilonis, and Mikey Walker. P16, 17th is Jake Fisher, Callum Sims, Freddie Moore, Ruben Maimlock, Oscar Schertzvig, and Willow McIver, Joe Yor, and Harvey Quick in P24.
Towards the back of our senior Rotax grid then you have George Kay, Sean Berry, Samuel Kirkwood, Charlie Domikis, Zizi Lim, Benjamin Gordon, Liam Morrell and Drew Preisner.
And Kieran Glanville is your final runner in 33rd on the grid. So
alright then, it is the most wet heat of the day then for our senior Rotax, as they are.
How's it going to shape up? It's going to be a very interesting read into our first turn here, up into the bowl section. They're all going to try and find the tram lines here above the standing water on the start-finish straight. The spray coming up. Are we going racing?
Ooh.
And I think we have gone racing, but very treacherously into turn 1. Lots of people taking to the grass. Not too sure who's kept the lead there. You can see yellow flags out. We can see some drivers coming back onto the track and returning and rejoining, hopefully safely, and seeing them all get through there. Hugh Moulton was leading us away on pole. Let's see if he's kept it for Coles Racing.
No, that was, I think, that's the Jack's Motorsport kart there out in front who started. That's Jared Fox-Whiteley.
Jared Fox-Whiteley
started on the second row of the grid. Brilliant job from him. He popped out straight. Oh, okay.
All into the barriers.
Into the barrier.
And who's that? Looks like he's got going again, but I do believe that might have been Corey Fowler in the JDR team, who did have the fastest first sector, maybe because he was careering into the barrier, unfortunately, as went across the sector lines. Good battle though here, but doesn't matter about the weather conditions. A nice move at the front at the moment for our P23, Jared Fox-Whiteley holding on to the lead. Our number 147, Liam Wooden, all the way up. Almost up, I think 6-7 places, up into P2 then, with what happened there on the first lap. You can see that overalls are sodden wet, of course, from all the spray that they had at the start, coming down the start-finish straight. And here we are then, Kiel, going on to the next lap.
Exactly, and obviously if you're a driver in more this sort of mid-pack that we can see on our screens right now, heading through to the Bruno Ferrari S's, not only is the track conditions a challenge and the way the kart feels under you, but the visual It is a visual impairment, really, when the spray is coming up on your helmet. Obviously, you've got visor down, and all that spray is coming up onto your helmet. So that adds to the challenge for these drivers.
I've just seen as well, our pole man, Hugh Moulton, for Coles Racing, is out of this race. And that is going to really change things going towards our final and tallying up all the points. Getting a bit out of shape there. Now our leader, though, of Adam Wooden. And can we just place some respect on Adam's name, because he's come from P10 up to the lead. That's incredible.
Exactly. Obviously, again, a driver who clearly favours these conditions, along with James Testo, has done a good job. James Testo was there in second, that 27 car. See, obviously, oh, here we go, sideways, side by side for two drivers then heading around sector 3, a bit further down the pack. Obviously, these conditions as well open up the opportunity for the pack to spread out much more than it would do in these dry conditions. The lap is 1 minute and 23 seconds now for these senior Rotax, so it is considerably slower than if they were on optimal conditions. Anyway, here you go then. There is your race leader, Adam Wooden, once again over the main straight, and that is Lloyd Hare then after an unlucky heat 2. After an unlucky first heat for him, he didn't have a great run. He ended up with it. It was either a DNF or finishing lower down that grid. Off to redeem himself, that 3-4-1 kart. Setting the fastest lap, putting down that leader, James Teston, now into third, and Ollie Goodyear. Lorenzo Cordell has done well to bring himself up from that 9th position on the grid into 5th.
Yeah, and a nice battle we see here. The kart control from Adam Wooden trying to wrestle the back end of the machine underneath him has given an opportunity and a sniff of Lloyd Hare to the outside. Not got the optimum racing line here. Who is going to come out on top of a banging of wheels and hard, fair racing? It looks like Lloyd Hare has taken the initiative and gone up the inside there as we come into the Mike Wilson complex. So a change for the lead. Great progress, though, that I'm sure Adam wouldn't be very happy about, coming from where he started from in P10, still up in P2 and in the mix.
Absolutely. He still has 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go to hunt down that leader once again of Adam Wooden.
Yeah, so we can see, Lloyd Hare leading Adam Wooden, and James Tester, our 2025 champion of this class for our club championship last time out. As they come across the line, they're wanting to stay away from those white lines on the outside, because they will be very slippery at the moment with all the standing water out there.
Right, I'm just looking further down this grid, Jake, and Drew Preisner is up 25 positions so far, running in 7th. Started from obviously way further down the grid. What a phenomenal drive from him so far. Just under 4 minutes to go, plus a lap. What can he get to in the remainder of this race? You also have drivers like Sean Berry up 13 places and Mikey Walker now in 4th. Ooh, is that Mikey Walker? Speaking of him,
looked like he ran slightly out wide, or one of James Tester, one of the two, got very out onto the curves. But as we're seeing these battle for first and second, and Adam Wooden is trying to fend off Lloyd Hare as much as possible, but Lloyd Hare is all over the back of Wooden as we come out that second hairpin, and probably trying to find their grip underneath them all the time in these changing conditions. We've still got some kind of fair bit of rain coming down, but not as heavy as we had in our previous race, so lots to think about and compute as they're coming through this section of the track as well, the most technical, I would say, around this PFI circuit. And possibly Lloyd Hare trying to learn from Adam Wooden's lines from each other and see if he can steal anything and think, oh, that's working, I'm going to give that a try in that next section.
Well, exactly. This is the thing, being the leaders of this race in such tricky changing conditions like this. You are the first one, you're testing it out, so you have to make sure not to overcook it. However, if you are under the limit that bit too much, then someone like Lloyd Hare, who is the fastest man on track, though he's pulled a slight gap to him so far.
I think Lloyd Hare got out a bit wide there, though. Sorry to cut across you, because that was quite significant. As you can see now, Lloyd Hare down into 3rd place, because Mikey Walker's capitalised on Lloyd going wide at the bowl. But Lloyd doesn't like that one bit. He's coming back up the inside.
Oh, no, that is going to be Mikey Walker. Is he going to get the move done as they both run obviously wide at the wet line?
Lloyd back through.
But no, that will be Lloyd back through. Good job. That is Mikey Walker now down back into 3rd place. Lloyd Hare was the leader of the race, not anymore. Now back into 2nd, redeeming himself. He's got just under 2 minutes to go, plus a lap. But Adam Wooden, your leader, has a 1.7 second gap. When did that happen, Jake? He is doing a phenomenal job so far. Let's take a quick look further down the grid. A driver who unfortunately will not be finishing is Jake Fisher. Another one, Benjamin Gordon and Liam Morrell. But someone who has had a bit of a rough race. Corey Fowler was possibly one of the drivers who we watched have a bit of contact, maybe with the barrier earlier in the race.
Down 20
and Willow
places.
McKeever, yeah, it's been an unlucky run for them. However, we still have a final to go this evening, which of course you can watch on SlipStream with us if you become a member beforehand. Here we go then, into the Bruno Ferrari S as your leaders go. Conditions still looking tricky as ever. The rain is still coming down. We have some wheels on the grass a bit further down the grid, but here we go, up to the bowl they go. Very wide lines being taken from each senior, of course. Lloyd Hare still set the fastest lap, thinking the conditions are possibly getting a bit worse as there is no faster laps being set so far in this point of the race. We've got 50 seconds plus the lap to go.
Who's out wide there? Nearly losing the back end of their Rotax machine. I do believe that might have been the number of, might have been Joe Yor, I think, down in P9, no, it's number 55, Ollie Goodyear down in P5, nearly lost the back end coming out of the Litchfield Bridge, and now has got company on his inside. And thank you, says Bailey Walters, up the inside of James Tester, it looks like, down for this battle of P5, 6 and 7. It's all happening here. Who's at the front of the pack now? It gets retained by Ollie Goodyear, followed by James Tester, and it looks like Bailey Walters in P7 for Team Evolution, coming through these final very tricky couple of corners, and all about holding on. But it looks like now, taking the opportunist move there, Bailey Walters was trying to go up the inside, and now leading at the front of your shot here, though, you can see the number 191 of Bailey Walters out in front of P7, leading Lorenzo Cordell, Joe Yor and Liam Hartley, followed by Jared Fox-Whiteley down to P11. And look at this wide line they're taking into the bowl. They've clearly found there's a bit of grip out there. The more that they drive on that section of track as well, the better it will be for them.
Absolutely. Here your leader is then down into hairpin 1 once again for the final time, as this is the final lap of the race. Mikey Walker sets the fastest lap, and he is looking like he could rip up to Lloyd Hare in this last few laps of this race. There you go, round hairpin 2, there you go.
And on to our final lap right now, with Adam Wooden with the 6 temps out in the lead, and William Bennett Motorsport on the live stream. Absolutely, I support your comment. Some epic kart control out front indeed, because look at the gap there that Adam Wooden has tried to forge himself over Lloyd Hare in this part of the race. Is very tricky indeed. We've got a back marker there, I think, trying to get out of the way of our front runners coming through these last few turns. Adam Wooden has had an impressive display in these wet conditions, coming up from P10. Knock a naught off of that, because he's going to take P1 and victory here in this heat of Senior Rotax. Well, great performance from Adam. That's incredible.
Brilliant. Obviously, in these tricky conditions, it can be hard for each driver, but that was a pretty smooth run from Adam Wooden. Obviously, Lloyd Hare, good to finish second.
Good recovery.
Yes, exactly. Recovery drive from what happened in the last heat. Mikey Walker, up 13 positions. Very impressive. But let's take a look at Drew Preisner, who came up 28 positions in that race to finish there in 4th. I mean, he will be one to watch for the finals this afternoon. What a phenomenal drive from him. If we look just inside the top 10 then, Joe Yu is up 14 positions to finish just inside that top 10 ahead of Jared Fox-Wheatley, who dropped down a bit, and unfortunately James Tester, who finished just outside of that top 10. But there you go then, that is our final heat for the Senior Rotax complete today.
But not our final heat of this first part of the day, because there are still a few more to go. And unfortunate there for Hugh Moulton, we mentioned, who went out. Seems like getting some reaction from what we're hearing is that his kart gave up on the formation lap and wasn't unable to capitalise on his very well-earned pole position from earlier in the weekend. So really hard luck for Hugh there. The Moultons I've seen feature in the kart championship in Warden Law as well a couple of weeks ago, and Drew Preisner as well. Bob Preisner, he has also been in the kart championship. Didn't have a lot of luck there, but particularly showing that he can do it here at the club championship in Trent Valley in Lincolnshire PFI. All right, let's get on to our next category then, on to our next heat.
All right, next up then at the Trent Valley Kart Club Championships Round 1, we have got Water Swift Heat 2 in these tricky wet conditions. It will be the wettest heat of the day so far for our Water Swift drivers. And it is, once again, Alfie Davidson on pole, but let's just wait for our green flag to be waved and these drivers to come out on circuit.
I mean, of course, I'm gonna state the obvious here, but the Walter Swift. I know there's no correlation. I had to make the dad joke there, didn't I? But it is obviously very fitting for the conditions we have here. I don't think the chassis are any more like catered for wet weather conditions, but I guess it would be a nice coincidence if some of our Walter Swift Inter drivers were to make the most out of their chassis. We've got, of course, lots of different runners in this field of kind of varying proportions. We had Aya Sami earlier on in the lead, dropped back down to P7, recovered to P3. A bit of a crazy race for them, but hopefully we'll be looking to try and build on the 5th position that Aaliyah Sami will be starting on here. We're just waiting to get underway with this Walter Swift into Heat 2, just so some recovery still going on from that previous race. You can understand with the wet weather conditions that there needs to be a bit more time and recovery between the different heats that we've got, because the marshals are doing everything they can out there as best they can, but unfortunately, if they've got to walk the length of the track, you're seeing a kart to the right of your picture here going into the paddock now, recovering that one. It takes a bit of time for our mechanics to get back into the paddock, and particularly coming over from the infield as well. Thankfully, we've got these shortcuts here on the PFI circuit of the walkways to get their karts back on the trolleys.
Exactly that. But if we take a look at our Walter Swift grid, obviously we went through it briefly before. You've got Ilias Sami and Chester Forks, who are the Danny Curl Academy drivers. They have done a phenomenal job in the Euro Series. They were P1 and 2 in the Miami Euro Series. Obviously, Chester Forks did well in then Champions of the Future, which they both competed in. They have been pretty dominant so far, and going into the likes of the British Kart Championships, if you're going to be with us watching that or streaming that from home or with us at Warden Law next week, then they will be two to watch out for, though they will not be there. They will be further on in a couple of weeks' time for their first round, as next week is Rotax. Anyway, if we have another look, you've got Evan Owen with XL Motorsport, a driver who we see at this track often. He's done well with the big Welsh dragon on his helmet. He starts in 9th.
I have noticed that.
He made his way up a bit in that last heat, but he'll be hoping to do more. We think he has been having a few issues with his car, but hopefully that will be solved for him today. You've got the Teese brothers obviously doing well, both Fusion Motorsport drivers. You've got Hero starting on the 4th row of the grid, and then you've got Oliver starting in the 9th row of the grid. We'll see if Oliver is able to, how close he's able to get to his brother then through the remainder of the race.
We'll see if that's any bit of competition throughout things going on. Teddy Higgs, who is in the field, starting down towards the mid-pack of this grid, which will bring you in a short moment. It did some PFI test days last month, and hopefully we'll be looking to put that experience to good use. And speaking of which, actually, we are looking like we've got green flag outside our commentary box right now. Yes, let's take a look at the grids then for this Walter Swift Inter Heat 2 round Paul Fletcher International.
All right, then your pole sitter is once again Fusion Motorsport Alfie Davidson, joined by Mason Hibbett. It is a Fusion Motorsport front row once again. Harry Chapman then and Chester Forks on row 2, Ilias Sami and Dimitar Uzanov on row 3, Hero Teese and Margaritis Kobikis on next, Alvin Owen and Harry Favell on next.
Travis Giddings, Teddy Higgs, who was just mentioning, looking forward to getting some more track time out there. Oliver Kleinfelter, Frank Morris, George Greaves and Cody Vertigan is P16. And Oliver Say and Piran Brooks in P18. We're being wished some luck by William Bennett Motorsport 2014. Good luck to Dimitar Uzanov in P6, starting with the Jade Racing team out there. And these formation laps as we go throughout the day, this part of the day, will be so invaluable as to maybe earlier on in the day. Much more valuable because they get to grips with the track a lot, well, easier with the more kind of non-racing time they've got here.
Well, exactly that. And here we go then, and it is we are nearly underway with the Water Sweet Heat 2 of the day. off we go. It will be a slow start as they head around sector 3 and get into that grid position. Hopefully we are going to have no false starts. We're going to have a smooth start for our Water Swifts today. Alfie Davidson, of course, it's a I've just been told by the producer I've said it now, so if I've cursed it, we're going to say it's not my fault.
Don't do that. Let's go into our tram lines though and get away for the start kill.
And it is a Fusion Motorsport 1-2. Oh no, that looks like a very messy start for the drivers, so that will be a restart.
That was your fault. You did curse it, didn't you?
Thank you. No, I didn't. Anyway, messy start then for the Water Swifts.
We jest, because it is all down to our young kart drivers down there on the very wet start-finish straight now and on the grid to keep within the lines. I mean, as you say, these younger classes, they're getting used to the discipline of these kind of things in karting, and you know, a couple of these times, if it happens, or once, that they'll gain that experience every single time that they can't keep doing that, because you'll get obviously restarts. If you, as I said earlier, if it goes too far, they'll have to stop the race, red flag it, put everyone back to the start, and we don't want to be seeing that. We want discipline going across the tram lines, but it's understandable as well in these conditions. It's hard to still keep very close and stick together with all of the racing that we've gone. But you could argue they're some of the best in the country. So, you know, there's devil's advocate for both sides.
Well, exactly that. We definitely have a very competitive grid with us here today, but we are going to see how they do in these conditions. The rain is falling ever so slightly, but it is going to be an absolutely rat race for these Water Swifts as they come round again. And I'm not going to say anything about the start. We're just going to see it happen. And here we go then, as they are heading through sector 3. We will be underway in no time. It will be a slow start, but it is a Fusion Motorsport front row of the grid. And are we going to be underway this time? Off we go then. Fusion Motorsport both lead into the Bruno Ferrari S's, and that will be your man who was in second place, Mason Hibbert, I believe, then leads up into the bank. There you go. Here you see him up into the bank. Mason Hibbert leads. Ooh, we have some sideways action from, is that Harry Chapman then? Or possibly Chester Fawkes and Harry Chapman as they head over the bridge. We will see now as they head towards the first hairpin. There you go. That is Mason Hibbert out in front. Brilliant start for Mason Hibbert from the front row of the grid.
Oh, who's that off? On the inside there. I think that was a little bit of a move. A look from Chester Fawkes, if I'm not mistaken, in that sort of white-green overall. It might have been the 82 of Harry Favell. We'll try and see how that all plays out. On a spinner there to your left of your screen, that's Oliver Kleinfelter. And from TWM team. Oh, another spinner in the background there. Yeah. All trying to find their way around here. That's the 32 of Harry Chapman, who was running in third, and now not so.
However, look at this wheel zoom. That was the car we just zoomed in on. Ilyas Sami now charged his way up into third position. Obviously, he probably benefit from some of that craziness in the initial start of the lap. But there you go. Ilyas Sami now in third position. It is against those two Fusion Motorsport karts. It is a Fusion Motorsport 1-2 so far. Are these two going to work together? Now, in the last heat, we thought we were going to see them work together. However, we saw some major squaggling between the two. Have they had a trouble between? No, it looks like they haven't, because that is Alfie Davidson down the inside. Is he going to come out with the lead? Possibly has, as they head over the bridge. It is a Fusion Motorsport once again 1-2, but possibly not for long if these two start battling all over again. Ilyas Sami is there in third, not far behind at all, as he is waiting to pounce. Here we go then. These three have pulled a slight gap. You have car number 5, Alfie Davidson, now out in the lead, and Mason Hibbert then by Ilyas Sami. Kovakis and Chester Fawkes round out your top 5. Obviously, Chester Fawkes didn't have a great start, ran a bit wide, but made a good recovery so far. Now running in 5th, the E-plate holder. And there is your leader, Alfie Davidson.
Yeah, nice shot there of Alfie Davidson doing his thing, coming into the beginning of the Mike Wilson complex. As you said, teammate behind in Mason Hibbert. Have they had that discussion in the awning between these heats, or are they pretty happy to have the equivalent of papaya rules? Maybe fusion rules. I don't know, I haven't come up with the name for that dynamic yet, but I'm sure there is a gentleman's agreement of some description between those two drivers who are pulling away a little bit more. Unfortunately, we did lose Harry Chapman spinning in the last couple of laps. It was, you talk about commentators' curse, Keel. We have sort of live stream chat curse now, because William Bennett Motorsport said Harry Chapman showing good speed today too, and then unfortunately Harry Chapman is down in P13 now after that spin. So hopefully a bit of recovery going on there, but we return to the front of the field, and both our drivers there using very wide line, as well as Ilias Sami, who is up to P3 from P5 and had a great race start last heat, and then went all the way back down, and now in P3 to where he was then.
Right, here we go then. Into hairpin 1 they go. Is Ilias Sami reining Mason Hibbett in? It looks like he is ever so slightly. Could he make a move now into hairpin 2? We will see. That is Davidson Hibbett, led by Sami, who have quite the gap now to Chester Fawkes, and Evan Owen now up into 5th. Good job from Evan Owen. Obviously started down in 9th, I think. But oh, here we go. Is Ilias Sami going to push Mason Hibbett through the next corner? Yes, he does, as they take a lot of curb and approach the third and final sector. But Mason Hibbett runs wide. Is this going to give Ilias Sami an advantage? He slots back in behind him so far. However, this is going to give him an advantage now, approaching the final few corners. Are we going to see a move made? Maybe we will. But so far, your fastest man on track is still Alfie Davidson with the fastest lap.
He was struggling for grip out of the second hairpin, and also, as you saw, coming to the Mike Wilson complex onto the runoff as well, really struggling to get the power down. How Mason Hibbett has stayed out in front of Ilias Sami, I don't know, but it's great defensive driving whilst he tries to collect his ability under the car and the track conditions that have been thrown his way at the moment. Ilias Sami taking a much sharper line there than Mason Hibbett did in front of him, so maybe looking to experiment a little bit to see where they can try and gain a bit of a gap and a bit of time out there at the front. Talking at time out the front, Mason Hibbett has a near 2-second gap over his teammate to Alfie Davidson, who is out in front at the moment. Alfie really enjoying himself, but Mason Hibbett is trying to hold off Ilias Sami, and Ilias Sami is then through to Split Fusion Motorsport for 1-3 right now.
Absolutely. Ilias Sami definitely benefit there from Mason Hibbett running wide at that hairpin 1. However, he made it through. There we see a move a bit further down the pack. That was car number 25. That was Oliver Thies going straight through down the inside of Dimitar Uzanov, who had a good look in the chat. So good luck to Dimitar Uzanov. There we go. Here is the Fusion Motorsport car leading now then.
Yeah, Fusion Motorsport car, you can see Chester Fawkes, the E-plate here, chasing after Mason Hibbett now. Chester Fawkes making some progress back up. He's into P4 at the moment. Had that incredible overtake around the outside of the bowl section in the earlier heats. One to remember from the weekend for sure. Can he pull another incredible move up the inside here? Is he going to do it? He is going to go for it. One and another incredible overtake. As we talk about the other ones earlier, gets it done before the bridge. And Chester Fawkes really being a bit of a showman out there on the track today, but keeping it fair and clean and showing why he deserves that E-plate on the back of his car.
There he goes then, round the outside of that Fusion car of Mason Hibbett. Now to take second position, that is Davidson. That now leads to Chester Fawkes. What a recovery drive. I mean, he has been impressive so far, as he will lead now into the hairpin 1. There you go, Mason Hibbett now has to slot himself back in behind. Ilias Sami now dropped behind his teammate, so it'll be a bit of a recovery now for the next few minutes from him. Evan Owen sitting there politely in 5th position. However, you can see him just behind that car of Ilias Sami. It looks like these four are going to be battling it out now, as Alfie Davidson has benefit considerably from that. He now leads with a 3.5 second gap, so it's going to be a battle, it's looking like, in the next 1.5 minutes plus a lap for those other two positions on the podium here. So far, you've got Chester Fawkes and Mason Hibbett that own them podium positions. However, I don't think Ilias Sami and Evan Owen will be wanting that to happen for much longer, as I think that was Evan Owen that had a look there down through sector 3, but yes, he is. He's going to have another look, but doesn't quite get the move done as he slots himself in before Ilias Sami. There you go then. Across the line goes your leader once again. It
was great kart control from Chester Fawkes in that Mike Wilson complex. Really collected the back end as the water underneath him wanted to reduce his grip of his Water Swift Inter car, and once again taking a wider line as possible. You can see them running through here, the bowl and onto the Litchfield Bridge. You can see this battle here for Ethan Owen chasing after Ilias Sami for 4th and 5th. Coming over the Litchfield Bridge, they're coming out here and down towards hairpin 1. Looks like going slightly defensive, but they're just trying to pick up the better racing line in these wetter conditions to get better grip and a better run out of hairpin 1, down towards hairpin 2, and with 20 seconds and 1 lap on the clock, it's kind of getting to the territory where you pull a bit of a dive bomb move maybe up the inside, but you've got to really time it to perfection.
Well, exactly that, and it's looking like your leader is clear off in the distance as long as he can manage the track conditions well. He has now got a 4-second lead, so he is doing a great job out there. It is, again, going to be a battle for those podium positions. Chester Forks, the E-plate holder, still managing to stay out there in second, but how long is that going to be as we are on the penultimate lap, and Mason Hibbett, that 8-seeded cart, is right behind. Ilias Sami, then Evan Owen still round out your top 5. Evan Owen has sat quite politely there in the top 5. Is he going to be able to do something as we now are on the final lap? But Alfie Davidson is saying, I'm not backing off, I am right there. Here we go then. Here we go. Evan Owen through towards the Bruno Ferrari S's. Ilias Sami pulled a slight gap. That might be a safe run then. Through the bowl he goes. And all of these are single files so far as they go over the bridge. We will see, obviously, your hairpins are 2 prime spots for overtaking, especially on the last lap, and in these conditions can be quite the run. So we will see what they're able to get. There you see your leader off in the distance as they approach hairpin 1. What are they going to be able to do? There you go, Chess. That is Mason Hibbett now that leads, is it?
It's Mason Hibbett, Ilias Sami, and also Ethan Owen taking advantage
straight down the inside of
both of them. Yes, up into P3. What a great move on the final lap. Although, nice up the inside once again from Ilias Sami, who now takes P3, and it is as you were in some respects, because it's Ilias Sami followed by Ethan Owen for P3. Mason Hibbett is down towards the back corner. Mason Hibbett back up the inside into P4. How's it all going to unfold as we come across then with our race leader, Alfie Davison, 3.8 seconds ahead of Chester Forks, the E-plate runner, onto the start-finish straight, and Alfie Davidson is going to take a dominant victory here in our Water Swift Interclass, and that, my friends, is how you do it around this PFI circuit in changeable conditions. Great performance.
Exactly that. Brilliant drive from Chester Forks. After that unfortunate start he had, he ended up running wide and dropped back a considerable amount down that grid. To come back up, the E-plate holder to get second place with a fastest lap is not a bad position that he puts himself then in for the finals this afternoon. Ilias Sami, of course, he had a choppy and changey race. Obviously managed to start in 5th, managed to get up on the podium position, not a bad run, and Mason Hibbett just missed out then right at the last second to Ilias Sami in that 4th place. Evan Owen nearly had them both but didn't quite, ended up slotting back into where he kind of was most of the race, down in 5th, and then Oliver Say, Kovakis and Harry Favell round out the top 8.
Yeah, a very impressive display in tricky conditions once again. And we have a couple of heats to go before we get to the all-important deciding of how that's going to shape up for our finals this afternoon, as we've been telling you throughout the day here on Alpha Live YouTube channel. This is our SlipStream live event, bringing you the Trent Valley Kart Club Championship. And if you want to catch the finals of how this is all played out with our heats, then you can join as a member. Hit that join button and be part of the Alpha Live crew, and you'll be able to catch all the finals later. If you don't join, well, they'll be up and available in 7 days' time. And all of the help and support you give us by joining really helps bring us all the coverage that we're giving you and bringing you to you today. All right. Let's get into Junior X30 in just a moment, in a couple of minutes. But before we do that, let's catch this.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership, and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
Okay, we have got a little bit of a pause here in our action, particularly for our Junior X30 Heat 2 coming up. We're just waiting for the green flag to wave. And 2 heats to go then, as I said just earlier before, of this morning event. And the green flag is waving on the gantry opposite us in the commentary box. We're getting underway with our racing, and again for Junior X30, very intriguing to see how they battle with these conditions, which I feel, Keo, in the kind of earlier races where we've had these mixed conditions, I think it will be not as challenging with the sun starting to come out, but equally a different dynamic once again.
Well, exactly, and we know that these are some very experienced drivers, but let's take a look at our grid then for Junior X30 Heat 2. Your pole sitter, Aaron Richardson, joined by Freddie Wood, who hopefully will have a bit better of a heat this time for him. On row 2, you've got George Egger and Katie Donaldson, who again hopefully will have a more successful heat. She unfortunately dropped back a bit in that first heat. Alfie Brown and Jake Flewitt are your top 6. Jacob Batchelor, Adam Bourne are in your top 8, and then to round out that top 10 of yours, Harry Myers and Henry Clark.
Yeah, Zach Shampney, Sam Mott, Sukhmani Kira, Millen Tomlinson, Jacob Marples and Max Mason down to P16, followed by Finley Hines, Finley Allen, Nathaniel Hodges, Simeon Stone, Max Say, Alex Riley, Orion Mater, Izzy Wykes to P24, and Charlie Blenkinsop, Archie Lee Bullock, Jacob Nairn, Jack Wish, Ayrton Lima Evans, Ollie Brunt, Katie Clark and Harley Musk, Night Measures, George Clark and Enzo Butterazzi looking to make an impression on going up a different class.
Now, Max Mason was a dark horse in our first heat of the day. He ended up finishing, I think, top 5 from further down that grid, so he will be one to watch today. But here we go then, into the tram lines they go, and it is underway for your Heat 2 Junior X30. It is a Fusion Motorsport front row, as that, there you go, your pole sitter will lead into the Bruno Ferrari S's. There is some grassroots from few drivers, but it looks like everyone manages to make it out okay. Whoa, we have a wide line further down the pack.
Oh, who's that spinning around at the front of the middle of our screen there? Sorry to cut across, but that was the runner of Jacob Marples for the MDL team. So not a good start for Marples. Hopefully wants to recover.
Well, exactly that. Here you go, your pole sitter leads into the first hairpin for the first time. There you go, that is Aaron Richardson. Freddie Wood, has he had a better start to his race this time? I'm not too sure. We have a gathering of carts there then on by the apex of hairpin 1.
I think that was Zach Shampney that was spinning round.
That is going to be a messy start for the Junior X30s. Obviously, sun's out, but the track conditions cannot be deceiving at this point in the race. And there are yellows out then at hairpin 1, and another driver going slowly down the pit straight. That will be Finley Hines in that 157.
Yeah, and a very, very fraught start then. Ooh. And the same could be said out the front, because I think
that's George.
Aaron Richardson was caught napping there, and a move up the inside and a complete change of order then as we come across the start-finish line here at Pier 5 in this second heat of Junior X30. George Edgar is in the lead from Aaron Richardson, Alfie Brown, Jacob Backler, Millen Tomlinson, Jake Flewitt and Freddie Wood down to P7, and Katie Donaldson in P8. Wishing luck from William Bennett on the live stream for her again in P8 as well. A fierce battle going on there over the bridge. Harry Myers in P9 and Sam Mott in P10. Who's getting out wide there? That's our front runner, George Edgar, getting out wider than he would like. Who's looking up the inside? It's Alfie Brown, possibly up into P2 with George Edgar, and out front, yeah, that is Aaron Richardson, who has retained the lead and starting from pole position got back to where he wanted.
He has grabbed that lead back, obviously. George Edgar, Aaron Richardson, we know they're going to be at the front. It's just going to be who takes the lead for the remainder of the race. It's George Edgar and Aaron Richardson chopping and changing, but just behind them it's Alfie Brown, Jacob Batchelor and Millen Tomlinson. Unfortunately, it was another unlucky start for Freddie Wood and Kate Donaldson, who are now running down in 7th and 8th, but there you go. Here is your leader. Oh, and that was an ambitious move from George Edgar, but he gets it done.
Repeat of the last lap.
Straight down the inside, exactly. Beautiful done. That was obviously some confidence in these conditions, which we know he will be. There we go then. There is your number 2 seeded cart, George Edgar, as he heads through to the Bruno Ferrari S's and under the bridge for another time. Alfie Brown, Jacob Batchelor and Aaron Richardson now down into 4th, who obviously got done there by a few more drivers as George Edgar took the lead from him. Here we go then, down towards hairpin 1, and who is going to come out first? George Edgar has not much of a lead for himself. He has 0.09 of a second when he came across the line, so it could be anyone for the lead at this point as they head through hairpin 1.
Tight
but
line.
George Edgar keeps it tight, keeps the grip, all good, and he heads into the hairpin 2 in the lead. That is Alfie Brown then in that Mick Barrett car, is it? Nope, that is a BMR car, I believe, then in second place.
Yeah, and coming through, you're seeing Zach Shampney in P1. That's, I think, a glitch from our timing systems. It is George Edgar out in the lead there that you are seeing, and looking to maintain it as he comes through the Mike Wilson complex. Who's that up the inside for P2? That is a move there from Aaron Richardson, who's gone all the way from P4 up to P2 in a series of corners. So lovely bit of progress there from Aaron Richardson coming across the line, and George Edgar, Alfie Brown, and...
Oh, and he couldn't quite make a stick the first time, but is he going to make a stick this time? There you go. The number 3 seeded car makes his way up back into that second position. He tried once and he didn't quite make it stick. He did it again and he got it that time. He is now going to be trying to hunt down your leader, who is George Edgar. That Jack Shampney is not actually
unless
leading.
he's used the shortcut on the track. Yes. I don't know if that's quite possible.
That will be
Zach
a problem
Shampney, we believe, is closer down to, well, where he started out in this race, to 11th. So more in the mid-pack at the moment. So George Edgar leading the way. We had a brief yellow flag there down into hairpin 1, but it's looking like after that it is all good for the racing to continue. You saw your 38 on screen there of Freddie Wood leading out in P7 of that part of the race. George Edgar starting to build a almost sort of 1 second gap between Aaron Richardson for first place over there, and Alfie Brown and Jacob Backler sort of spreading out in this field now, actually, as we get to the Mike Wilson complex on your screen.
Well, exactly that. And if we take a look out the window here at the track conditions, there is beginning to have some form of dry line out there. Obviously, the spray is still severe. There is still a lot of wet lines out there. However, the track is drying because the sun is out. So obviously, as these conditions get better, you're going to see the likes of your front runners getting a lot more comfortable, and the lap times will be coming down, which they're running at about 1:16.5 right now. So somewhere in the mid-range. Obviously, not good, not confident with the track, but it's not as bad as it was before.
And it was a great move by Alfie Brown into turn 1 before the bridge, as you were talking us through some of the other things, on Aaron Richardson, and didn't really see the move coming. You're talking about them finding more grip out there with the track conditions at the moment. There was confidence from Alfie Brown that he could send it up the inside and wasn't going to lose control of his car. You can see now the number 3 of Aaron Richardson behind, chasing after Alfie Brown into this Mike Wilson complex again, and look at the gap that George Edgar is building all the time, whilst Alfie and Aaron squabble more and more, not working together, which is obvious in this part of the weekend with this heat. Want to take as many points into the final later. They're letting George Edgar run away with this, who has had a really great weekend so far.
Well, exactly that. There you go then, your leader across the line once again, as he gains a really good gap for himself. He's going to be getting, it's smooth for him at this point of the race. There's 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, and it looks like there is going to be a battle there for that second position. As you can see, Alfie Brown and Aaron Richardson right on the tail. No, as you can see, sorry, Jacob Batchelor and Aaron Richardson right on the tail of Alfie Brown then for that second spot. This is going to be a battle for the podium positions. Here we go then into hairpin 1, and there is no change of positions yet though. There you also see, is that Freddie Wood we see in the background? Yes, it is. Obviously didn't have a great start, but he is making his way back up through the grid. There we go, round hairpin 2. There is Freddie Wood, the car number 38, just behind Jacob Batchelor and Aaron Richardson. It is going to be a race for who gets these podium positions now in this wet race.
And George Edgar, you can see, well, all the drivers, particularly George Edgar there, they're trying to get as much lock of their car as they can, trying to get it to grip up. And almost one side of their car is used, because of the front axle steering, is up on the side, trying to get around the corner as much as they can with the grip and the wet running. At the moment, your intermediate classification, Edgar is in pole position to go into our finals, with Brown and Alfie Brown there also pretty neck and neck. So it's all to play for here as we go towards our finals and see how it's all going to unfold. Into the bowl section here, we're on the penultimate lap probably of this PFI circuit in the second heat of a Junior X30, and you can see that chugging away round over the bridge there. Milan Tomlinson chasing after Sukhmani Kira in P7 and 8. And here we are though, on board with our runners down towards, Jacob Batchelor and Jake Flewitt for P5 and P6. We've rejoined though here, Keol, nearer the front.
Well, there we can see Freddie Wood again getting hunted down by that 6.9 car of Jacob Batchelor. But if we quickly take a look down the grid now on the penultimate lap of the race, soon to be the final lap, let's take a look. Enzo Butterazzi, who we spoke about previously, up 18th positions. Phenomenal job from him. Running in 17th right now, but made his way right through that grid. If we have a look, George Clark also, the BMR kart driver, I mean, brilliant job, up 20 positions. Harley Musk up 20 positions. So this is where you see Night Measures up 24. These are obviously the drivers who are experienced at this track, know how it works, and are comfortable with these positions.
Was that a change for the lead? Was that Alfie Brown at the inside? Because George Edgar ran really wide. Am I seeing things, or did I see that into the bowl section? Let's see how it all plays out.
I think our leader is still out front.
Oh, he's still out front. I think that was P2 and P3 then, possibly, or some traffic. It looks like the similar liveries of the two drivers out front. But George Edgar is still in the lead then, with a 2.7 gap at the moment, which is nice and comfortable for George Edgar. You can see our timing screens are fixed now, and miles ahead there. We can see Alfie Brown and Aaron Richardson, and Freddie Wood and Jacob Backler back to P5. But here we come then through the final few corners of this Junior X30 heat. He's going to be very happy under that helmet, is our front runner. George Edgar is going to take the final right-hand turn to look at a start-finish straight, staring gloriously at him across the finish line to take victory in our second heat and a fastest lap as well, just for good measure, to show that he deserves to be there.
Absolutely. Great drive by George Edgar. Clearly comfortable with the conditions, comfortable in his car, and pulled a great gap for himself. Then you have Alfie Brown took that second position in the end. Aaron Richardson, Freddie Wood. It was a good recovery drive from Freddie Wood, as he did have a rough start, and then it was better than how his first heat went, to be fair. Jacob Batchelor then rounds out your top 5. Jake Flewitt. Submani Kira, a driver who is doing phenomenally well at the minute in various other series, as we said, like the IAMA Euro Series, followed by Katie Donaldson, who also didn't have a great start. She did drop back. She managed to make her way back into P8, and then, of course, the man who is charging through the grid so far today, and that is Night Measures.
So I figured out that what I thought was the battle for the lead looked like something. So thank you to Dirk, 1285 on the live stream, who was telling me that Alfie Brown was in P2, similar looking karts as I thought they were up the front, was actually lapping Archie Lee Bullock down in P34. So I got a bit overexcited, but when the camera cuts and you just think, oh my goodness, what's happening here? You thought that was going on, but appreciate your spotting on the live stream. It's trying to keep all the action. You're probably seeing moves left, right and centre whilst we're like fixated on P1, P2 and P3, but lots of great support, as you can see here, aren't we, for awesome drive from Knight. We saw there from William Bennett Motorsport, also giving some credit to there. I think that was in a previous class, but we are then on to, well, our final heat of the day. Let's do it.
All right then, final heat of the day, and that is going to be Senior X30, which will, of course, not disappoint. I mean, look at these track conditions now. You've got some grey clouds which are hopefully heading the opposite direction, I believe, followed by a beautiful blue sky in the top right of your corner. However, if we have a look at the other angle of the track, it's still quite wet out there, but it is drying as the sun is blazing. We are waiting for the green flag to go out, and then we are going to get underway with our final heat of the day. Of course, this means you are on a SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live with myself, Keol Lynch, and Jake Peach. And if you want to watch the finals with us right here, live today, make sure you're a member of SlipStream, otherwise you will have to wait a whole week, which we don't want to be doing.
No, you want to be be on it in today's world with everything online, things happening in seconds, and you know about it within minutes. That is what we would hope you would love to do with Alpha Live. But of course, you do have the privilege, if you do want to wait a week to see how the finals played out, you're more than welcome to do that as well. But we'd love you to sign up as a member. It helps support all of these incredible club kart championships, and we're able to do what we're able to do here with you today. Before we get on to this final heat, it's all been very exciting racing today.
Well, it really has. Thank you, Dirk, in the live chat for all of your input. They said there's a lot going on this weekend. Yes, there absolutely is. With the changing conditions, it has been pretty up and down for the drivers. But let's take a look at our Senior X30 grid for their Heat 2 of the day.
Yeah, it's not been straightforward, but will it be an easier time for our Senior X30 runners then, as we go into this final heat of the day? Aaron Brown, Lewis Bird, Sam Lewis, Scott Riley, Spencer Allen, Cameron Edmonds, CJ Bennett and Joey Brown down to P8, and Liam Karabilov and Max Yule down to P10.
Right, here we go then, just outside the top 10. Alexander D. Benedites, Ethan Woodward, Theo Lestrange, Oliver Meek, Monty Brathwaite and Bailey Brooklyn is your top 16. Your top 20 then will consist of Alfie Gallagher, Luke Taylor, Daniel Bridgeton and Katie Ashman. Oscar Cole, Dorian Malik, Reese Newburn and Alex Wiley will round out your top 24.
And James Harris, P25, Sam Horton and Aaron Lask, Alistair Cresswell, Hayden Elridge, Charlie Philp, Josh Jones and Noah Sales is P32. Ethan Higgins, Bradley Heath and Joao Castro is in P35. And yes, a very intriguing question on the live stream. Will it be dries or will it be wets? I'm looking at the tyres at the moment, and if I'm not mistaken from our commentary box, we can see, I think, dry tyres.
That is car number 9. That is CJ Bennett, who will not be
so CJ Bennett's not going to be joining in P7 to start off this Heat 2 of Senior X30 rather in this class. I do believe most of them, or pretty much all of them, are on slicks. And you'd look at the track right now, and if you were going to put money down on which tyre to go for, you'd probably think you'd go for slick tyres, as it looks like it's going to dry out going throughout this race. But let's get on to our final heat for today then, before we get on to our finals, and it is going to be a full start, as we thought they were going through the tram lines.
Not
and
just
caught me
yet.
at line of Seeger, but look
excited.
At the dark clouds in the background here of PFI, and our camera panning out to that. That is not pretty reading.
See, I was hoping, Jake, that they were going to go past us, so they were going to swiftly move along. However, it looks like on that camera angle then, showing you under the bridge and towards the bowl, that it is going to be those clouds heading our way, which is unfortunate, but of course makes for some interesting and wet experience.
It certainly
for the
will
drivers,
in this one.
for the finals anyway. However, my bets are a lot of these drivers are on slicks for this race. So if drivers have gone wet and those grey clouds decide to open the skies, then exactly, your drivers on wet are going to be considerably benefited. However, we will see then as we go around once again, and hopefully we will have a start for our final heat of the day. They've flown by.
Yeah, no, we're not too sure if CJ Bennett was able to catch back up with the grid there, but it doesn't look like he'll be participating from P7.
No, unfortunately his car is just at the exit road there, so he will not be participating. Unfortunately, that is a do not start for him.
Unfortunate. We won't be seeing CJ Bennett, but we'll be seeing all of our other runners here for our Senior X30. It's all to play for. Who's going to take home the prestige of this event right here into the finals this afternoon? You can see the exhaust fumes from Senior X30 coming out the back, all as one big collection. And are we going racing? Yes, we are. Into turn 1, and there's still some wet patches out there. Someone getting across the curb a lot on the inside there, but it looks like a retain of the lead for Aaron Brown in P1. And coming over Litchfield Bridge, you're seeing some people chance it around the outside to get you the inside line coming out of Litchfield down towards hairpin 1. And spot your braking zone into this turn, and Aaron Brown finds it pretty well, although nearly gets undercut by your number 124, Sam Lewis, in the premium karting machine there. So Sam Lewis looks like he's made a place up to P2 as well. And who is that going defensive against there? 175. making it very difficult. Max Yule going defensive on Joey Brown for those positions as they come into the Mike Wilson complex then for the first time in this race and finding their grip. It looks like there's a lot more grip out there than we've had in the last 2 or 3 sessions. You can see that dry line forming as they come through that final turn onto the start-finish straight.
Exactly that, Jake. Onto the start-finish straight. They will go for the first time for their final heat of the day. Aaron Brown, your pole sitter, got a good start under his belt, the driver for the EPF International. Lewis Bird then didn't have the best start. He dropped down to 3rd, but there is work that he can do, as that is his teammate Sam Lewis there in front. It is the 2 premium karts then in 2nd and 3rd, followed by Scott Riley for XL Motorsport, who has a little look down the inside of Lewis Bird, but doesn't quite get the move done. Is he going to go around the outside? No, he slots back in.
Who is that that's out? It looks so disappointing. I do believe that might have been the 85 of Scott Riley. If I caught that number right, it could be Scott Riley for XL Motorsport, who was running in P4. We'll see that confirmed with the timing screens. He's still going, so that wasn't Scott Riley. It might have been Josh Jones up in 31st in the MS kart. So we'll see how that plays out on the timing. Yeah, it was Josh Jones, unfortunately, going out. Oh, that's really, really bad news in this heat and wanting to capitalise on all of these events. But here we are, we continue racing. The show doesn't stop, Kiel.
Well, there you go then. Down towards the Bruno Ferrari S's once again. You can see the track now drying. Obviously, it's going to be drying 10 times the speed now that the drivers are going over it, and you can see this in the lap times. We've had, well, your fastest man on track will be Alexander De Benedictis running in 5th with a 1:04. So there you go. The track is getting quicker every lap. Is this our leader? This is your leader under a lot of pressure then from Lewis Bird. He squished that gap in a lap. He absolutely reined your leader, Aaron Brown, in. Here we go then, out of Heaven 2. Is he going to go side by side? He is right next to that wheel. Is Lewis Bird going to take it? It will be an eager move, and yes, he does. Does he get the move done?
Forced his way through there, I think. Yeah, Lewis Bird then, I think, is out in front and has taken the lead, whilst Aaron Brown has really dropped down as a result of that move from Lewis Bird. So, yeah, you could call that hard, fair racing. I don't know how you might see that, but we'll leave that to the stewards, of course, and whether there's no further action needed there, because it was a great move up the inside, placing the kart well.
Well, there you go. Scott Riley, the XL Motorsport kart, obviously gained out of that. There you go, Scott Riley now up into 2nd. We will see what he is able to do with this. He needs to hunt down that premium kart of Lewis Bird. Lewis Bird hasn't had the best run here for the last few weeks. He has been here. He had a bit of an unlucky run for the last few weekends, so he will be thrilled to be leading this race. He has got 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go, though, to either sink or swim in this race. Is he going to pull a gap, or is he going to get swallowed in by Scott Riley? We will see. Here we go then. There was your leader. That's Aaron Brown, the 6-seeded kart, who going round the hairpin 2 now, who has dropped back now into 4th as well as Alexander De Benedictis. There you go, you can see him in that 46 machine, saying the fastest lap, promoting himself up into 3rd.
And we're just seeing, just trying to get a feel for Joey Brown, because Joey Brown was right up there and took the win in the last heat and currently is down in P12. He was the 2025 champion in X30. He was showing that in the last race. Hasn't had the luck, unfortunately, in this 2nd heat for senior X30. Coming through the bowl section, and we've got 3.5 minutes on the clock plus 1 lap over Litchfield Bridge. Lewis Bird probably counting his chickens because he's managed to go up from P2 to P1 and will be enjoying that very much, I imagine, but has got it all to do with the 4/10 gap back to Scott Riley.
Well, that gap now, 4/10 gap, I would say that is squeezed. Scott Riley is reining him in. Lewis Bird doesn't want to look behind him and see that Scott Riley is right there out of hairpin 2 then. We will see. There is 3 minutes to go with this race. Is that XL Motorsport car going to play it safe? Is he going to wait behind and push your lead around, or is he not? Because you have the fastest man on track right behind you who is going to be reining you in if these two don't have a strategic plan for the remainder of this race. Aaron Brown then, who was your leader, now down into 4th position and is a bit lost there behind Alexander De Benedictis, so it looks like it's going to be between these 3. But here we go then, through the start finish straight they go once again and up to the Bruno Ferrari S's. It is One by one so far, there is Cameron Edmonds promotes himself up into 5th position. Good job from
However,
him.
he does have a warning flag, so we need to be careful how he is making those moves. But let's see if that was a fair, legitimate move you spotted there, Kiel, or whether it needs to be looked at. Nice dive up the inside here, though, for the race lead. Scott
And he's gonna
Riley.
get it done.
And it looks like Benedictis wants to take a bit of the action, and he has 2 places in one. What a great move into the hairpin.
Benedictis says, I am the fastest man on track and I will be taking that P2 right now as well. There is still 2 minutes left of this race, plus a lap to go. That is Scott Riley, your XL Motorsport car, leads from Alexander D. Benedictis. Now, who was your leader, Lewis Brown in that premium car, down into 3rd. He's going to have to work hard now to get this ground up on these 2 drivers in front. These 2 have been working hard. Alexander D. Benedictis is still your fastest car on track. I reckon he will be waiting to make the move and to go in for the race lead. Is he going to do it now? Some major defensive lines then from the XL car. And he gets it done.
What
Scott,
a move.
Oh my gosh, Alexander D. Benedictis gets the move done and he leads round the bowl now, and over the bridge they will go. There is 1 minute and 20 seconds plus a lap to go of this race. He says, nope, I'm the fastest. No one has beat his fastest lap just yet, so he is obviously feeling confident. Right, here we go then. Scott Riley in the XL Motorsport car just behind. Is he going to try and get himself back on that back bumper of your leader? He is, as they head towards hairpin 2. It doesn't look like there's going to be a change for the lead just yet, though. Lewis Bird, they're getting a gap on Lewis Bird ever so slightly, and then there is your Aaron Brown car. There we saw the 46 of your race leader. Here we go then. Scott Riley closing back in. Is he going to do it?
Well, we will try and see with probably 2 laps to go here, because they're lapping at 1 minute and 4. We've got 30 seconds on the clock. We'll have 1 lap after that. So here is the penultimate lap. Does Benedictis have the composure to hold out where he is in P1 now? Has he gone too early in this race, or is he now looking to break away as the car comes to him with the track conditions, setting the fastest lap once again of a 1 minute 3.89, building a 7/10 gap to Scott Riley. A great first sector there, coming down the start-finish straight and taking a nice line through the bowl and losing all of the track out there on the exit of Litchfield Bridge and coming down into this first hairpin. Nice tight line. You can take that line now. It's dry enough. It gives you the fastest lap time. You don't have to go wide out onto the sticky stuff and onto the marbles of where you have been before. And we got Scott Riley and Lewis Bird trying to chase down through the field here. We're picking up the battle for 7th with Theo Lestrange and Ethan Woodward behind there in P8, coming towards the Mike Wilson complex. A nice battle unfolding here in the final stages of this race. And here we are, jumping on board and staying with Theo Lestrange, 7th and 8th. Can Ethan Woodward get a little bit of a look up the inside here? How might this affect the standings going into the finals? Bird is currently at the top of the pile in 3rd.
But here we go, final lap of the race, and it's going to be your race leader to set a new fastest lap, beating his own record. There we go. It is now a 1 minute 3 seconds .2. He is proving here that the track conditions are getting better every lap, and he is improving with them still. Now poured himself a 2.1 second gap. That is impressive, Jake. He came up 10 positions this race. He started in 11th. He's now running in first. Is he going to be able to get the move done? However, this is the battle now with the Ethan Woodward, who just lost out to Liam Karevilov, I believe, for that 7th position. Good move down the inside there from Liam Karevilov, and then that is someone else down the inside, car number 32, Monty Brathwaite. Couldn't quite make it stick. Liam Lestrange just got that back on him. But here is your leader then, Alexander D. Benedictis, from 11th position on the grid. That was a brilliant race.
Yeah.
He knew that he was faster. He went straight the way through, and then Scott Riley, brilliant job from him to make his way up into 2nd place. Got a bit lost there in 2nd place. Alexander did find faster laps on the improving track conditions. Then Lewis Bird, who just missed out to the 2 of them halfway through the race, but podium nonetheless.
And just starting to rain again, just in the nick of time as our final heat commences. 17 races we have gone through this morning. They have flown by. And that's how it looks then. Benedictis is in P1, Scott Riley in P2, Lewis Bird, Aaron Brown, Spencer Allen, Cameron Edmonds, Liam Karabalov, Ethan Woodward, Theo Lestrange and Monty Braithwaite rounding out your top 10. And for the classification for our finals later, Lewis Bird, top of the pile from the performance in the 2 heats today. We've also got Aaron Brown up there in P2 in our classification, which you won't be able to see at the moment. And Cameron Edmonds, even though he's P6 at the moment, is P3 in the classification towards the heats. And then Benedictus really coming good there in that heat to take the race victory, has put him right in the mix for the finals later, as well as Ethan Woodward as well, that we were keeping on track with in the midfield towards the end of that race. So all the points and all the positions matter.
Exactly that. And the question is, that is all of our heats over. The question is now, what are the conditions going to be like as we come back for the finals? Obviously, we'll start with the B finals for junior and senior Rotax, following then to the main events. There's rain on the track now, and that was just in time for the heats to end. Are we going to have wet finals?
We will wait and see. Join us once again, and make sure you join as a member of SlipStream, here brought to you live and powered by Alpha Live, so you can catch the racing action when we come back here on our YouTube channel.
Have you ever watched a kart race and felt the excitement, the speed, the competition, the energy, and thought, I'd love to be part of that? Well, here's your chance. Our kart race meetings are powered not just by drivers and teams, but by an incredible group of volunteers who make every race day possible. Without them, the racing simply wouldn't happen. Whether you're a motorsport fan, a parent of a driver, someone looking for experience, or you just enjoy being part of a team, we'd love to have you join us. What can volunteers do? There's a role for everyone. Track marshals, right at the heart of the action, ensuring safety on circuit. Grid and pit lane assistance, helping line up karts and keep the race meetings running smoothly. Scrutineering support, assisting with safety checks. Race control and administration, supporting timing, paperwork and organisation. Event setup and pack down crew. The team that makes it all happen behind the scenes. No prior experience? No problem. We provide training, support and mentoring. All you need is enthusiasm and reliability. Why volunteer? Be part of the thrilling world of kart racing. Learn new skills and gain valuable experience. Meet like-minded people and make great friends. Get close to the action in a safe and structured environment. Support grassroots motorsport and young drivers chasing their dreams. Many top racing drivers started their journey in karting. Our volunteers are part of that story. What's the commitment? You can volunteer for a single event or become a regular member of our team. We run regular race meetings throughout the year, and every event needs dedicated people like you. Even a few days a year makes a huge difference. If you'd like to get involved with Trent Valley Kart Club, please speak to us today in the race control office or contact us at claire@tvkc.co.uk. Come and be part of the team that makes race day possible. Because when the lights go out and the race begins, it's not just the drivers who make it happen. It's all of us. Thank you, and we hope to welcome you trackside soon. SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership, and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.